This masked newbie streamer is entering a dungeon solo for the very first time. Sounds like the perfect recipe for becoming monster food. Instead, Subaru starts cutting through bat monsters so fast that he shatters every dungeon record. His stream instantly blows up, and managers from the strongest guilds jump in to see what kind of freak is speedrunning a dungeon like it's a tutorial. One girl in particular completely loses it over this mysterious masked guy. But the more she watches, the more worried she gets because Subaru is already heading straight for the boss room. The moment he opens the door, a gigantic werewolf warrior is waiting for him. The thing looks ready to rip him apart, but instead, it just starts sniffing him. The werewolf senses Subaru's insane strength, and scared to death immediately decides that staying alive sounds like a much better option than fighting. So he just says our guy can pass. Too bad Subaru isn't interested in free passes. He tells the werewolf to attack first. The beast charges with a punch powerful enough to smash through a stone wall. Subaru casually dodges it, making the werewolf to get stuck, and ends the fight with a single swing of his sword. Even a monster that size doesn't survive one hit from our guy. With the boss defeated, every hidden trial inside the dungeon unlocks, giving Subaru access to all kinds of unique skills. The guild managers are speechless. Hunters spend years getting strong enough for a dungeon like this, build entire teams, and still take far longer to clear it. This same girl decides she has to recruit him at any cost and immediately invites him to a meeting. Subaru shows up wearing the same mask, but she couldn't care less. She offers him a contract worth a fortune, and while trying to convince him to join, she gets so obsessed with seeing his face that she ends up climbing onto the table until she's only inches away from him. Yeah, she's completely down bad. So who's really hiding behind that mask? Our story starts at the 8th floor of the tower located in the snowy plains called the Deadlands. The Blue Zone Guild marches through the snow, led by their guildmaster, Kyojo Itsuki. While he is giving his speech, he notices a bunch of people cutting through his guild members. These guys are none other than the Blue Eyes themselves, accompanied by their leader, Narukami Subaru, who also happens to be the #1 ranked fighter in the entire country and the main character in this story. The guildmaster meets him with excitement and explains that all different clans have gathered here today since they heard he was leading the charge. In other words, they are looking for the free loot they will get from this raid. Hearing this, our boy Subaru takes out an artifact and hands it over to the blonde guy. The artifact turns out to be a legendary rank item that can instantly restore half of the person's stamina if they go over the breaking point. This is an extremely valuable item, so the guildmaster is visibly surprised. Our boy simply tells him that it's for his own safety and gives him an offer to rejoin his guild once this raid is over. He can give him back the item once he joins him. However, when the guy takes too long to answer, he assures him that it's fine either ways. While the two of them are talking, they suddenly hear a loud roar and immediately recognize it as the Guardian. This is still a bit early for the Floor Guardian to show up, so all the guild members start to panic. The Guardian is revealed to be the Venom Dragon Hydra. Immediately after spotting it, our boy activates his lightning power and prepares to fight. Still, it seems like the Guardian is also prepared to fight as it starts activating its powerful attack. Noticing this, Itsuki shouts for everyone to retreat. My man Subaru is locked in. Instead of going back, he takes out his own sword and goes head to head with the Hydra. With a single slash, he completely obliterates its entire attack, even causing it to take damage. The blonde guy is understandably shocked and comments that the hero is still the same. Meanwhile, the Blue Eyes members are all cheering for their leader, telling him that his training paid off. Despite this, one of them is more concerned about the item he just handed over to the other guildmaster. The hero tells her that she will find out about it soon enough, announcing that they are about to engage the Guardian directly in breaking through the cursed 8th floor. While the Blue Eyes Guild walks forward, the blonde guy looks at them with a disappointed expression, almost like he feels bad for them. The next moment, one of his men informs him that all of their preparations are complete. Hearing this, he smiles and orders them to begin their plan. Unaware of any of this, the Blue Eyes Guild is focused on taking down the Hydra. All of them seem to be working together except the girl from before, who is simply slicing down the Guardian without any support. When someone shouts at her, she simply tells them that this is how she fights. From the looks of it, everything seems in control since some guild members are treating it like a game, and even putting bets on who deals the most damage. While they continue slicing the dragon, a support on the ground almost gets hit by the falling parts. Still, she urges them not to stop, declaring that she can defend herself. With this, the girl puts up a huge barrier that blocks the falling pieces from hitting her. While she is keeping the barrier active, the blonde guy appears behind her and smirks, asking her if she can also defend against his sword. The girl has no time to react, and the sword cuts clean through her body. While taking her final breaths, she faintly calls out to the hero, However, when our boy gets there, it's already too late, and all he can see is his friend standing there smiling with a sword in his hands. Itsuki notices the confusion in his eyes and tells him that it's no time to be looking back. Just then, the Hydra suddenly appears from behind ready to rip Subaru apart using its mouth. In that moment, our boy remembers the strange message he received from the system telling him that he had been chosen by the tower. It wasn't just him. Everyone who became a player saw this message telling them to climb the tower. However, no one really knew why they were climbing the tower, or who put it there in the first place. All they could do was to obey the command and aim for the top floor where no player had ever reached. People from different dimensions came to climb the tower and fulfill their dreams. Today was just another day for the hero, but things didn't turn out as expected. The scene ends in a horrific massacre, with Subaru's comrades' bodies scattered all around him while he stands alone in a pool of blood. Breathing heavily, he looks around after defeating the Hydra. Deep inside, he scolds his comrades for not running away as he had ordered. Exhausted, he sits before the corpse of the beast that was believed to be impossible to defeat. In the end, they did manage to kill it, but the cost was a bit too much. System alerts begin to appear, warning the hero of a poisoning status that blocks natural recovery. At the same time, the fatigue index reaches a critical level. He wonders what would even happen if he actually makes it back alive. However, that seems impossible since his body won't survive reaching a fatigue level of 100, and he is still surrounded by the Blue Zone Guild, which means he can't walk out of it without a fight. When he asks his friend why he betrayed him, the blonde guy casually steps closer and explains that he has been running toward this very day for 10 years, and Subaru should understand this better than anyone. Bringing his face close, he reveals with a vile smile that this is the only way he can defeat him. The guy admits that he deliberately distracted him and used his Blue Eyes Guild comrades, because otherwise they would come to his rescue. Shouting with suppressed hatred, Itsuki reveals how much psychological torment he has suffered from everything the hero gave him. In the end, he chose the world over his friend. With this, the guy steps back, taking out the artifact he gave him, and mockingly says that there is no need to return it anymore, since his guild is going to die with him. As he leaves, he coldly tells the hero not to be sad, because he will remain a hero in history books, even if he himself will never be around to see it. Hearing all this, our boy lets out a sarcastic smile and tells him that he only ever says what he wants, even in his final moments. Knowing that he cannot survive at this stage, Subaru still refuses to give up and takes out his legendary item, Iolos. The blonde guy is stunned and turns back in shock, unable to believe that the hero has stood up again. The legendary item in his hands can generate a storm to blow away anyone over 10 kilometers. Without wasting any time, our boy decides to use the last 4 remaining charges of this item to save his 4 surviving guild members. Using the power of wind, he forcefully pushes them far away from the battlefield and shouts for them to save themselves. The blonde guy immediately understands the plan and panics, yelling at his soldiers to chase them at once and not let anyone escape. As the fighters move forward to carry out the order, our boy stands before them like an unmovable rock. He activates his lightning ability again and announces that none of them is allowed to move. Since he has reached a fatigue level of 95, he can only keep this up for a short amount of time. Still, this is enough to keep all of them back. Watching this, Itsuki remarks with a nervous smile that the hero is truly stubborn. As the fatigue reaches fatal levels, Subaru advances with his weapon. He wonders what kind of price their guildmaster has promised these soldiers that they are willing to face a monster like him. Standing before the enemy horde, he firmly announces that from now on, no one is allowed to leave the battlefield without his permission. The soldiers realize that this is now a matter of life and death. Gripping their weapons, they charge at him, shouting that they have no choice but to fight with all their strength. These lackeys have no chance against our boy and get picked apart like amateurs. Our boy knows that these soldiers can't kill his guild members, but he can't say the same about Itsuki. The guy is standing too far and he is too exhausted to chase him. With his fatigue level reaching 97, he realizes that he won't be able to stall for much longer. Suddenly, one of the soldiers slashes him in the back and his fatigue level reaches 98. As he turns around, the guy stabs him right through the chest with his spear. The thought of killing the legendary Subaru gets us excited for a second when our boy looks at him and asks if he actually believes he killed him. The next moment, lightning bursts violently from his body, electrocuting nearby soldiers and flinging them into the air like dolls. The attackers' bodies crash down around him and our boy finally drops to his knees from exhaustion. The remaining soldiers retreat in fear, whispering that he is a real monster who refuses to die even after falling. From a distance, the blonde guy watches the scene with a cold expression, mocking that Subaru's era will end so easily. At that very moment, The fatigue level reaches 99%, but the hero still refuses to give up. He gathers whatever strength he has left and throws a spear right at the guild master. Before the guy can react, the spear is right in front of his face. However, it appears unlikely that he will die since he still has the artifact. With this, Subaru's consciousness begins to fade and he begins to think how pathetic his end was. Even though he believes he killed the blonde guy, he regrets not being alive to see it. Suddenly, a foul smell assaults his senses, followed by unfamiliar noises. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself inside a metal trash bin in a filthy alley. Confused and stunned, he wonders if he is back on Earth. A blue status screen appears before him, displaying an unfamiliar name, Hasoi Subaru, Level 1. He stares at it in shock and denial. Putting more pressure on his mind, the hero faintly accesses the memories of this body, where he witnesses him getting bullied by everyone for his name, since he is too weak. Among these insults, he hears someone saying that Subaru died 20 years ago. Lost between denial and confusion, he wonders if he is trapped in some terrible dream. Panic sets in, and he jumps out of the garbage container, collapsing onto the ground while gasping for breath. Nearby, he notices a player kit and quickly uses it to search for the Blue Eyes Guild. The results identify Blue Zone as its successor, and it doesn't seem like the guild is doing too good. As he keeps reading, his eyes land on a post referring to Itsuki as the guild master. This means that the guy is still alive. Reading this, our boy spirals back to the past when the two of them were friends. One day, while the two of them were sitting on a rooftop, the blonde guy told him that he was leaving his guild. The hero was shocked by his decision, but the guy simply told him that he would understand in time. When they met again a few years later, he had formed his own guild called Blue Zone. Back in the present, the hero reads that the guild is still stuck on the 9th floor even after 20 years, having achieved nothing of real value. As he walks through the streets while reading the news, his search suddenly stops at an image of a massive building labeled the Narukami Subaru Memorial Hall. The sight leaves him stunned. He steps inside, unable to believe his eyes, as the building is far more luxurious and grand than anything he ever imagined. Inside the hall, he sees a huge portrait of himself displayed at the center. The hero still can't figure out who would do all this for him. As he holds his head in confusion, he suddenly hears the voice of Itsuki being played over the big screen. The guy appears in a formal suit, smiling with false dignity, as he declares that Subaru and the Blue Ice Guild no longer exist, and that Blue Zone alone is the rightful heir to their noble spirit. Subaru trembles with rage at this. He feels an intense hatred toward the guildmaster, realizing that it was not enough for him to have killed him, and now he is also exploiting his memory. At that moment, the hero steps closer to his image, and silently declares his determination to rewrite this false history from the very beginning. With his eyes fixed forward, he vows not to make the same mistake and swears that he will not waste the second chance. As he stands there, a small boy bumps into him from behind and falls to the ground. The hero quickly helps the child up, checking if he is alright. When the boy lifts his face, he freezes, because he sees his old mask on the child's face. At that moment, the boy's parents rush over to check on their son, Minato. Subaru reassures them that it is nothing more than a light collision. He then notices something that leaves him speechless. The family in front of him, and in fact the entire crowd around him, are wearing masks identical to his old one. Shocked into silence, he touches his own face and looks around again, unable to believe what he is seeing. In that moment, Subaru recalls the blonde guy's sarcastic words about how he would remain an immortal hero in history, even if he died. With bitterness, the hero realizes that this scene is the living embodiment of those words. The next moment, his eyes fall on a massive portrait of himself, featuring his iconic mask, surrounded by candles and flowers arranged like a majestic funeral altar. Subaru grasps that the entire ceremony is a farce, carefully staged by the guildmaster to steal the glory of the Blue Eyes Guild and attach it to himself. As he stares at the pile of flowers, a familiar glow of blue energy catches his attention among the bouquets. He forcefully pushes through the crowd, ignoring the warnings of the people around him, and reaches the front row. Kneeling before the flower-covered altar, he picks up a distinctive blue flower that emits faint energy. He instantly recognizes its origin and is stunned to realize that it belongs to his former guild member Asajiri Shu. Meanwhile, on a rooftop nearby, Shu feels relieved that another year has passed without incident. The girl standing next to him calls his actions reckless, since they almost got caught, and asks him why it is necessary to take such a risk every year just to offer flowers. The guy takes out his hood and quietly expresses his simple hope that Subaru will one day notice the flowers he offers. The girl doubts whether the hero is still alive, but they have never seen his body with their own eyes. Still, with the threat of Itsuki lurking above, They don't have high hopes of finding him. It's already been 20 years in hiding and he still hasn't appeared to save them. As she says this, our boy rushes out of the building, gasping for breath while clutching the flower. At that moment, he becomes certain that his comrade is still alive. The scene shifts to his small, gloomy room, where he sits on his bed scrolling through a tablet, commenting on the poverty of the original owner of this body. There's no trace of the Blue Eyes Guild in the search results, yet the flower before him stands as living proof that Shu survives. The hero guesses that he is probably in hiding because of the guild master since he won't live after what he saw. He also begins to wonder if the other three managed to survive as well. In any case, he knows he can't reach out to them directly with the guild master around. He is still weak and taking any reckless step would make things worse. His biggest priority right now should be to reclaim his past strength. Based on the memories of his current body, the player qualification tutorial is about to begin, and if his comrades are still alive, he will run into them sooner or later. The scene shifts to a massive arena where the test is being conducted. A trial supervisor named Hyuga observes the candidate with a stern gaze. After defeating just 2 goblins, the guy has already reached his limit. The supervisor coldly remarks that he barely managed to pass and asks if he wants to advance to the next stage for additional rewards. Bro already knows he isn't built for this, so he refuses strongly and says that he is satisfied with just passing. Annoyed by the shouting, the supervisor threatens to fail him and presses the button to conclude his test. Even though he passes, the old man knows he won't make it past the tutorial. Among all the candidates so far, only Isaac Reinhardt's son managed to stand out after making it to the 20th stage. Everyone else was just trash. Suddenly, the old man hears footsteps approaching and checks his tablet for the player's name. He finds it interesting that he shares the same final name with the rank 1 player and comments that it's quite a burden to hold. Before he can even finish announcing the start of the test with 2 goblins, a violent gust of air passes by him. Turning in shock, he wonders if something just flew past him. Subaru stands amid splattered blood with a confident smile, confirming to himself that spending 2 days testing this body's limits was the right decision. He has discovered that this body possesses exceptional abilities far beyond his expectations. When the system asks whether he wants to attempt the next challenge, he immediately agrees, stating that he has no time to waste. Hyuga's mouth hangs open as goblin heads fly through the air. As he carefully analyzes the hero's movements, he realizes that he is not swinging his sword randomly. Instead, he is reading his opponent's movements 2 or 3 steps in advance. Watching his confident smile, the guy thinks to himself that this level of skill is impossible unless he is the incarnation of the rank 1 player himself. Our boy continues cutting down goblins with cold efficiency and incredible speed until he finally clears the 49th stage. It is now time for him to challenge the boss, and he does not hesitate at all. The ground suddenly cracks open, and a massive titan arm bursts out, sending stones flying as the boss makes its appearance. Even the supervisor panics and tries to stop him, calling him foolish and reminding him that he is not the real Subaru. Despite his warnings, our boy refuses to back down and prepares to fight the boss. The Goblin King emerges with rage as it senses the casualties made across the previous 49 stages. Hyuga continues shouting for the hero to surrender, convinced that fighting the Goblin King at this level is pure recklessness. Even Subaru knows that with his current stats, he cannot deal significant damage to the monster's hardened body. Despite this, he refuses to retreat and suddenly drops his sword. Seeing this, the supervisor nearly loses his mind, wondering if the young man has gone insane. The monster lunges forward with a crushing attack, but our boy has already noticed something unusual about the arena and is ready to exploit it. The boss suddenly halts when it feels a needle pierce its leg. The hero kneels on the ground, holding a set of sharp needles. With a sarcastic smile, he challenges the monster, proposing a contest to see who falls first. He makes it clear that before the monster can even touch him, he will turn it into a pincushion. The next moment, our boy launches the needles at lightning speed, striking the monster's eyes and face with extreme precision. Enraged, the monster swings its massive axe wildly, while the hero simply moves around it, dodging every attack. While fighting, he recalls past lessons taught by Reina about rotational force and throwing power. He remembers how she once scolded him for improper technique and taught him that if a thrower understands their center of gravity, even a fountain pen can become a lethal weapon. Applying those lessons perfectly, Subaru strikes the monster's vital points with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the exact center every time. The giant monster staggers with blood pouring from its neck and needle-riddled body. Our boy stands confidently admitting that without the training from his comrade, he couldn't have pulled this off. Meanwhile, the supervisor is in disbelief after witnessing this. The goblin corpses and needles from the previous stages don't disappear till the end of the trial, and the hero used this mechanic to his own advantage. It becomes clear that he is not relying solely on swordsmanship. He is also using throwing techniques and hidden weapons gathered from the arena to target weak points. Sweat runs down Hyuga's face as he calls him a genius, then immediately corrects himself, thinking that even that word is insufficient. The Goblin King takes its final breaths before its massive body crashes to the ground, signaling the end of the battle. Our boy calmly walks forward to retrieve his sword. Standing before the Goblin King's lifeless body, he feels no personal grudge and finishes it off. System messages appear, announcing the boss's defeat and the first ever completion of the tutorial program's 50th stage. Subaru wipes the sweat from his brow and complains that placing such a monster in a training stage is cruel, since it's still just a tutorial. Suddenly, notifications pour in for level-ups, credits, and achievement points. The tutorial shop opens, usable only at this stage. The hero freezes when he sees that he has accumulated 2,125 achievement points. He begins browsing the store and notices that normal tools are priced between 5 and 200 points, meaning he has an overwhelming surplus. Subaru's attention first settles on the unnamed Demon Blade. It is a rare weapon priced at 1,000 points, designed to increase cutting power by consuming the user's stamina and mental energy. The offer feels tempting, but our boy quickly remembers that his lightning skill already drains his health. Using the sword together with that skill would turn combat into a serious gamble. His gaze then shifts to the Holy Sword Miranda, which costs 1,400 points. This weapon reduces fatigue and allows the user to fight for longer periods. The hero realizes that what he needs right now is not raw destruction, but safety. He becomes stuck between the Demon Sword and the Holy Sword, feeling that neither is truly ideal for him. As he scrolls further down the list, he notices an F-rank skill called Wedge of Greed, also priced at 1,400 points. Its effect suppresses the side effects of skills and tools used by the player. The moment he reads this, sweat runs down his face. He has never seen such a skill before. He immediately understands that it could neutralize the negative effects of the Demon Sword, and possibly even his own lightning ability. Without hesitation, he decides to take the risk and buys both the Wedge of Greed skill and the unknown Demon Sword, spending most of his points. After summoning the Demon Sword to test it, he confirms that the synergy between the weapon and the skill is far better than expected. While he is testing it, the supervisor interrupts him, praising his choices and the compatibility of the items. However, he admits that, as an examiner, he cannot fully understand this decision and asks why he chose that skill, even though it's not truly efficient. Subaru responds with an annoyed expression and asks if he is really expected to explain every minor detail. His tone irritates the supervisor, so our boy quickly corrects his language and repeats his words politely. Hyuga lets him off since the hero has just cleared 50 stages. Looking at the supervisor, the hero recalls how he came to him as a young boy asking for his autograph. Our boy didn't really have a signature, so he had to write his name. While he is thinking, the supervisor continues lecturing him about respect and etiquettes. Despite his long lecture, the hero still refuses to answer any questions and asks him to keep everything about this exam confidential. The supervisor sighs, telling him that he is just repeating shallow nonsense from the internet and shouts threats about teaching him manners. Even after all of this, he still offers to let the hero join his nightly way guild. Subaru immediately and clearly rejects the offer. This shocks the guy since he thought he was doing him a favor. Before he can say anything else, our boy quickly opens the system window and moves to the second floor. The old man stands there with a disappointed look, thinking to himself that he might have overestimated the kid. Meanwhile, the hero arrives on the second floor called the starting grounds. The place is full of life and movement, with the streets are crowded with people trying to sell all kinds of things. Meanwhile, our boy can't help but realize that this is his second life and he needs to make it count. Memories of his old comrades sitting around a fire surface in his mind and he silently vows to avenge them and the cruel end they once met. With that in mind, he heads toward the training building and requests a private room to test his new skills and equipment. An old employee asks him lazily which floor he came from. Subaru answers briefly that he has just climbed up. The employee points toward the corridor and suggests room 1, which contains a straw dummy and is most suitable for his level. However, the hero surprises him by requesting room 5 instead. The employee stares at him in extreme disbelief and warns him that it would be a waste of money, advising him to stick with the first room. Subaru thanks him for the concern but insists on booking room 5 for 30 minutes. Despite all the warnings, the hero ends up spending 50 credits for the room and walks away. The rooms are arranged by difficulty, so it's understandable why people would look at him weird. Our boy finally enters room 5 and takes out his demon blade for a test run. Suddenly, a massive surge of red energy erupts from the blade, violently consuming his health and magic to temporarily boost his physical abilities. His level 1 Wedge of Greed skill activates instantly, resisting the sword's violent recoil and restoring a small portion of his health. However, it fails to fully suppress the effect and Subaru feels a slight increase in fatigue. He realizes that the first level of the skill is still too weak to endure this power. As the sword continues to greedily absorb his life, his combat abilities increase in direct proportion to his health loss. He understands that this is currently his maximum limit, but it still falls within his expectations. Without hesitation, he spends 10,000 credits to immediately upgrade Wedge of Greed. The skill reaches level 2, with the next upgrade requiring 20,000 credits. This upgraded version partially succeeds in resisting the sword's recoil, performing far better than before. Excited by the success of his experiment, our boy decides to test its limits. Outside, the old employee is woken up by the sound of footsteps. He notices the hero leaving and thinks of it as a dream. Then all of a sudden, he remembers that a rookie booked room 5 to 10 minutes ago and goes to check on him. However, when he opens the door, he cannot believe his eyes. Everything inside has been completely destroyed by something that doesn't seem human. Meanwhile, our boy wakes up in his hotel room, still feeling stiff from training. Sitting in the hotel lobby, he can't help but wonder what would have happened if he had a normal weapon. Still, leveling up his skill turned out to be the correct move as it allows him to actually use the blade. Reviewing his status window, he acknowledges that under normal circumstances, he would not even be able to lift a magic sword, let alone use one. Lucky for him, the synergy between Wedge of Greed and the sword is perfect, and if things go well, it'll work with lightning too. His excitement quickly fades when he checks his remaining balance, which is barely over 50 credits. Upgrading the skill further requires 20,000 credits, but right now, bro doesn't even have credits to buy food. A loud voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts. Turning around, he sees a femboy filming a live stream. The streamer enthusiastically talks about his expedition on the second floor and his memories as a newbie. A donation notification of 1,000 credits appears on the stream, further fueling his excitement. In his celebration, the streamer spills coffee on himself, but continues acting overly kind in front of the camera while thanking the donor. Our boy watches in disbelief and wonders if the man is insane. Reading about live streaming on his tablet, he learns that 1 out of every 3 players has started doing it to earn points. He finally understands that what he witnessed was a donation-based stream. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see an elegant man dressed in luxurious clothes, asking if he has also just climbed up. At that moment, our boy feels a strange reaction in his body, and he immediately realizes that the owner of his body was not in good terms with this man. The man warns him in a condescending tone not to ignore him while being spoken to. As the hero stares back, he feels scared for some reason. Tensing up, he replies that he has only just arrived on the floor. The man sits down and sarcastically remarks that he never expected someone so weak to pass the tutorial. Subaru remembers the man as Isaac. He is the same guy who cleared 20 stages in the starting exam. According to the memories of the body's owner, Isaac used to bully him every day, even hitting him for not obeying his orders. Remembering all this with bitterness, Subaru reflects on how weak the previous owner was for not doing anything about the bullying. He finally understands why he was inside a trash can when he woke up. Back in the present, Isaac proudly boasts about clearing 20 stages and breaking his father's record. He brags that even the supervisor admires him and claims he received a B rank skill as a reward, stating that it is the highest possible rank in the tutorial. In all this yapping, the guy mentions that he'll have a drink to celebrate. Hearing this, our boy casually tells him to take it easy and decides to leave. Before he can get up, Isaac suddenly orders him to stop and bring him some coffee. As the hero looks at him in confusion, the guy gets mad and asks him what is going on since he has been staring at him weirdly. Instead of being intimidated, the hero simply gets up telling him that he doesn't have any spare credit. He turns to leave, but the guy suddenly grabs his hand tightly and threatens him, reminding him of the fate of runaway trash. Subaru stares back with a cold expression and advises him to let go for his own good. Instead of letting go, the guy warns him against arrogance and calls him by name in a degrading tone. Subaru realizes that causing a scene in such a crowded place would not benefit him. Just then, Isaac starts, claiming that he was only playing with him like they did in the old days. He releases his arm and continues mocking him that he must have been out of his mind after barely passing the tutorial. While our boy stares at him in silence, the guy steps closer and with clear disdain, implies that he might be thinking of fighting back. He reminds him of his father's influence and hints that he has the power to make people disappear quietly. Laughing arrogantly, Isaac walks away and casually advises the hero to be careful. Our boy internally feels disgusted by this, since the guy just called him a friend. We learn that there are two main ways to grow stronger. The first is clearing tower trials in a virtual space, where players gain power and rewards under relative safety. Failure there only results in losing credits and progress, with no risk of real death. The second method is hunting in the real world, outside safe zones or inside dungeons. Although growth through hunting is much faster, the danger is real and lethal. Death in hunting grounds means true and permanent death, as monsters show no mercy. Because of this, most players avoid hunting and prefer the safety of virtual trials. We see several monsters dead in a dark and terrifying orc dungeon. Even though real-world hunting offers faster growth, it is extremely dangerous. Our boy sits exhausted in front of the corpse of a massive monster and realizes that safety always means slow progress, while danger brings speed. He pulls out his tablet to check the news and is shocked when he sees a live stream. Someone is impersonating him, wearing the same mask and greeting more than 8,000 followers while announcing a challenge of the third floor. Subaru feels disgusted by the many copycats exploiting his name and mask. Suddenly, a new mission appears on the stream by a person named Narukami. Subaru is an idiot, offering a reward of 20,000 credits for clearing the stage. The imposter accepts it with exaggerated gratitude and excitement. More absurd yet profitable missions appear, all with huge rewards, leaving our boy staring at the screen in disbelief. The streamer enthusiastically thanks his supporters and promises to fulfill their requests. Subaru bitterly compares this easy money-making streamer to his own situation, where he risks his life fighting monsters. He looks at his miserable balance, barely over 50 credits, and laments the huge profits that clown is making. Letting out a sorrowful sigh, he decides to return to work, acknowledging that fighting is his only option. Our boy draws his blood-stained sword and prepares to face more monsters. A new group of enraged orcs appears, and he rushes toward them. Suddenly, the boss emerges with a terrifying aura. The hero jokes that he might not have poison needles this time, but he has something even better. Using the Wedge of Greed skill, he absorbs his own health to amplify his power. With an evil smile, he declares that he can't waste time on trash monsters and crushes an orc's head with his foot. Then he launches himself forward at supernatural speed, slicing through enemy ranks, jumping over the orc general, and delivering a single decisive sword strike that kills the boss instantly. A dungeon completion notification appears as our boy stands victorious among the remains. Later, he takes out his old mask and stares at it, wondering if he is going to wear it again. Looking at himself in the mirror, he realizes that he can get a ton of viewers if he pretends to be Subaru, because in reality, he is actually him. With this, our boy finally decides to start his own live stream using his actual name. Meanwhile, in the main building of Azure Sky Entertainment, a female employee watches a live stream in anger, then suddenly screams in shock. Her colleague rushes over to ask what happened, only to see her pointing at the screen in disbelief. Turns out that she is mad at some streamers for not being able to clear a stage. Her colleague tries to calm her down and reminds her about the self-censorship system that penalizes foul language. He then asks about the streamer's identity. Still in shock, she answers that the name is Subakichi, making him wonder whether this is another Subaru ripoff or something new. She points out that the original Subaru's absence has allowed imitators to take the place of the real legend. This makes her mad since it's killing the entire platform. The guy shouts at her not to say stuff like this since these streamers are their livelihood. Waika is still mad since she thinks it's disrespectful to actual players who are trying to climb the tower. Hearing this, the guy asks her why she isn't climbing the tower herself. She casually answers that boredom was the reason and scolds him emotionally, reminding him that he also gave up. The guy thinks to himself that the only reason she started climbing the tower was to see Subaru in person. After he died, she had no motivation left to try. Suddenly, she screams again and points at the screen. Her colleague rushes over anxiously, assuming she has found another weirdo wearing Subaru's outfit. He angrily complains that she is watching a zero-view stream from the second floor and calls it an insult to her job as a talent scout. Waika, however, stares at the screen in awe and softly admits that whenever she sees someone wearing that mask, she cannot help but feel hope. Suddenly, the two of them hear a beep and the guy loses 1,000 credits for cursing earlier. Meanwhile, our boy walks through the starter dungeon on the second floor, commenting that it isn't that difficult, but he is still feeling a bit of pressure since someone is watching his stream. One of his two viewers asks him if this is his first time in this dungeon. When the hero confirms it, the guy warns him not to go further, since he is just a rookie. Suddenly, a bat monster appears in front of the hero while he is looking at the screen. Without even looking away, he grabs it and throws the monster away, asking if there is any problem with having no experience. As our boy continues moving deeper into the dungeon, his viewer count reaches 3. One of the viewers praises his quick reaction, while another one named Love Money advises him not to be greedy and to wait for a team. The hero thanks him for the advice, but politely rejects it, stating that it is not possible since prefers to challenge things alone. This provokes mocking reactions from viewers, who expect his inevitable downfall. Ignoring their sarcastic comments accusing him of exploiting Narukami Subaru's name for views, he focuses on a new monster that appears before him. A mud nymph leaps from the ground, but our boy dodges skillfully and delivers a fatal blow with his demonic sword. He decides to test his limits and see how far he can go. Another monster defeat notification appears, granting him 2 points, while viewers stare in disbelief at what they just witnessed. Suddenly, a group of bats and mud nymphs emerge in front of him. The hero charges like a hurricane, cutting down monsters left and right with his glowing red sword. Viewers are stunned by his speed and power, struggling to comprehend what they are seeing. Successive notifications appear as monsters fall, and he gains more achievement points. In the pitch darkness of the cave, he explains to his followers how focusing on sound alone allows one to locate enemies and estimate their numbers. Meanwhile, mocking comments continue, accusing him of lying and pretending to have knowledge despite being a beginner. Subaru touches his mask, thinking that if they knew the truth, they would understand what is going on in his mind. Still, the doubtful comments keep coming. Our boy reminds himself that the points he has collected so far are still insufficient, and he wants to earn as many achievement points as possible before leaving this place. Viewers notice him going forward and mock him for not doing any research. Suddenly, our boy stops and looks up. He freezes in shock at the sight before him. The ceiling of the cave is completely covered with countless one-eyed bats. All of them open their glowing red eyes at once. Viewers are convinced that Subaru is certain to die this time. At that moment, a mission notification appears from a viewer offering only 100 credit in exchange for killing all the monsters. Everyone thinks that the guy wants him to die and jokes about it. Subaru, however, calmly accepts the challenge, shocking everyone, and sincerely thanks the viewer for the 100 credits. The scene shifts back to the broadcasting company, where Kayaharu sits angrily, slamming his desk in frustration over a player since he retired before clearing the 6th floor. He apologizes for disturbing the girl, but she is fully focused on something else. When he asks her what it is, she reacts in shock, making him think that she is referring to his gambling. However, it turns out that she is still watching Subaru's stream, and right now our boy is going crazy on those bats. Viewers flood the comments in disbelief, unable to accept that this is happening on the 2nd floor at a beginner level. In the middle of the battle, our boy recalls the words of his former guild member, Shu. He once praised him, saying that even when he changes his sword's direction mid-strike, his breathing and focus never waver. It looks as if he cuts everything down in one blow, but in reality, he calculates the enemy's fluid movements in advance, and plans his actions accordingly. The hero remembers replying that he does not think about anything special, which only confused the guy further. Returning to reality, our boy continues tearing through the bats and advancing forward. While fighting groups, he does not target enemies individually. Instead, he explains to the viewers that one-eyed bats always attack head first, and the greater their numbers, the bigger the openings they leave. By taking advantage of their collective rush, he breaks through them all at once. The comments begin to argue against his explanation, saying it does not really clarify anything. One viewer mocks it by comparing it to saying that moving your legs forward lets you walk. At that moment, one of his first viewers reminds him to accept the credit reward. The hero suddenly remembers this, and starts tapping his tablet in confusion. However, he can't figure out how to claim it. Eventually, with one of the viewers guiding him, he completes the task and receives 1 credit. Our boy then tells him followers that he will be pushes further, and starts walking. His balance rises to 150 credits, and his achievement points reach 118. Back at the broadcasting company, Weika suddenly screams loudly, startling the guy. She points at the screen in shock, and asks whether he has ever seen anything like this before. Her colleague tries to calm her down and reminds her that this is only a second-floor stream, but she seems to be fully convinced that this streamer is actually the real Subaru. The guy watches her with concern, and notices that she always loses her composure whenever Subaru is involved. Weika becomes so excited that she feels dizzy and starts seeing him with her eyes closed. Her colleague gets weirded out, and seriously asks whether she is thinking about recruiting this guy. The two of them continue to go back and forth about this, and the scene shifts to our boy again. He reaches the end of the dungeon, where a massive gate stands before him. As he enters, he finds himself facing a huge wolf-like monster that has been waiting calmly. The monster reveals itself as Wolf Warrior Greg. Viewers comment that the monster is aura farming, and even admit to failing 8 times before he let them pass. Suddenly, a new mission appears, stating that the hero must gain the recognition of the Wolf Warrior in order to pass through the gate. Wolf Warriors are not hunting monsters, but gatekeepers that tests players' strength and decides whether they are worthy of moving forward. While our boy is standing there, another mission appears offering 3,000 credits in exchange for defeating the Wolf Warrior. Subaru is visibly shocked, and even his viewers doubt that the guy is ever going to pay up. Moments later, the giant Wolf Warrior slowly gets up on his feet and looks at our boy, wondering if he has another customer. As the two stand face to face, the Wolf Warrior stares at the hero and asks if he really came here without a party. Our boy casually remarks that it is obvious he is alone. The wolf sniffs him, and comments that he is an interesting human who carries the scent of a great warrior. Hearing this, the viewers start commenting that the warrior called them disgusting and gross. The hero recalls internally that wolf warriors possess a special sense of smell that allows them to perceive not just a person's scent, but their very essence. The wolf then declares that Subaru is qualified to move forward and announces the end of the test, allowing him to pass. Viewers are stunned by this unexpected outcome. The hero is also confused since this didn't happen in his previous life. Still, he refuses to pass and mentions that he didn't came here for the door. The wolf reacts in shock, asking whether he means he came for him. Our boy calmly confirms this and explains that someone has commissioned him to kill him. The wolf bares its sharp teeth with a savage grin and admits that he truly possesses the spirit of a great warrior, just as expected. Meanwhile, at Azure Sky Entertainment headquarters, Department Head John Tail types rapidly while asking them about the streamer they just discovered. The guy nervously answers that it is around 20, but Weika interrupts coldly and corrects him, saying it has already surpassed 30. The manager takes off his glasses and asks them if they are joking. He scolds them harshly, implying that he is fully aware of their gambling and habit of watching streams during work hours. The girl ignores his scolding entirely and keeps muttering that the number has reached 30. This only fuels his anger, and he snaps that the number does not matter. The department head suggests that instead of wasting time, she should start streaming herself since she actually has the talent. However, instead of listening, she keeps giving a live report of the viewer's count, annoying him even further. Back in the dungeon, our boy stands before the wolf warrior, who growls and prepares to tear him apart. The hero grips his sword tightly, internally reminding himself to stop overthinking and focus only on the fight. At that moment, the unnamed demon sword begins absorbing energy. He steadies his breathing to maintain control. The level 2 Wedge of Greed skill suppresses the sword's side effects, allowing him to fight in his usual style, even though this is his first time doing so in this new body. The wolf attacks with its sharp claws, but our boy manages to put his sword up and blocks in time. Without giving him a break, the monster launches a relentless series of attacks that causes him to slide back a bit. Our boy quickly realizes that he can't compete with the wolf warrior in terms of physical strength alone. The wolf continues its assault and praises Subaru's resilience as a warrior, but confidently declares that he cannot defeat it. Our boy keeps defending and retreating, making his viewers think that he is about to lose. While trying to defend himself, our boy ends up against a wall. He thinks to himself that sometimes you have to rely on methods other than brute strength. Before delivering his finishing blow, the wolf declares that he has entertained him well. However, when he finally strikes, our boy bursts out of the dust and counters, remarking that those words were originally his. He points out that the wolf's attack patterns are so predictable that he can even fight him with his eyes closed. Moving swiftly, he dodges the wolf's bite and claws with ease and exploits the opening to deliver a direct cutting strike across its body. He follows with a crushing vertical slash that tears through the wolf's chest, blood spraying everywhere. While taking his final breaths, the wolf warrior acknowledges his strength and calls him a great warrior. With this, he sees a system notification announcing his victory. His level increases twice, along with boosts to strength and agility. Notifications confirm increases in concentration and mana, and he receives 500 achievement points at once. The livestream comments explode with shock and disbelief that a single person defeated this monster alone. Subaru breathes, and finally announces that he defeated the beast. The viewer count reaches 56, and people praise the boldness of the one who sent the impossible mission. After getting his credits, the hero promises to use them effectively. Since he has cleared the dungeon, the massive gate before him begins to open slowly. While walking out, our boy suddenly senses a strange vibration in the atmosphere, which viewers also notice through the screen. A large interface appears, showing multiple trial paths such as ice, fire, earth, poison, metal, soul, thunder, and more. The screen fills with available choices, shocking the viewers. One mentions that the maximum number of trails is 16 and explains that the number of choices is directly proportional to a player's talent. Our boy ignores all options and fixes his gaze on the thunder trial. Viewers excitedly encourage him, saying it suits him perfectly since he is literally cosplaying as Subaru. After confirming his choice, he calmly steps out of the gate. Meanwhile, at the Azure Sky Entertainment building, Weika jumps out of her seat in joy at Subaru's victory. She excitedly shows her phone to her colleagues, saying the viewer count has reached 60 in record time, and that 13 trial options have appeared. The department head watches nervously, drenched in sweat. He admits that defeating the Wolf Warrior, which had never been beaten before, is truly impressive. However, he quickly reminds himself that the streamer is still a beginner on the second floor, and investing in him now would be extremely risky. The girl still refuses to back down. In front of her stunned colleagues, she makes a bold bet. She proposes that if the hero fails to master the thunder element, both she and her colleague Kayaharu will work on a fixed salary for 5 years. But if he succeeds, the manager must sign a contract with the streamer without any excuses. Her colleague is shocked and tries to object, shouting that this has nothing to do with him and that he does not even know this guy, while pushing the girl away. The department head smiles, asking the girl if she truly believes he can master thunder, since the only person who has successfully done that was the original Subaru. The girl laughs and comments that they'll never know until they try. Hearing this, John agrees to the bet. The scene shifts back to the test arena, where the system announces the start of the thunder trial. Looking around, our boy wonders where he is when suddenly someone shouts a warning and rushes forward, pushing him away just in time. A massive explosion follows, and something heavy crashes into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. When the dust settles, the hero notices a giant monster holding a massive weapon. The guy who saved him shouts at him, asking if he is really trying to die. At the same time, a system message appears informing the hero that his mission is to defeat the fragment of the Titan race. Subaru kneels on the ground in shock, wondering why such a monster has appeared here. The viewers also begin questioning why a monster from the Titan race appeared during the lightning test. Our boy stares at it nervously and quickly realizes that it is a boss-class monster that should only appear in the second half of the test. As the Titan prepares to attack, he wonders if killing the Wolf Warrior Greg has changed something about this trial. The Titan swings its massive club into the ground, causing widespread destruction. Subaru narrowly dodges the attack and recalls that despite its size, the monster is weaker than the Wolf Warrior. The person who saved the hero earlier yells at him, accusing him of wasting that effort and ordering him to run immediately. Our boy decides to end the battle quickly before any further interference. He draws his sword and increases his stats to prepare for the monster's next attack. As the Titan finally attacks, he leaps back, causing it to hit the ground instead. Instead of retreating, our boy launches himself forward and runs along the monster's arm at lightning speed. The creature becomes confused, unable to understand what is happening until he leaps into the air behind it. The hero lands on the Titan's shoulder and drives his sword in deeply. The monster roars in pain, but he remains cold and focused, irritated by the noise. With a decisive final strike, he silences it permanently, causing the monster to collapse lifelessly to the ground. A system message announces the defeat of the fragment of the Titan and confirms that the fourth stage is cleared. Viewers watching the stream are stunned and cannot understand how he reached the fourth stage so suddenly. Notifications appear, informing him that his level has increased, along with boosts to strength, speed, stamina, and mana. He also receives 4,000 achievement points and 2 rare items, the Titan's Heart and an item called Thunder. Comments flood in, expressing shock at the generous rewards and the unprecedented achievement of clearing stages 1 through 4 in a single sequence after defeating the Wolf Warrior. The man who saved Subaru earlier runs back toward him, out of breath. Viewers identify him as Falcon. He is visibly shaken and struggles to process what he just witnessed. The hero calmly wipes his sword and indirectly implies that the answer to his question is obvious. He strikes a heroic pose and declares that he is here to defeat the Titan, though the comments mock him for being too dramatic. The scene shifts to a peaceful village. Our boy enters an inn and sits on the bed to rest. Suddenly, the viewers start demanding to see the items he obtained, expecting them to be magic or high-rank equipment. The hero agrees with a smile, admitting that he is also curious. He first displays the Titan's heart, which is a ring that increases stamina and improves healing. Our boy believes it's nice to have an accessory-type item, so he's satisfied with it. Next, he shows Thunder, which is a rare armor that increases defense, carries thunder attributes, and has an active skill that can negate negative status effects once per day. Our boy equips it immediately, and starts to look more like himself in the past. A new mission suddenly appears from another viewer, offering 5,000 credits if he can obtain the Thunder ability. Similar missions arrive from other followers, all offering large sums just to see him use that ability. Subaru thanks everyone sincerely and promises to show them lightning power soon. As he looks at the screen, he wonders why so many people are specifically waiting for the Thunder ability. He begins to wonder if he was more extraordinary than he imagined in his past life. A knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. He allows the visitor inside, and Falcon enters with a handsome knight wearing shining armor. He introduces the knight respectfully as Lord Peleus, the commander of the village knights. The man then explains that Titan attacks have been increasing and confirms that the knights are on full alert at all times. Villagers have been advised to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. This is the reason they found it strange to see an outside here. The knight commander thanks the hero on behalf of the villagers, acknowledging that he protected the village in his absence. Our boy responds modestly, saying he only did what felt natural. Observing the commander closely, he recognizes him as a brave knight who stands like a fortress for the village. The man reveals that they have successfully located the Titan leader during reconnaissance and declares his intention to risk his life and surround the enemy in its domain. He then bows before Subaru and humbly asks for help in saving the village from this imminent threat. Meanwhile, several comments appear on the live stream with some trying to warn the knight commander. Our boy already knows that Peleus is supposed to die in the next stage. Despite knowing this fate, he shakes his hand and agrees to cooperate. As the commander thanks him, a system notification announces the start of the 5th stage, titled Survival. As the knight commander leads them away from the village, our boy notices that people are commenting more frequently on his live stream. This means he can't really talk back to them like before. Suddenly, Peleus orders everyone to stop and points forward at a sleeping Titan. Turns out it's their leader and the commander plans to face it directly while the hero attacks from behind. However, Subaru interrupts him, having sensed something wrong in the surrounding atmosphere. His eyes widen as he realizes that the leader is not alone. The ground splits open and multiple Titans appear from all directions. It is a carefully prepared trap. Smiling monsters with eerie expressions surround the knights in a tight ambush. Peleus freezes in shock as chaos erupts. A Titan manages to catch one of the knights and before anyone can save him, he gets split in half. Witnessing this, the commander shouts at everyone to retreat. One of the knights tries to go back to save his brother but the captain repeats his order, reminding them of their families and the village depending on them. He assigns Falcon to lead the withdrawal and secure their escape. Turning to the hero, Peleus begs him to run as well so that he can reorganize and fight again another day. Our boy takes out his sword and replies that he should be the one to leave. The commander is confused and asks him what he means. The hero walks towards the Titan army and mentions that he won't be able to move freely if he is around and they both might end up dying. After resisting at first, the commander finally agrees, promising to gather the soldiers. As he retreats, he shouts his gratitude and begs Subaru to stay alive. With him gone, our boy charges at the Titan army telling them that he is their opponent. He moves between their legs at lightning speed, striking with precision and dropping enemies one after another. System notifications appear, confirming the death of 2 Titans and earning him 20 achievement points. As he fights, Subaru admits to himself that even if this is just a test, he can't afford to leave anyone behind. While running away, the commander stops for a bit and looks back, torn by guilt and fear, as the hero is surrounded. Viewers begin calling the situation suicidal, pointing out that he didn't need to stay back and fight. But our boy thinks differently. Remembering Peleus' fate in the original story, he realizes that with his current strength, he may be able to change it. With this, our boy continues fighting and starts cutting through the Titans one by one. As he cuts through the giants, he receives 10 experience points for each kill. Even though it's not that hard to kill them one by one, our boy knows that he doesn't have much time left to borrow the Demon Blade's power. He knows that he needs to find the boss quickly. In order to see properly, he climbs on top of one of the Titans and jumps up while slicing his head in half. Afterwards, he jumps on another Titan and leaps away. Our boy literally starts using the Titans as jump pads and begins moving forward. The viewers are beyond impressed and even compare him to the original Subaru since air combat was his specialty. While moving, the hero gets a notification informing him that he is recovering his stamina and mana thanks to Wedge of Greed. This makes him a bit relieved since it makes things easier for him, but he knows that it won't last long. Just as moves forward, he notices the same Titan in front of him who was pretending to sleep earlier. Our boy knows he is the boss and rushes towards him. The Titan boss also notices him and prepares to attack. While internally praying for it to work, Subaru unleashes his thunderclap ability, causing a huge burst of thunder to come out of his body. The loud noise and the bright light make all the Titans disoriented. Taking advantage of this situation, the hero leaps forward and stabs the leader directly in his head. His sword pierces through the Titan's thick skull, putting him down. A system message announces the defeat of the Titans and the successful completion of the 5th survival stage, declaring it an extraordinary achievement. His level increases by 2, along with an increase in his overall attributes. The livestream chat explodes with shock, since no one has ever defeated the Titan boss. Our boy looks up in a dramatic fashion and thinks to himself if he were a manga protagonist, this would be the perfect time for him to end everything. However, he doesn't get that luxury in his life since his Wedge of Greed skill fails to resist the sword's negative status. Subaru lands on the ground, gasping for air. He knows that even if he finishes the stage, the monsters will keep on coming until he finishes the actual trial. Ironically, this was the same mechanic he used to abuse in order to get more points. However, now that he is losing his strength, the Titans are slowly closing in. Just as one Titan is about to crush him, a devastating bolt of black and golden thunder descends from the sky and strikes Subaru directly, causing a massive explosion. The scene shifts to a distant, peaceful location. Deep in a forest, we see a woman sitting outside a wooden cabin watching something on her phone. Shu steps out of the cabin and asks why she is sitting outside. The girl explains that the weather is pleasant and the air feels clean, adding that moments like these are the only peace left to enjoy. He looks seriously toward the horizon and agrees, stating that time is almost up. At most, they have only 1 year left. Looking back, he realizes that the girl is still distracted by her phone and remarks that she always behaves this way when things get serious. Curious, he asks what has captured her attention. She shows him the screen, revealing an image of a masked man who calls himself Narukami Subaru. Shu's eyes widen in shock as he blurts out the name, but Reina coldly interrupts him and explains that this is not the Subaru they know. She shows him the live stream and clarifies that this is merely a streamer using the same name while currently taking the second floor test. As the guy stares at the screen in disbelief, she firmly states that if the hero had truly survived that day, Itsuki would have been dead by now. The white-haired guy doesn't want to hear any of this, so he ends the discussion and leaves, telling her to forget it. She calls out to him, sharply asking how long he plans to hide in that boy's shadow. Shu coldly counters by asking why she herself is watching the stream if she truly believes that. The girl responds that she is only killing time. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she stares at the screen. Noticing her reaction, he also looks and freezes in disbelief. Back on the battlefield, a massive explosion of golden lightning shatters the ground and blasts the Titans in every direction. As the dust settles, our boy stands amid an electrical aura. A system notification appears, announcing that he has acquired the Thunder skill and asks if he wants to continue the trial or transfer out. Witnessing all this, the chat erupts in disbelief. The hero himself is stunned, realizing that this place should not have been where the skill was learned. According to the skill description, it's an A+ rank ability that drains the user's stamina and mana in order to use Thunder. As the Titans begin regrouping, our boy silently thanks fate for surviving. Since he has acquired Thunder, he can now claim the rewards for all the missions he received from his viewers. This puts him at a total of 20,000 credits. Remembering that gratitude should be returned, he prepares to fight again. As the remaining Titans roar and charge toward him, our boy spends all of his 20,000 credits on upgrading his skill and prepares to put on a show for his viewers. Now that his skill can resist the violent backlash of his Thunder ability, he decides to start by using it on his hand. When the Titans get close, he envelopes his sword with thunder and prepares to go wild like the old days. The next moment, Subaru brings the sword down with immense force, creating a massive rift of red energy and lightning that tears through every single Titan in front of him. Even though it's a powerful ability, it leaves him drained and he realizes that he misjudged how much energy to use. Suddenly, his body starts to wobble and his sword sinks into the ground to support him. At that moment, a group of armored knights led by the commander rushes toward him. Commander Peleus spots him collapsing and shouts in shock as he runs forward. Subaru's exhausted body gives in and he starts losing consciousness. In those final moments, he sees the commander running towards him and mutters in surprise that he actually came. Elsewhere, we see Weika sitting anxiously on her chair while waiting for a response from the hero. Her colleague asks the department head if it's really that big of a deal, but the guy simply tells him that he doesn't know how women think. Meanwhile, the girl is having a panic attack since she believes that Subaru might not like the email she sent. The others are confused and ask her what she is worried about since it's just a business email. The girl shouts back admitting that she is a devoted fan of the actual Subaru before being a manager, so she can't help it. She mentions that in the past, only the real Subaru had the Thunder ability, but now his clones have also started to acquire it. Her boss smirks, commenting that it's not something that anyone can obtain, which means that this new streamer might be someone special. While they are talking, Kayahara gets a notification on his phone and tells them that the streamer has read their email. This makes the girl excited, but all of it goes away when he reveals that their email was left unseen. Meanwhile, in a high-tech studio, Hawkeyes, a streamer specializing in combat analysis, prepares to go live. Known for his sharp insight and deep knowledge of the streaming world, he has crushed competitors and secured an unshakable position. He reviews clips of multiple players, including Kurikawa Amon, who recently joined the Blue Zone and is climbing the tower at insane speed. He also highlights the leader of Blue Zone, who has now become the greatest player in the world after the hero died 20 years ago. Today, however, his analysis focuses on the cross-generational legend, Narukami Subaru. He firmly states that regardless of opinions, the Thunder's skill belongs exclusively to this man. As the stream begins, Hawkeyes energetically greets his followers and announces that he is covering the hottest player of the moment. He starts reviewing the combat footage and warns viewers not to judge too quickly. What he sees soon leaves him stunned. Sweat drips down his face as he stares at the screen in disbelief, marveling at the player's focus. He explains that the hero learned the Thunder skill moments ago, yet already uses it beyond human limits. Hawkeyes points out that he controls the skill with extreme precision, injecting exactly the required amount of energy into his sword without wasting a single drop. He confirms that such precise control and flawless judgment means Subaru makes no mistakes throughout the fight. Wondering where such a monster came from, the analyst realizes that most of his viewers don't even know what is going on. With absolute confidence, he declares that this boy will undoubtedly become a major name, and that he will personally keep watching him. Before ending his analysis, Hawkeyes remembers his closing remark. With a serious gaze and shining eyes, he declares that purely in terms of control, this new player might even surpass the original Narukami Subaru at his peak. Meanwhile, inside the tower's break room, our boy wakes up on his bed, gasping for air. System messages appear, stating that the 6th stage is pending, and that his physical fatigue has fully healed. The hero decides to temporarily pause his attempt. Although the system allows it due to his cleared stage and 0 fatigue, he feels that while his body has recovered, his mind remains exhausted. He picks up his device and thanks his followers for watching. Just then, the hero notices that his viewer count has increased up to 700, which makes him wonder why everyone is watching him. He apologizes and informs them that he will stream after taking a day off. After ending the stream, he leaves the break room and heads toward the waiting area. While walking, he checks his phone and notices an incoming message from Weika of Azure Sky Entertainment's management department, reminding him to check out the email they sent him earlier. Subaru stares at the phone and wonders if this is just random spam. The name Azure Sky Entertainment sounds unfamiliar to him. The scene shifts to a classic outdoor cafe, where Subaru sits while drinking coffee and browsing his phone. He looks up information about the company and learns that it is a massive multi-channel network that mainly manages streamers and invests heavily in supporting them. He is surprised at how much the world has changed, to the point where companies now specialize entirely in this field. He realizes that Azure Sky is one of the major leaders in the entertainment industry. Subaru then reads comments discussing Hawkeye's analysis of him. As he scrolls through the chaotic comment section, he realizes that the streamer works with Azure Sky Entertainment. Even though Hawkeye's is meant for his bluntness, the hero admits that he knows his stuff. Outside the cafe, Isaac stands while holding his phone, angrily reading an excerpt from the analysis that claims the new Subaru may surpass the original Narukami Subaru at his peak in terms of control. He mutters in disgust, calling the hero nothing more than a rookie who barely reached the 2nd floor. He burns with anger, cursing the streamer and swears that once he clears this stage, he will personally make them regret it. As he enters the cafe in a bad mood, he notices our boy sitting at a distance. This makes him even more furious since he can't avoid seeing him everywhere. Isaac deliberately walks past his table and bumps into the table hard, causing hot coffee to spill all over his clothes. The hero quickly jumps up from the heat and notices the guy standing there. Isaac acts as if it was an accident, then feigns surprise upon recognizing Subaru. Standing over him with a provocative smile, he comments that they have been running into each other a lot lately and that the second floor is truly small. He rudely offers to buy him a new coffee, sarcastically adding that he should be grateful since he is always broke. Our boy ignores him and starts to leave. This makes the guy mad, and he calls out to him asking if he has gone mad. Enraged, Isaac grabs Subaru by the collar and insults him, threatening to crush him just like before and wipe that arrogant look off his face. Instead of getting mad, our boy apologizes coldly and states that he does not have time for such nonsense. He grabs his wrist and forces it away from his collar, squeezing it with immense strength. Isaac's expression instantly twists in shock and pain, and he wonders if the kid has always been this strong. The hero steps back and coldly tells him to consider it payment for the coffee, thanking him for the treat before leaving. The guy loses control and shouts after him, ordering him to come back, but the hero exits the cafe without looking back. After our boy leaves, the bully mutters in frustration, thinking that he only wanted to climb the tower peacefully. He curses both Narukami Subaru and Hasoi Subaru, believing that the two of them have pushed his anger to its absolute limit. Meanwhile, our boy looks at his tablet and remembers something he forgot. He pulls out his phone to reply to a message. Elsewhere, Weiko relaxes in her bathtub while playing with a rubber duck when she receives a surprising message from the hero telling her to meet in person. The scene shifts to a dark dungeon where the corpses of monsters lie scattered through the waterways. Our boy enters the boss room, gripping his sword as it glows with radiant energy, ready for a decisive confrontation. A system message confirms that the Wedge of Greed skill is resisting the recoil of the demon blade. The hero notes that he is slowly getting used to his new body. Suddenly, the flaming dungeon boss appears and rushes at our boy. He knows that he needs to figure out his limits so he can avoid making the same mistake like last time. As the monster runs down the wall, he charges his thunder ability in his legs and leaps upward. For a moment, Subaru gets a glimpse of his past self performing the same action. At the same time, the fire lizard releases its flames towards him. Our boy lunges forward at supernatural speed, tearing through wind and flames as he collides violently with the monster's attack. Since he is using the thunder ability in addition to the demon blade, his passive skill fails to resist the negative effect of the blade, causing his fatigue to rise up. Despite the pain, our boy continues his assault and delivers a decisive, powerful strike that tears through the monster amid a massive energy explosion. The system announces that the dungeon is cleared. He levels up in his strength, stamina, and mana increase. He exits the dungeon and returns to the dark forest, noticing that the stamina drain is lower than expected. Checking his fatigue index at 61, he concludes that he can safely increase his energy output further. However, anxiety lingers as he looks at the upgrade cost for Wedge of Greed, which requires 40,000 credits. He finds the doubled cost for leveling brutal and extremely expensive. As he walks, he takes a deep breath and wishes that someone would suddenly appear and offer him a good job to solve his financial problems. At that moment, he senses someone in front of him asking whether he is going hunting. He stops and turns to see Isaac emerging from between the trees with a malicious smile, approaching confidently. The bully remarks in a sarcastic, chilling tone that they have known each other for a long time, yet he still manages to surprise him. Our boy looks at him coldly and calls him persistent and annoying. The bully admits that he thought carefully about it, but that his anger reached a point where he could no longer suppress it. He steps closer and suggests in a threatening tone that they should finally settle their score and end everything. Subaru shows no fear and instead seems a bit annoyed since the guy is wasting his time. The scene shifts to the city at night, where Hawkeyes walks alone before entering his favorite cafe. He hears someone calling him and turns to see Azure Sky Entertainment's John sitting behind him. They sit together and the analyst welcomes him, mentioning that it has been a long time since they last met. The manager asks about his live streaming work. Hawkeyes explains with a smile that his viewer numbers remain stable because the viewers are mostly the same. The manager comments calmly that slow and steady growth is the healthiest and most sustainable path. Hawkeye sets his cup aside and curiously asks for the real reason behind the meeting, realizing this is not just a casual chat. The manager reveals his purpose and asks seriously about the Subaru clone, questioning whether he truly meant such high praise. The analyst confidently confirms that the rookie possesses raw talent that surpasses even the original Narukami Subaru at his peak, but clarifies that climbing the tower and reaching those heights is a completely different matter. The manager smiles at his precise assessment and reveals his intention to recruit the new guy into their agency. Hearing this, the analyst laughs, praising his sharp insight, but points out that the rookie's fame and viewer count are still low for their company. John admits that he is right, but after hearing his analyses, he thinks the two of them should do a collab to help him increase his viewers. Meanwhile, back in the forest, our boy stands face to face with the bully. The guy calls him an idiot for wandering into a dungeon and comments that he should have taken his advice. He warns the hero not to mistake himself for the legendary Narukami Subaru or dream of mastering the thunder skill. Isaac's rage intensifies as he curses that name, gripping his shoulder and threatening him. Our boy sighs since he also didn't expect to end up in an age where everyone was trying to become the real Subaru. He decides to confront the bully directly and questions the true reason behind his intense hatred, wondering if it is really just about his name since most people have no problem with it. Isaac's fury erupts as he reacts violently, dragging his father into the conversation, leaving the hero silently questioning what that has to do with anything. The bully keeps criticizing the actual Subaru. During this, he reveals that his father's name is Reinhardt. The moment our boy hears this, he realizes that the guy is talking about the one-swordsman. His memories pull him back to a shocking incident that once shook the entire tower. At that time, unbelievable news spread everywhere. Narukami Subaru, an Earthling player who appeared like a comet, defeated the one-swordsman. The battle ended in a single strike and lasted less than 30 seconds. Our boy clearly remembers Reinhardt screaming while drenched in blood, still trying to fight before collapsing into the crater created by Subaru's strike. The scene snaps back to reality. Isaac is now shouting like a madman and warning the hero not to take that name lightly. At last, the hero understands that Isaac's hatred is not personal, but comes from resentment toward his father's shattered title. He gives him a sharp, angry look and scolds him, questioning whether he has any idea how much suffering Hasoi endured because of this petty grudge. Hearing this, the guy explodes with rage and orders the hero to stay quiet. Flames begin glowing around his body as he prepares to attack. He releases his fiery power and declares that there is no need for further talk, ordering our boy to die quickly. As the flames rise, the bully hysterically admits that he hates Narukami Subaru so much it makes him sick. He blames him for turning guild leaders arrogant as well. With a demonic smile amid the fire, Isaac announces that those arrogant people are now rotting in hell and that this is their just punishment. He launches a massive fireball toward the hero, claiming that gaining that name was the end of his luck. A huge explosion follows, filling the area with fire and smoke. The bully covers his face and pretends to feel regret, sarcastically lamenting that he failed to control his power and killed his friend in such a horrible way. As he looks at his burning hand, he coldly decides that his next target will be the masked streamer. Suddenly, a voice speaks from within the flames, questioning which masked person he is referring to. Isaac looks ahead in shock to witness our boy coming out of the flames wearing that same mask. His eyes widen in disbelief and he mutters that it is impossible. Panic sets in as he wonders how the hero managed to withstand his flames without a single injury. Without warning, our boy rushes forward and lands a devastating punch on his chest. He then slams him into the ground, drawing another scream. The bully staggers while vomiting blood, unable to understand how someone he thought was weak can deal such severe internal damage. Subaru stands over him and asks him a simple question about who is truly standing before him. He removes his mask and asks him to decide whether he is the bullied Hasoi Subaru, the masked streamer Narukami Subaru, or the blue-eyed Narukami Subaru himself. The guy refuses to believe it and thinks that he is claiming to be the streamer. Regaining his balance, he stands up and mocks the thunder skill, claiming it is nothing special if someone like him can learn it. Forming fiery claws, he arrogantly asks if the hero truly believes he can win at this level, boasting that mastering this skill proves he has surpassed even the original Narukami Subaru. Isaac charges with a sweeping, fiery attack, screaming his superiority. However, the hero moves at lightning speed and instantly slices off his arm with a single sword strike. Shock freezes the bully in place as our boy calmly tells him that his answer was wrong. This causes him to tremble in fear as he realizes that the man in front of him is actually the real Subaru. However, the realization comes a bit too late as our boy quickly slashes him in half. Isaac staggers on his feet with blood spraying from his body. As he falls down, the hero simply puts his mask back on and comments that he should think of this as payment for borrowing his friend's body. The scene shifts to a quiet cafe where everyone is staring at the hero for wearing that mask. Meanwhile, our boy thinks about his strategy as a streamer, deciding not to show his face to the viewers. Moments later, Weika approaches him and apologizes nervously for being late. Her cheeks turn red as she introduces herself and explains that she is the person he contacted. The hero shakes her hand and introduces himself by his streamer name. After taking a closer look, the girl realizes that this guy looks exactly like the actual Subaru. The hero interrupts her thoughts by loudly asking if something is wrong, startling her. She remembers her boss's strict warning to leave a good first impression and earn the client's trust, and realizes with despair that she is already messed up. Our boy then asks if she was a fan of the old Narukami Subaru. She instantly responds with unfiltered excitement, admitting she is an extremely passionate fan. Subaru tries to calm her down and explains that he is not the original, but the girl admits that she is also a fan of his. She starts yapping and explains that she has followed him since his viewer count was 0. The hero is stunned by how accurately she remembers every detail, even events he himself has forgotten. He smiles beneath his mask, recalling how clueless he was at the start, and feels admiration that she watched him even then. Wika tightens her fist with excitement, claiming that their meeting was destiny, and reveals that this is why she begged the company to assign her to manage him. Regaining her composure, she decides to act professionally and earn his trust. She pulls out a prepared contract and begins summarizing the clauses, explaining that they will help increase the value of his brand name through ads and stream clips. Reading the contract, our boy asks what he needs to do in return. She simply explains that he only needs to continue streaming the way he already is. Subaru is surprised and wonders if being a streamer is really this comfortable. She explains that this is because he is the first person to master the lightning skill, and the entire company, from the department head downward, holds him in high regard. When the girl asks if everything is to his liking, he interrupts her, questioning if the other managers at her company are also like her. Wika misunderstands it and starts explaining that everyone else is way cooler than her. Meanwhile, our boy wonders if the average level for players has gone up so much that someone like her has to work as a manager. He realizes that he'll face much stronger players from now on, and decides to pick up the pace. Seeing him lost in thought, the girl starts to worry that he might actually reject the contract. However, the hero offers her a handshake and mentions that she seems like someone he can trust. The girl almost starts crying in excitement as she finally shakes his hand. Later, Subaru starts a live stream, and the viewer count instantly rises to 700. Our boy notices the unusually high number of viewers, and quickly realizes that this sudden influx is the result of Wika's advertising and pre-promotion. Without wasting time, he shifts into a serious mindset and continues forward. It's finally time for him to attempt the 6th stage called Legend. The atmosphere immediately shifts into something dark, rainy, and oppressive. We see several knights gathered at the meeting table where the commander asks them about the hero. They inform him that he is still unconscious, with some even doubting that he can be trusted since he is an outsider. The skepticism grows as one of them suggests that unless the commander witnessed it himself, he may have been deceived. He even wonders whether the monster defeated was truly the boss, or merely some grunt. The commander becomes furious at these remarks and scolds his men for speaking so disrespectfully about their savior. At that moment, the tent door opens, and a knight enters with the hero behind him. Peleus rushes towards Subaru, warmly welcoming him. Our boy thanks him for his help and mentions that he can walk on his own now. The other knights watch him with suspicion, whispering among themselves that he does not look strong. The hero notices their gazes and confronts one of them directly, asking if he truly doesn't believe he killed the boss. Turns out that Waka told him about a feature where his voice could only be heard by his viewers. He uses that to his advantage and starts aura farming in front of his viewers. This works well and everyone starts praising his confidence. Among the knights, gray-bearded guy named Dale steps forward and offers his hand. The hero shakes his hand and comments that this is their first meeting. The knight confirms it, saying that he was away protecting the village but everything still got destroyed. This surprises our boy since he has already killed the leader. Dale explains that long ago, the true titans waged a war against gods and were sealed away. The monsters he fought earlier were just their fragments. However, after he killed the boss, one of the ancient titans rampaged the village. The stream comments explode with shock as viewers wonder if this is even possible. Despite hearing all this, the hero declares that they are going to kill that titan. This makes Dale and all the other knights worried since it almost seems like a suicide mission. The commander suddenly interrupts with a shout and brings up an ancient legend about Millennium Mountain. He explains that a thunder shard is hidden at its peak and believes that only the hero is capable of finding it. Meanwhile in the village, the ancient titan continues to lead his army forward, destroying everything in his way. Turns out that the titan boss was actually his son, and he now wants revenge by spilling the blood of every human he can find. From far above, Subaru's golden eye glows as he witnesses the scene from a distance. While pulling his horse back, he realizes that the titan is looking for him. The commander told him that it would take 3 days for the titans to reach this mountain, so if he couldn't find the shard by then, he needed to run away. Now, riding towards the mountain, the hero realizes that acquiring the shard might be the whole point of this trial since it's essential to defeat the titan. Meanwhile, his viewers doubt that he can finish this in one try. Ignoring their comments, he quotes himself from the past, saying that there is no trial that cannot be cleared. The comments instantly catch it, noting that they have heard that line before. Suddenly, several mission requests also come in offering to give him thousands of credits if he manages to kill the Titan. The hero feels relieved that despite his slip, he has not fully exposed himself. He tightens the reins and presses onward, cutting through heavy rain and rough terrain. At last, he reaches the mountain's base, dismounts, and studies the cliffs, confirming that the thunder fragment must be hidden here. As he places his hand on the rock wall, he remembers his conversation with the commander, who explained that the lightning fragment is something mentioned only in legends. No one knows its true nature. It could be a power, an item, or even a person. The hero remembers asking how to obtain it, only to receive a frustrating answer that only the mountain's location and inherited legend are known. One thing, however, was confirmed with certainty. The one who wielded thunder in the past exterminated the Titans entirely. The scene shifts to Waika's home as she calls her boss to give him the good news. He laughs happily over the phone and remarks that she has finally become reliable. The girl pauses for a second as she realizes that he gave her a compliment. Her boss confirms it and mentions that he met with Hawkeyes and has something to discuss. Before he can even finish his sentence, she cuts the call and collapses onto her bed. After a long, exhausting day, she decides to reward herself by watching Subaru's live stream. Now that she has seen him in person, she can't control her excitement. While she watches, our boy repeats his famous catchphrase. The girl freezes in shock as she realizes that the actual Subaru used to say it all the time, 20 years back. Back on the mountain, our boy continues trying to break the rock wall while the viewers wonder if he has lost his mind. He continues striking the stone repeatedly, as if challenging the mountain itself to see which is harder. Rock fragments scatter, and with each blow, energy begins glowing around his fist. Suddenly, a massive crack forms and the rocks split apart. Our boy lets out a smile as he realizes that he has finally found it. The viewers are confused and ask him if he is just going to brute force his way to finding the shard. Our boy knows that they cannot feel the same sensation of thunder that he is feeling. It's almost as if the thunder shard is calling to his thunder ability. He discovers a massive metal gate engraved with ancient symbols, sensing that whatever lies beyond it is the source of that power. Viewers wonder about the door's size and how it can be opened without a key, but our boy simply decides to break it using his thunder ability. He activates the Wedge of Greed skill at level 3 to resist recoil and gathers thunder in his fist. Black and golden energy swirl around his hand as the hero chooses to answer the call of the power summoning him. Focusing all his energy, he unleashes a swift, devastating punch toward the gate. A massive golden explosion fills the area with a thunderous boom. The giant doors burst open, revealing a long, dark corridor beyond. As our boy walks in, a system notification informs him that he has entered the pathway of thunder. Moments later, the door closes behind him, and another system notification mentions that he cannot leave until he clears the stage. Meanwhile, all the knights gather around the table discussing their strategy. The guy with the white beard wonders whether the hero can truly obtain the Thunder Shard. The commander remains completely confident as he drinks calmly and states that Subaru will definitely succeed. He insists that this stranger has already proven his strength and that there is no reason to doubt him. Suddenly, a terrified knight interrupts, shouting that it does not matter whether he gains the shard or not, because they will die either way. The knight stands trembling with sweat pouring down his face, screaming that the commander does not understand the magnitude of the horror they are facing. The commander tries to steady everyone, reminding them that even if the enemy is overwhelming, surrendering and waiting for death is not an option. He insists that they must trust the young hero who is risking his life for their sake, without asking for anything in return. However, the knight stares at him with eyes full of fear and mutters that such hopeful words are easy for him to speak. Before anyone can respond, a cup suddenly slips off the table and crashes to the ground. At the same moment, a violent earthquake shakes the tent, instantly changing the atmosphere. A soldier rushes inside, shouting that the Titans have finally arrived. The moment those words are spoken, Peleus and the other knights fall into stunned silence. The scene shifts back to Subaru as he walks through a barren, rocky cave, quietly questioning what the trial truly demands from him. The viewers observe the strange emptiness of the cave, noticing the complete absence of monsters or visible dangers. This only deepens their confusion. The hero's golden eye glows with sharp insight as he realizes something important. Thunder, he understands, moves too fast to be seen. With this realization, the situation finally makes sense. He concludes that this trial is not meant to be overcome using the 5 senses, which is why nothing can be seen. As our boy closes his eyes to focus, he begins to sense a powerful but dormant energy of thunder deep within the cave, as if it is calling to him and pulling him forward against his will. Suddenly, he bends down, picks up a rock, and throws it forcefully ahead. He knows that there is invisible lightning dispersed in the air, and it will only get stronger the further he goes. The rock begins to crack and break apart as electric charges react violently to it. Subaru realizes that he has no choice but to go deeper in the cave. This means that the trial is likely a test of his endurance in which failure will likely result in his death. With that understanding, he forces himself to run deeper into the cave, pushing his body through the unseen storm. As he advances, a 100-credit donation appears, sarcastically questioning what he is even afraid of. More messages follow. One offers 1,000 credits. Another warns that the thunder skill he gained could disappear, even under such extreme pressure. Our boy takes the time to thank his supporters and presses on. The scene then changes to that same wooden cabin in the forest. We see Shu relaxing on a couch watching a live stream until Reina suddenly enters the room, startling him so badly that he nearly jumps. Sensing her presence, he hurriedly hides his device. This makes her suspicious, and she asks if he is watching something inappropriate. The guy awkwardly denies it, claiming to be tired, but the girl clearly does not believe him. She sits beside him and jokingly makes strange remarks, which only makes him more flustered. While eating bread, Reina casually admits that she stopped watching the stream after he asked her to, but now she is bored. Hearing this, he gets visibly upset, and she asks if he has a problem with her sitting there. Shu starts yelling out of nowhere and shouts that she is twisting his words. In reality, he is just trying to shout over Subaru's voice in the live stream. After successfully muting the audio, he finally stops yelling, but the girl gets up and decides to leave. He tries stopping her to not seem suspicious, but she ignores him. After she exits the room, he sighs and opens the live stream once again, wondering if this streamer is actually the real Subaru. Everything about us seems exactly like him, except for his eagerness to earn credits. While he is distracted by the stream, Reina gently taps his shoulder and gives him a death stare, asking if he really thought he could hide it from her. Back inside Millennium Mountain, our boy continues walking along the path of thunder. Sweat pours down his face as he stands amid an electric storm. With each step, the energy around him grows more intense, and his progress finally reaches 2.3%. As he raises his arm, he senses a familiar energy, one which he had experienced countless times in his past life. Even though the hero has a long way to go, the progress bar helps him determine where the finish line is located. Covered in wounds and under immense pressure, the hero decides to completely ignore the chat since he can't read it anymore. Our boy knows that he must reach the finish line, but he is aiming even further than that. The scene shifts to Hawkeye's studio where he watches the stream across multiple screens. He recalls his conversation with the department head, who suggested collaborating with Subaru. The analyst wonders how long it has been since John personally managed a project. During their conversation, his boss told him that it's not entirely in their hands to make someone famous. It depends on the streamer and the kind of players that are popular in the scene. This new Subaru clone felt less like a guy chatting with his fans, and more like a seasoned player's vlog. Instead of asking Hawkeyes to help the new streamer, his boss mentioned that collaborating with him might even turn him into a star. Right now, he was like a comet, and the analyst could use his momentum to rise up. While sitting in his chair, Hawkeyes thinks to himself that he started streaming because he wasn't confident in climbing the tower. However, what he wanted more than ever was to become a star. Now with the hero emerging like a comet, that dream seems a lot more plausible. Finally coming back to reality, the guy realizes that he is distracted in middle of his work. His focus shifts back to the live stream, and he is stunned to witness our boy walking straight into the thunderstorm. Despite his entire body literally burning from the thunder, he continues walking ahead. Each step takes a lot more effort now, and his entire body seems heavier. He realizes that as he goes deeper, the thunder will run more deeply into his body. At this point, the intensity of thunder is enough to run through every thin pulse in his body, starting with Ren and Du meridians. As his progress finally reaches 20%, a system window appears informing him that the thunder has started to take root in his body, increasing his mana. The Ren and Du channels are the body's central pathways, while micromeridians are the tiny vessels that connect the entire body. As he walks through the storm, energy flows through every part of him. Opening the micromeridians means that his internal energy now reaches every corner of his body. The hero is basically using a shortcut right now, since normally, body purification is done slowly using one's own mana. Relying on external lightning may speed up the process, but it also brings unimaginable pain. Meanwhile, in Weika's dark room, she stares at her phone screen in shock, unable to look away from the live stream. She mutters in disbelief that he is trying to open his micromeridians by relying on an external force. Even though he appears to walk, she knows that the pain must be unimaginable. Most people would not even stay conscious and would faint repeatedly from the intensity. Even if one cannot sustain any real injury during these trials, the pain is still real. Biting her lip in anxiety and confusion, she wonders what is driving him to push himself to such extreme torment. The scene returns to the hero as the system indicates that progress in activating the micromeridians has passed 50%. His lightning-wrapped leg continues to move forward slowly and heavily, crushed by pain that tears at his consciousness. He begins to hallucinate and blames himself, muttering that everything that happened was his fault and that he was the one who caused everyone's deaths. This brings him back to that fateful day where he stands before his comrades and confidently declares that there is no test that cannot be cleared. The faces of all his comrades appear before him, standing behind him with confident smiles. He remembers his arrogant words, telling them not to worry, and insisting that he would win in the end. Soon the memory overlaps with painful reality. Subaru bitterly blames himself, convinced that if he had not spoken so recklessly, things would not have turned out this way. Suddenly he remembers what Atsuki told him before betraying him and starts running forward thinking that it's all his fault. Unfortunately, his body can only take so much and he falls down. The scene shifts again, and our boy finds himself walking through a sunny green field under a clear blue sky. He wonders in astonishment where he is. A gentle breeze brushes through his hair, and he notices a group of people sitting peacefully under a large tree on the horizon. His eyes widen as he recognizes them one by one. Subaru runs toward them with eagerness and hope, wondering if the nightmare and deaths were nothing more than a bad dream. With a bright smile and tear-filled eyes, he convinces himself that this must be the true reality. However, when one of them calls his name, their features suddenly become terrifying and distorted. They shout accusations at him, claiming that he truly led them to their doom, and one of them cries out that he never wanted to die. The hero stumbles back in extreme horror, calling their names in a trembling voice, unable to believe the sudden transformation. Tino appears before him with a torn body, asking him why he couldn't save her despite talking big all the time. The scene turns into a living hell. The bodies and souls of his comrades surround him with flames burning all around. He screams in panic as all of them get swallowed by the darkness and he fails to save them once more. Suddenly, he returns to cave, gasping for breath with blood flowing from his mouth. He realizes that everything he just saw was nothing more than a hallucination caused by the thin pulse penetration. A system window appears, announcing that the penetration progress has reached 97.87% and that the thunder is taking root inside his body, granting him an additional mana point. Bro curses the guy who designed this trial and thanks them at the same time for reminding him why he is still alive. As yellow lightning sparks fly around him, he sees Atsuki's image smiling at him, like a reflection of his sworn enemy. The scene shifts to the village, now plunged into total chaos. An army of titans storms the arena as villagers and knights desperately try to repel the attack. Among them is a massive titan who appears to be their true boss. Seeing him makes the knights tremble in fear as they realize that the hero isn't here to save them this time. Amid the panic, the commander shouts that their savior will definitely return. He angrily scolds his soldiers for doubting the man to whom they entrusted the village's fate, even if they do not know his name. Dale places a hand on his shoulder and firmly reminds everyone that before blaming others, they must remember that protecting the village is their duty. Drawing his sword, he declares that knights are not the ones meant to be protected, but those who provide protection. He courageously advances toward the battle, calling on his men to fight and die as true knights. Peleus and the others follow with a war cry. Meanwhile, our boy has finally reached a glowing sphere filled with thunder and his progress is at 99%. Even though he isn't sure what it is, he knows it must be the goal. Suddenly, his fatigue index rises to 97 and blood seeps from his eye beneath the mask. Even so, he pushes himself to take one final step. Ignoring red system warnings, he launches himself toward the target with a powerful jump. Back on the village battlefield, Dale charges into a direct clash with the giant boss. Moving with incredible speed, he slashes the monster in its leg. While the titan is distracted, the commander shouts for him to leave the rest to him and charges forward with all his strength. Leaping high into the air, he aims his sword at the titan's weak point and delivers successive, energy-charged strikes that split the monster apart. The beast releases a final roar as its blood sprays through the air and its massive body collapses to the ground. Joy spreads among the soldiers as they cheer in victory, celebrating that they have finally defeated the monster. They surround the lifeless corpse, stomping it in anger and vengeance. On the battlefield, Peleus breathes a sigh of relief, believing that the greater danger Dale warned them about has been avoided and that they can finally relax. However, the old man denies it, saying that he was talking about another titan. Behind them, the other soldiers continue laughing and exchanging congratulations, when all of a sudden a massive titan foot descends from the sky and crushes them instantly. The old man stares at the titan in shock and declares that he was the one he warned them about. Meanwhile, inside the Thunder trial, the progress indicator reaches 99.99%. The hero stretches his hand forward through the golden storm and grabs the energy sphere tightly. He swears to make his enemy beg for forgiveness in hell. As the system announces 100% completion, Subaru stands amid an explosive aura, directing his killing intent toward Itsuki and vowing to take his head as proof. Golden lightning erupts violently, flooding the area with blinding light. Our boy stands there, gasping heavily, whispering that it is finally over. However, he soon gets another powerful shock as the system announces the completion of the penetration process. As a result, all of his attributes and skills also increase. Subaru complains that he should have received a warning before the second shock and collapses on the ground. With this, he gets another system notification informing him that he has successfully cleared the 6th stage. Meanwhile, the department head stares at the monitoring screen with intense focus. Subaru's health indicators plummet at a frightening pace and the man mutters under his breath that the boy is pushing himself far too hard. No matter how impressive the performance is, he concludes regretfully, this kid is not suited to be a streamer. At the same time, he gets a call from Hawkeyes who appears a bit too excited by what just happened. The manager tells him to calm down and explain in easier terms. Hearing this, the analyst confidently announces that the hero is going to be a big star both as a player and as a streamer. John mentions that the original Subaru was never a streamer but a player. However, Hawkeyes insists that it is exactly what the viewers want, a version that comes as close as possible to the original legend. In other words, what they are witnessing right now is the birth of the new Subaru and they can broadcast all of it live. The manager listens in stunned silence as he realizes what it means. Meanwhile, on the live stream, the hero struggles to stand as comments flood the screen expressing shock that he is still alive. The hero grips his head and curses as crushing fatigue weighs down his entire body. He opens his status window and pauses when he sees his fatigue index has dropped to 81. This makes him a bit relieved since his fatigue went down as a result of his stats going up. Despite the messy final strike, he still considers this a win. After receiving all of the credits from his assigned mission, our boy manages to reach around 20,000 credits. He considers it decent. During the skill store, however, he frowns when he sees that upgrading Wedge of Greed requires 40,000 credits. This makes him wonder if he'll get enough credits after taking down the massive titan. Subaru looks down at the glowing golden sphere resting in his palm. Instinctively, he knows this is the key. An information window appears, identifying the item as the Thunder Spear, a legendary non-tradable weapon carved from ancient lightning. It can unleash a single devastating strike before disappearing completely. Subaru stares at it in disbelief. Legendary items like this rarely appear, especially on lower floors. He also notices that it does not resemble a spear at all. Opening his inventory, he reminds himself that high-rank items often change shape depending on conditions. Meanwhile, viewers speculate wildly in the comments about how he knows so much. After finally making his decision, our boy walks toward the cave exit and calmly announces that it is time to bring that thing down. Outside, the commander stares up at the sky in horror as the Titan looms over them. The pressure is suffocating, so intense that even Dale groans. As the Titan raises its head, a system window appears, revealing its name as Titan King Grog. The fear causes one of the knights to break. Laughing hysterically, he runs straight toward the Titan, mocking the ignorance of his comrades, screaming that they have no idea what they are facing. Dropping to his knees, he presses his head into the dirt, begging the Titan for mercy and calling it a god. However, the Titan considers this insult and prepares to crush him to death. Suddenly the old man grabs him from behind and shouts at him to snap out of it. He yells for everyone to run as far as they can. However, it's a bit too late for him as the two of them get stomped by the Titan before they can even move. Witnessing this, the commander loses all hope since their escape route has been blocked by Titans and he can't fight the boss head-on. In his desperation, the commander turns to the boss and shouts that he knows who killed his son. This catches the king's attention and he sits down to ask him who he is. With trembling hands, the commander points in a random direction and lies, claiming that the killer fled to gather power in order to kill him too. He prays the Titan will believe him, but the king sees, right thought it. Turning back at him with a furious expression, the king gives him one last chance to reveal the killer's location. Before the giant can act, lightning erupts above the mountain behind them. This catches the attention of both the Titan and the commander. While thunder bursts out of the mountain like lava, Peleus wonders if the hero has actually managed to obtain the Thunder Shard. Meanwhile, a system notification appears in front of Subaru announcing the start of the 7th stage. He watches the entire scene from a distance and guesses that it is the final stage since a monster bigger than that can't possibly appear in the 2nd floor. As everyone in the comments urges him to run away, he assures them that it is fine since he only needs to get a single hit. With the Thunder Spear in his hands, he is confident that the Titan King is no match for him. Raising his hand, Subaru activates the Lightning Spear. A massive column of golden light erupts into the sky as energy gathers. Within seconds, his entire body is surrounded by golden light and the charge rate reaches 10%. This also increases his fatigue level to 84. However, the hero doesn't stop and grabs the spear as it charges up to 30%. A system notification appears informing him that his Wedge of Greed skill has failed to resist the secondary effect of this weapon. Our boy already expected this since the skill is still low-leveled. After charging the weapon to 50%, his fatigue almost reaches 90. Still, Subaru knows that he has to push through the pain and reach 100%. His stream chat starts joking that he might have a fetish for pain. With such a huge amount of thunder gathering around him, the Titan King finally takes notice and realizes that he is the one who killed his son. As he starts walking in the hero's direction, the commander shouts at him to stop, but it's no use. Soon, his focus shifts to the other Titans who have also started moving and killing villagers on their way. Meanwhile, the Titan King stares at the mountain from a distance, reflecting that his son must have suffered a painful death. All of a sudden he starts running like Usain Bolt and screams that he will return all that pain to the hero. The Titan King continues to crush everything in its path, tearing through trees and rocks as it charges straight toward our boy. From above, the hero watches him rapidly closing the distance. At the same time, the Lightning Spear's preparation rate rises to 88.5%. Subaru quickly evaluates the situation and realizes that his chances of success are barely 50% since it will either hit or miss. Whatever happens, he needs to keep his eyes on target. At that instant, his memory overlaps with the image of a former comrade who once gave him the same advice with absolute seriousness. The guy told him to forget about everything related to throwing and simply hit his target based on pure instincts. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he added that the hero was not like other spearmen because he was the legendary Narukami Subaru. Back in the present, our boy holds the Thunder Spear as its activation rate reaches 95% and wonders what he should do now. Then, he remembers something else his comrade once said. This weapon is not meant to be thrown like a normal spear. Instead of simply throwing it, he should detonate it and unleash its energy. From down below, the Titan King rushes toward him at insane speed. Noticing him, his viewers start to spam his comments telling him to throw the spear. The hero, however, stays calm with his eyes on the target. Finally, the preparation reaches 100% and the system announces that the weapon is fully ready. Subaru realizes he has only one chance. He must end it all in a single, flawless strike. As the Titan draws close and opens its jaws to devour him, the hero finally releases the spear, which transforms into a massive beam of golden lightning. The beam pierces straight through the giant's head with overwhelming destructive force. A colossal explosion follows, shaking the surroundings as sparks and raw energy scatter in every direction. In its final moments, the Titan's eyes widen in shock and it mutters its son's name. As dust and smoke fill the air, our boy walks out unharmed. Viewers are left stunned, barely able to believe that he actually landed the hit. System messages appear, declaring the defeat of the Titan King and confirming the successful completion of the 7th stage. This levels him up and increases a bunch of his stats. He also acquires the Thunder's Heart and receives 5,000 achievement points. Our boy looks at the glowing golden jewel in his hand and wonders if this is truly the Thunder Heart. Suddenly, sharp pain grips his body, squeezing him tightly as his vision blurs. In the next instant, he finds himself in a strange place beneath a purple sky, standing on a reflective water surface that mirrors his image. Confused, he wonders where he is. Behind him, he senses the presence of a massive and mysterious entity looming on the horizon. He tries to move or speak, only to realize in horror that he is completely paralyzed and unable to make a sound. Multiple strange system windows appear around him, repeatedly displaying a disturbing message stating that an unknown entity is staring at him. Sweat pours down his face as he tries to understand what is happening and whether the entity is trying to tell him something. Suddenly the strange scene fades and Subaru returns to reality. A system message announces the start of the main scenario, Thunder, and indicates that the Thunder Heart can be used to search for clues in the village. Meanwhile, viewers wonder why he is sitting completely motionless. When the hero finally comes back to his senses, he realizes that what he saw was not a cut scene. Standing up, he apologizes to his audience for passing out once more, while they mock him for how often this seems to happen. Afterwards, he claims his rewards, putting him at 40,000 credits, and decides to end the stream because he is too tired. The scene shifts to a calmer atmosphere inside a luxurious restaurant where Subaru sits with Wika. She congratulates him on his incredible performance and he asks whether ending the stream so abruptly was really acceptable. The girl assures him that it was perfect and mentions that he peaked at over 3,000 viewers in his stream. She further adds that it's extremely impressive for a rookie to bring in numbers like that. Moreover, the timing of him ending his stream was also perfect. The hero asks her if it builds suspense like they do in dramas. He reveals his strategy, explaining that he plans to inspect the rewards and prizes together with viewers in the next stream to capture a genuine, spontaneous reaction rather than something artificial. Wika is surprised as she realizes that he understands the rules of the game far better than expected. With a sly smile, she places her hand on the table and announces that she brought him a gift. Our boy is surprised and asks what kind of gift it is. Leaning a bit further, she comments that it is something he cannot possibly refuse. The girl then asks him to search for a streamer named Hawkeyes. Although the hero already knows the name, he searches anyway. The analyst is still live, speaking to an audience of 9,000 viewers. Our boy watches as the guy tells his audience that they will be reacting to content related to the new Narukami Subaru. The analyst begins breaking down his trial step by step in detail. As evening falls, our boy continues watching the analysis stream. Hawkeyes mentions that the streamer endured immense pain during the trial, meaning he took on an additional hidden trial alongside the exam itself. Wika, still waiting nearby, turns red with embarrassment. As the analyst's stream comes to an end, he concludes everything with a single statement that shocks everyone. He declares that the new Subaru is, in fact, Narukami Subaru himself and that no further explanation is needed. The hero is slightly stunned and wonders whether his manager thinks the same. Suddenly, she nervously asks why he started streaming in the first place. She feels it must be for something bigger than just money. However, the hero shocks her by stating plainly that money is the only reason. Feeling embarrassed by the anticlimactic answer, she apologizes for her strange question and quickly changes the subject back to the gift she brought. She pulls out some documents and explains that Hawkeyes is also affiliated with Azure Sky. He's been under contract with them for 6 years and is a trusted streamer known for his analysis-style content and solid fanbase. Smiling, she explains that all revenue from his recent stream and future content related to the hero will be split 50-50. At first, Subaru is confused about who the split applies to, but she clarifies that the split is with himself, since the analyst is using his material. This includes ads, donations, and archived content. The hero is stunned and remarks that good things keep happening since signing with the agency. This makes the girl flustered and he adds that to him. This feels like an unexpected bonus. The girl then asks if he would like to do a collaboration stream with Hawkeyes as a small gesture. Later, when the hero goes back to his room, reflects on his meeting with the manager and thinks that he shouldn't have worn the mask. He also regrets coming off as materialistic by saying that he only streams for money. While looking at himself in the mirror, he realizes that the more connections he makes, the less he can hide his true identity. Setting those thoughts aside, he opens the system window and upgrades his skill, Wedge of Greed, to level 4. The skill's rank increases, but the next level requires 80,000 credits. Subaru has only 120 credits left. He knows money must remain his top priority if he wants further upgrades. The collaboration with Hawkeyes is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and he hopes to earn a decent amount by then. This might also allow him to get in contact with his comrades. The scene shifts again, this time to Wika's room. Her face is flushed red as she imagines Subaru becoming even more attractive. She keeps replaying their conversation in her mind, repeatedly punching her pillow, and feels certain that an incredible secret lies behind that stylish mask. The girl even imagines the hero telling her that ever since meeting her, good things keep happening to him. That thought becomes the final trigger. She punches her pillow so hard that it tears apart. In her excitement, Wika mutters that the hero is a man full of secrets and says that he looks even more charming in real life. Meanwhile, in the 7th floor, we see a buffed guy working out in his private gym while Hawkeye's stream plays in the background. His statement about the hero being the original Subaru immediately irritates the man watching, and he starts wondering who this analyst is. Standing nearby is another man who explains that he is a streamer called Hawkeyes with a decent following. The man exercising turns out to be Kurakawa from the Blue Zone Guild. He mentions that he also tried entering the streaming space. His assistant advises him that instead of focusing on the analyst, they should pay closer attention to the new Narukami Subaru being mentioned repeatedly during the stream. Kurakawa dismisses the rookie at first, calling him a fraud who supposedly learned thunder, assuming it is nothing more than a rumor. However, the moment he actually watches the stream, cold sweat breaks out. He realizes that this new Subaru is genuinely impressive. He recalls something once said by Seiko from the Blue Eyes Guild, who told him that proper throwing requires never taking one's eyes off the target. The assistant finds it strange that he remembers such casual remarks, but Kurikawa explains that he studied everything about the Blue Eyes Guild intensely. Not just Subaru, but every single member of that guild was top tier, which makes him question how they all died at the same time. The scene returns to the television, where Hawkeye repeats his ending remarks. This annoys the guy, and he asks how the analyst can talk about the legend as if they are friends. His assistant tells him that for streamers, good content is all that matters, so they don't care about anything else. Hearing this, the guy turns off the TV and asks the assistant why he showed him all this. The assistant replies that it was actually Guild Master Atsuki who had instructed him to play that. He also points out that thunder is the symbol of the Blue Eyes Guild, which was the predecessor of the Blue Zone Guild. Intelligence suggests that the new Subaru is obsessed with money, and the guild plans to buy him out. A crate appears, and the assistant removes a cloth covering its contents, revealing stacks of gold bars. Kurikawa is left shocked after seeing all of this, and wonders if the guild even possessed that much money to begin with. The scene shifts back to the tower as the second floor trial restarts. The commander orders soldiers to gather all injured people in one place, prioritize critical patients, and distribute medicine once they are stabilized. When he notices footsteps, he turns and becomes visibly relieved to see the hero returning, fully conscious at last. Peleus has been deeply worried, remembering how Subaru collapsed in front of the village. Our boy reassures him that he is still dizzy but functional, and wonders if they can talk later at the hotel, as there are things he wants to ask. The commander agrees readily and bids him farewell. Meanwhile, the viewers begin shipping the two of them, and even congratulate them on their future wedding. Later, the hero sits on his bed again, and decides to check his rewards. He takes out the Heart of Thunder that grants 30% thunder resistance, 20% thunder attack power, and an added fire resistance effect. Upon seeing it, he realizes how absurdly perfect the stats are for a thunder user. A knock sounds at the door, and the hero knows it is his friendly warrior neighbor. The commander enters with fruit, checking whether he has rested well. The chat immediately starts teasing again. A while later, the two sit at a table together. Subaru confirms the legend of thunder, surprising the commander, who never expected to see such power with his own eyes. Our boy then reveals the Heart of Thunder, and Peleus' shocked reaction makes it obvious he recognizes it, though he quickly denies knowing anything for certain, claiming he has only heard vague legends. The hero feels disappointed at first, but the commander explains that two major legends exist. One says thunder was used to wipe out the Titans, much like he just did. The second claims that gods and Titans once fought over thunder itself, and the Titans ultimately lost. This leads our boy to realize that the Heart of Thunder must have been artificially created, not a natural phenomenon. Though the commander does not know who created it, he believes that it was created to let humans wield the power of thunder, and the reason humans needed that power was to stand toe-to-toe with the gods. With this realization, a system notification appears, announcing that Subaru has completed all chapters of The Forgotten Human, and cleared the Thunder trial. His Thunder skill gains 17,050 points, and upgrades directly to level 3. Without warning, our boy is transported to the third floor. The commander can only stare in shock as the hero vanishes in front of him. The third floor, known as the Orton Arl, materializes as the hero appears directly on the teleportation pedestal. Viewers are stunned by how quickly he cleared the second floor. Noticing him, the players on third floor assume he is merely a cosplayer copying Narukami Subaru, wondering when the trend will die out. At the same time, one of his viewers gives him 1,000 credits to celebrate his arrival on floor 3 and questions how he feels. Reading the message triggers a trance-like state in the hero. Memories surfaced from his past when he first met Reina, who was blushing nervously after being separated from her party. She asked him if he saw someone about as tall as him. After thinking for a bit, the hero told her that he had seen someone like that, pointed forward saying that he went that way. The girl got excited hearing this and started running. As he watched her leave, she stopped in the middle of the road, not knowing which way was to go further. Seeing this, the hero walked up to her and offered to help her find her party since he didn't have anything else to do anyway. The girl thanked him sincerely and introduced herself as Kyoko Reina. The hero looked back with a smile and told her that he was Narukami Subaru. Thinking back at all of this now, he wonders if all of his comrades would still be alive today if he simply pointed the way for her and left. While he stands there, the same viewer donates once more and urges him to share his feelings. Subaru looks up at the sky and reveals that he feels like he lost something important. Hearing this, one of the viewers jokes that he is talking about losing the commander. With this, the hero puts down his phone and reveals that he will be collaborating with Hawkeyes for his next stream. His viewers aren't happy to hear that he is ending the stream, but it can't be helped. The scene shifts to a luxurious hotel on the 3rd floor where the hero waits. He hears the familiar voice of the department head apologizing for the delay and explaining that Wika is on her way since it takes more time to move up different floors. The department head introduces himself as John Tail from Azure Sky Entertainment. Seeing him, our boy asks if he is the nagging boss. This catches the man off guard and he asks what he means. The hero quickly decides to move on and says that he has heard a lot about him from the manager. After sitting down, the department head mentions that he usually doesn't meet streamers in person, but the manager only ever praised 2 players in her life, so he got curious. As the hero looks at him in confusion, John reveals that the first person is obviously Narukumi Subaru, so it shocked him when he found out that she took interest in someone using that same name. As our boy nervously laughs, the guy gets serious and asks if he is interested in the Blue Eyes Guild. The hero flinches after hearing this name and the department head mentions that he had something related to the guild that he wanted to share. Taking out a phone from his pocket, he shows Subaru the grand prize for winning the tournament that takes place 5 days from now. Seeing the price somehow makes our boy furious and he almost unleashes his thunder ability. Meanwhile, Reina stares at her screen as Subaru's live stream ends. She sighs and decides to head over to Shu, wondering if he has finished the job. After walking for a bit, she finally finds him and asks if he is done. The guy turns back and reveals that he was done a while ago. When she asks why he is still here, he mentions that he is thinking. We then see a bunch of players frozen in front of him as wonders if he should kill them or let them go. Reina tells him that he needs to kill them since they already know who sent them. Still, Shu isn't entirely sure why Itsuki would send small fries after them, so he was thinking. Seeing him conflicted, the girl uses her ability to summon hundreds of knives from the ground and aims them at the frozen soldiers. The guy shouts at her to stop, but it's too late as the knives destroy every last solder in front of them. She looks at him and explains that they couldn't let anyone leave as they would reveal their location. Realizing that she is right, he apologizes and takes out his phone to show her something. When she looks at her screen, she can't believe her own eyes. It makes her shake in anger since the picture she is seeing is of Toshiya's shoes. Apparently, they are being presented as a prize for winning the tournament. The white-haired guy thinks it's a bait to lure them out since Itsuki might have figured out that they were still alive. Still, he knows they can't ignore something like this and declares that they need to get it back. Reina realizes what he is trying to say and agrees to be the one to carry out this mission since she is good at hiding. Before she leaves, he grabs her arm and tells her not to charge in blindly. He suggests stealing the item once it's being handed out to the winner since it's the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, the department head proudly shows the item to our boy, explaining that it was listed as the prize by Blue Zone. When he asks Subaru if he is interested, he agrees instantly. Underneath his mask, he is almost burning from anger. The department head is surprised that he convinced him this easily and mentions that the whole thing wouldn't have worked without him. Turns out, they are trying to create a storyline in this tournament around his Subaru character, as he will go around trying to collect the relics of his past comrades. This almost causes our boy to lose his composure and he starts shaking. Noticing this, the department head asks if anything is wrong, but the hero simply agrees with his plan and gets up to leave. As he walks out, the guy tells him that they'll cheer for him behind the screen. However, Subaru is burning inside, thinking to himself that he will never give that item back to them even if it means fighting till death. Back in his own room, our boy lies down and begins thinking about the structure of the upcoming tournament. He hopes it will involve individual matches, as those would allow him to move more efficiently, but he knows he cannot afford to be picky. What matters above all else is securing the relic as quickly as possible. His thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the door. Wika has come to see him. As he gets up, he briefly wonders whether he should put his mask back on, ultimately deciding to wear it. When he opens the door, she is visibly startled to see that the hero is masked even in his own room. Quickly wondering if he ever removes it at all, our boy casually invites her inside. Completely unfazed, the girl on the other hand, blushes furiously, unsure whether he truly expects her to enter. To the hero, the situation feels entirely normal. He even suggests that they could talk in the hallway if she prefers. Flustered by her own awkwardness, Wika quickly steps inside. Once in the room, she sits nervously on a stool, noticing how simple his room is. At the same time, she notices him staring at her. From the hero's perspective, he is trying to analyze her mana. The depth and quality of it make him realize that she is far from an ordinary manager. Growing self-conscious, the girl wonders if something is wrong. The hero bluntly points out she hasn't explained anything about the tournament so far. Gathering herself, she takes out a document and hands it to him, explaining that it's a battle royale. All participants will fight for a single prize, with the event eventually narrowing down to a final solo confrontation. The tournament will take place on a simulated trial field, open exclusively to third-floor players. The entry fee is 3,000 credits, and there are no restrictions on ranking. She sends him data from past battle royales so he can review examples and better understand the format. As the hero scrolls through the tablet, he is shocked to discover that every reference image and video features Narukami Subaru. Feeling awkward, he thanks her for the effort. She smiles and insists that she is simply doing her job, though she blushes again, briefly wondering if the chief has already told him. Sensing her reaction, he grows curious, and she informs him that a message has arrived from Blue Zone. The name alone ignites Subaru's anger, and Itsuki's face flashes through his mind. He clenches his fists as Wika explains that Blue Zone wants to meet him in person. Our boy finds it hard to believe that the Blue Zone leader is already making a move. The girl looks disappointed as she suspects that Blue Zone intends to negotiate, likely offering better pay, benefits, and conditions. However, the hero simply tells her to ignore them, which brings her smile back. Subaru clarifies that he has no intention of joining Blue Zone or any adventurer guild at all. Overcome with relief, she leaps up and celebrates. Before leaving, she advises him to rest well and recover before the collaboration begins. The hero watches her celebration in confusion, unable to understand why a regular employee would be so emotionally invested. Still, he knows instinctively that Wika is anything but ordinary. The scene then shifts to a massive stadium, where John stands with Hawkeyes. The chief reads his screen and realizes that today's project will be a talent comparison test between the original Narukami Subaru and the new one. The analyst asks him if he likes his idea, and the chief praises him for being too straightforward as it can lead to backlash if it fails. Hawkeyes remains unfazed, insisting that honesty and results are the only way to earn viewers' trust. He is still confident since he has never lost a battle yet. John laughs and reminds him not to get ahead of himself, as everything depends on Subaru. Wika soon arrives with the hero, waving enthusiastically. The analyst looks at him realizing that this collaboration is his long-awaited chance to shine, while our boy simply looks around, wondering if they rented this entire arena. The analyst introduces himself and offers a handshake, which the hero accepts politely. Hawkeyes remarks that meeting him feels no different from meeting the original, and expresses disbelief at meeting the trending streamer. While the analyst glazes our boy, the chief interrupts and suggests doing it on stream since viewers might like it. Once the stream begins, viewers flood in almost instantly. Within minutes, the count surpasses 12,000, then 14,000. Hawkeyes announces that he has brought the most sought-after figure onto the stream. As Subaru greets the audience, the chat explodes with excitement, immediately speculating about his hidden face and teasing him for keeping his identity a mystery. Reading the comments, Hawkeyes reveals that he also hasn't seen his face and asks the hero why he wears that mask. Our boy simply replies that it's nothing serious and starts aura farming by saying that he is handsome underneath. This only fuels their enthusiasm more, and even impresses Hawkeyes, who is surprised to see him interacting so well with the audience. One of the viewers questions him about his girlfriend, but the hero denies it, which makes Wika relieved. As they reach 19,000 viewers, the analyst decides it's time to start their main event and commences the trial. We see hundreds of dummy targets preparing to fight the hero as Hawkeyes explains his reasoning for choosing this trial. The first reason is that the trail is ideal for measuring control. The second reason is that the original Subaru scored as the top scorer in this trial, which makes for a perfect comparison test. Before the trial begins, donations start coming in asking the hero if he can truly finish this. Our boy casually stands there declaring that if he didn't believe he could do it, he wouldn't be here in the first place. The leaderboard displays the target number of robots he must defeat. The original Narukami Subaru's record stands at 43. The chat buzzes with excitement, wondering how this Subaru will perform against such a high benchmark and whether he can break the record in a single attempt. The hero glances at the leaderboard, looking at the record he once set himself. Credits begin pouring in again. Viewers challenge him to defeat 43 robots in one run for 10,000 credits, or reveal his face if he fails. Our boy hesitates and initially refuses. However, as more viewers contribute credits and the total gets a bit too high, he changes his mind. Meanwhile, some viewers complain that a 50-50 revenue split is unfair since Hawkeyes is not taking any risks. Realizing they are right, the guy decides to give Subaru all the credits earned from this challenge. With this, the event officially starts. He activates a stopwatch and a 3-minute timer begins. The robots surge forward as our boy stands calmly in place. He activates his thunder skill and black lightning engulfs his entire body. As the robots jump toward him, he rebounds off one of them, grabs it mid-air, sends a violent electric impulse through its core, destroying it with a single strike. The chat erupts in shock. They cannot believe a high-grade robot fell in one hit since he didn't even use his demonic blade. Even Hawkeye is impressed since this is his first time seeing the Thunder ability in person. Subaru then draws his demon blade and begins targeting multiple robots at once. He hacks and slashes with terrifying efficiency, combining his Thunder skill with the expertise of his past life. With 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, several robots are already destroyed. At this pace he might even reach a total score of 70. However, the viewers add that it's going to get harder from here on. With 2 minutes remaining, he enters another killing spree, slicing through enemies without hesitation, as if cutting through butter. Viewers witness a recreation of the original Narukami Subaru's iconic aerial combat scenes. It feels less like a trial and more like a performance, with our boy controlling the battlefield like a ringmaster. Still airborne, he charges his demonic sword while the robots prepare their third wave. The timer keeps running as he drives his blade into the ground, releasing black lightning that chains through multiple enemies at once. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left, our boy manages to get 26 kills. The chat is completely divided. Some believe he will only reach second place, while others think he might actually surpass the original record. Wika watches in pure fangirl awe, and Hawkeye can hardly believe what he is seeing. He notices something unusual but chooses not to interrupt Subaru mid-challenge. With only 13 seconds left, the kill count reaches 41. The hero shows no signs of exhaustion as the robots grow increasingly lethal, clearly attempting to kill him this time. With 5 seconds remaining, 42 robots fall. Our boy knows he needs just one more. Spotting a dual-sword robot, he targets it instantly and destroys it with a single strike before time runs out. The kill count stops at 43, and with this, the system announces the end of the trial. The record updates, placing both Subarus tied for first place. Over 38,000 viewers witnessed the moment live. The chat floods with mixed reactions of excitement, disappointment, and disbelief. The analyst rushes toward him, stunned that the hero has tied with the original Narukami Subaru. Nervously, he asks the chat for their thoughts, and viewers celebrate by sending even more credits. Some even question if this is truly a collaboration, or if Subaru is carrying everything alone. Suddenly someone named Reinhardt sends him 10,000 credits. The analyst freezes in shock, and the chat begins wondering if this is the legendary one-swordsman. The guy continues sending credits and even admits to be inspired by this new Subaru. Our boy, however, feels a bit uneasy, wondering if he has found out about what he did to his son. Suddenly, the one-swordsman sends another donation asking the hero if he would collaborate with him. When Subaru looks toward his manager and John, both signal that he should accept no matter what. Instead, he unexpectedly rejects the offer, telling him that he needs to focus on the trials for now. The decision nearly gives Hawkeye a heart attack. Wika and John are equally shocked, while the chat spams question marks in confusion. The other two are also equally stunned. Our boy simply apologizes and mentions that he is a bit tired to continue, so they should wrap it up fast. Without waiting for an answer, he prepares to leave. As he passes by the chief, he asks him why he refused the offer since it's extremely rare to get collaboration with rankers. The hero simply replies that if being a ranker is such a big deal, then he will become one himself. These leaves the two of them speechless. At the same time, Hawkeye walks over praising our boy for his incredible performance. He tells him that he will receive his cut once the revenue comes in. However, there is something on his mind. Looking at the hero, he asks if he is hurt or anything since he seemed a bit different while he was fighting earlier. Subaru realizes that the guy is sharp since he tried hiding it well. He decides to come clean and explains that losing or whining to the real Subaru would have given him no benefit. All of this hype is around the question that whether he can beat the real Subaru. If he won, he might have attained temporary boost, but it would kill the hype. Similarly, if he lost, people would call him a fake. Tying the score was his only option since it allowed him to keep the hype alive. Hearing all this, the analyst asks him if he could have won if he wanted to. Our boy stays true to his earlier words and tells him that it all depends on what they think. The scene changes to a red-lit office where Reinhardt, the infamous one-swordsman, explodes in rage. With sheer physical strength, he smashes a heavy table in half, revealing his fury over Narukami Subaru's recent actions. Ranked 121 and serving as the guild master of the prestigious Golden Lion Guild, Reinhardt is unaccustomed to defiance, especially from a rookie streamer. Hearing all this voice, his assistant comes in and asks if there is something wrong. The guy mentions that it's the hero and explains that he turned down his offer. He had intended to use the collaboration to humiliate him publicly and silence rumors that he was surpassing the original. The wasted credits mean nothing to him. What truly enrages him is the insult to his pride. Hearing all this, the assistant picks up his phone from the ground. Reinhardt then asks him about the matter he assigned to him earlier. The guy starts scratching his head and explains that they are still searching for his son. When the assistant cautiously suggests that it is not unusual for someone Isaac's age to disappear briefly, Reinhardt snaps. Using psychic power, he lifts the guy by the neck, choking him midair and accusing him of mockery. Unable to even apologize, the assistant nearly suffocates before the guild master throws him aside, slamming him into a wall and causing severe injuries. As he looms over him, he coldly questions when servants began choosing which orders to obey. Terrified, the guy begs him for forgiveness and promises to resume the search at once. The scene then shifts to Weika, who gets a call from her boss, John, whose contact name in her tablet is tellingly saved as Nagging Boss. Clearly unenthusiastic, she gives him minimal responses. The guy complains about her attitude and wishes she would talk to him the way she talks to Subaru. Ignoring all this, she asks if he called her about Reinhardt's collaboration proposal. Her boss confirms it and mentions that the hero cannot afford to refuse such an opportunity. He asks Weika, as Subaru's manager, to convince him to reconsider. However, she refuses, explaining that the hero prioritizes climbing the tower over collaborations, and for a player, that mindset is valid. This makes her boss mad and he starts arguing with her, but she quickly cuts the call. Although she refuses to admit it, she knows Reinhardt's offer is a massive opportunity, so she decides to give it one last try. As the girl knocks on Subaru's room, she is surprised to see him opening the door almost immediately. Once again, she wonders why he always wears a mask. Our boy explains that it makes him feel more comfortable for now and asks if she is also curious about his face. This makes her nervous and she starts explaining that it makes him feel closer to the actual Subaru. During this, the hero asks her why everyone is so obsessed with Narukumi Subaru. Without wasting a second, she starts listing down all the reasons and explains that despite having poor stats and origins, he became the strongest and his existence alone gave them hope. She recalls the early days in the tower with monsters everywhere. No food, no money, and no stability. The only way to survive was to climb. Credits earned from climbing allowed people to eventually settle down, making the tower feel like a world they could claim. Back then, the strongest players gave others hope that the tower could be conquered, and among them, standing at the very top was Narukumi Subaru, the first to prove that it was possible. When the hero asks if she also thinks the same, the girl simply smirks and teases him, saying that it's a secret just like his mask. He then invites her inside to talk, but the girl is too flustered, so she simply says goodbye and leaves. In her mind, she doesn't think it would be right to ask him about that collaboration after what she told him. As she leaves, our boy looks at her and reflects on her words about hope. Later he turns on his stream again and his viewers start donating almost immediately. The hero guesses that it's probably due to his recent collab and prepares to start the third trial. In this trial, he has to choose between two given factions and his trial will play out depending on this choice. Most people choose the first option, but our boy goes with the second for an unknown reason. This takes him to the Conrad Kingdom mercenary rest area. As soon as he enters, some jackass decides to mess with him and intentionally bumps into him. Unfortunately for him, the hero barely feels a thing and keeps walking. This does not sit well with the guy, so he calls out to him trying to start a fight. He suddenly grabs him by the collar, confidently announcing that he is a B-ranked player. The crowd notices their tense exchange and start cheering for him to hit the newbie. Meanwhile, our boy decides to use him as a test subject for his thunder ability. Before the guy can react, he kicks him in the face using his knee, causing him to fly back. The others are stunned and wonder if the E-rank just kicked a B-rank player. This makes them mad, so they decide to gang up on our boy. As expected, all of them get dropped instantly. As the hero stands there alone, another older guy comes up to him, impressed by his skills. He offers to shake his hand and introduces himself as an A-rank examiner named Raymond. The guy asks him if he has cleared any jobs, but the hero responds that he is an E-rank, so he can only take on limited jobs. This makes his chat suspicious and they wonder if he caused this scene just so he could speedrun all the jobs. Turns out that in order to clear this floor, players have to take on jobs and obtain a total of 10,000 achievement points. However, for E-rank mercenaries, a single job only provides 50 achievement points at best. This is too slow for our boy, who doesn't have a second to waste. Hearing all this, the examiner asks him if he is an otherworlder, which is basically another word for player. Still, he refuses to give him special treatment, saying that he has to follow the rules. When our boy insists, the guy asks him why he should give him special jobs since he will leave eventually. The hero knows he has to give him something extraordinary, so he offers to try something he didn't even do in his past life. He turns to the examiner and promises to conquer the Cave of Thunder for their nation if he gives him what he wants. This makes the guy shocked since that job is only taken by a ranks. Subaru already knows this and explains that the cave is an A-rank dungeon located between both kingdoms. Both nations have fought over this dungeon for decades since it allows easy access through the mountains and holds great strategic value. The hero once again offers to clear the dungeon if he grants him a rank privileges for the job. When the examiner thinks it over, Subaru activates his chat voice and tells them that he will kill the man if he refuses. This makes everyone worried for him and they try warning him to run. However, the guy agrees to write a recommendation letter for the hero and unknowingly saves his own life. He informs him that the raid party will leave in 5 days and walks away to get his letter. Meanwhile, huge missions start coming in from viewers challenging him to take on that dungeon alone. Subaru, however, is more focused on the tournament at floor 3 and wonders if the Blue Zone Guild planned the schedule with this raid in mind. Soon the examiner comes back expressing his doubt that no one can clear it. He reveals that he also went into that cave when he was younger and lost half of his party. Despite all this, our boy is confident since he isn't planning on going with a party. This comes off as another shock to the guy as the dungeon is meant to be cleared in a party of 20 people. Even though the Kingdom of Conrad doesn't have enough manpower to support him in the raid, the examiner guessed the hero had a party of his own. Our boy straight up dismisses it, saying that he doesn't have a party, at least for now. The scene then shifts to a mountain where we see Reina watching his stream. She gets upset when he finally decides to end the stream since she was planning to kill time until she reached floor 3. This makes her laugh as she realizes that the guy really acts like the real Subaru. He also did what he wanted without caring about what other people said. While putting her phone away, she thinks about the tournament and realizes that this streamer will also be participating in it. This makes her excited since it'll give her the opportunity to talk to him in person. However, she hopes he doesn't win. We move back to 3rd floor where our boy walks around the streets with Wika. She also mentions how he acted almost the same as the original Subaru in today's stream. If he simply took the normal jobs, his stream wouldn't feel so special. The hero simply tells her that it's all thanks to her advice. While they talk, she asks him about what he is planning to do next. He reveals that he is going to hunt until the tournament date so he can level up a bit. In his mind, he wants to utilize this opportunity to better test his limitation with the Thunder ability and the Thunder's Heart. If he wants to obtain that prize item, he needs to be fully prepared. The scene changes once again and we see a Blue Zone player named Genzaki Naoto walking through the streets in anger. He is mad since he has to go in person to meet the hero, which makes him feel like his servant. After entering the bar, he notices John sitting at a table. As the two of them sit, the chief asks him if he had something to discuss with one of their streamers. The Blue Zone guy appears annoyed and asks him about Subaru. John simply tells him that he is out on some other business. This makes the guy even more mad and he asks if the hero doesn't consider this important. The chief reminds him that they have already conveyed the feelings of their streamer, so he didn't find the need to come here. Still, Genzaki insists on meeting him personally. When the chief refuses once more, he grits his teeth and asks if he doesn't want him to meet the streamer. He slams the table and yells that they are just trying to keep their golden goose. According to him, the new Subaru would be better off with a major guild like them instead of being a streamer. John keeps a calm smile on his face and comments that streamer these days make the same amount of money as top players. Genzaki asks him if he is really trying to make an enemy off their guild, but the chief simply tells him their company prioritizes the wishes of their streamer above everything else. As the guy starts threatening him, John decides to lock in and momentarily releases massive amount of mana, telling him to get lost. The Blue Zone player almost freezes in fear and gets up asking if he is really talking to him in that tone. Instead of answering, the chief simply points him to the door. The guy continues threatening him while he walks away and the chief jokingly calls him scary. 3 days later, we move to a floor 3 dungeon called Sky Serpent's Nest. Subaru stands before a massive vicious serpent with blood-stained fangs and glowing crimson eyes. Without hesitation, our boy draws his demonic sword, channels thunder into it, and unleashes a powerful slash across the serpent's face. The beast hisses in pain, but before it can properly counterattack, the hero strikes again, inflicting even greater damage. Staring at the serpent, he comments that it's enough for the test run. In the next instant, he leaps forward to finish things up. As the serpent opens its mouth, the hero channels thunder once more and collides with the beast, flooding the dungeon with blinding lightning. When the light fades, a system notification announces that the Sky Serpent boss has been defeated. Subaru levels up, gaining 1 point each in strength, stamina, and concentration. The scene shifts to him sitting atop the serpent's lifeless body, staring at a glowing crimson fawn in his hands. He wonders if it could sell for 10,000 credits, recalling that it was worth that much even 20 years ago. Setting it aside, he opens his status window and sees that he is now level 35, with strength, stamina, and mana at 36, speed at 33, and concentration at 30. He is stunned to realize he has gained 9 levels in just 3 days. Remembering that his comrade is waiting, he decides to wrap up. The scene shifts once more to Wika, who excitedly waves at the hero. Realizing her expression, he asks if something good happened today. She glows up even more, asking him if he has seen it. Our boy stares back in confusion, trying to figure out what she is talking about. He finally realizes that she is talking about the collab video and apologizes, explaining that he is too busy grinding to watch it. The girl repeats that it's fine since it's exactly how the real Subaru acted. She then reaches into her purse and hands him the revenue statement from his collab streams. Our boy is shocked to see that he made almost 50,000 credits. Wika reveals that there was another reason she came to see him today. Now genuinely interested, he listens as she explains that she knows someone named Kayaharu, a man obsessed with gambling, and through him she learned that there is a form of gambling where people place bets on players, predicting who will win. Players with higher chances of victory offer lower payout rates, meaning the returns are smaller but far more reliable due to their skill. What shocks the hero is discovering that his own current payout rate stands at 6.1 times. Meanwhile, another player has odds of only 1.2 times, making him the absolute favorite. Curious, he asks who this person is. Wika reveals that his name is Omar Schneider, a Blue Zone player who has been stuck on the 3rd floor for 10 years, completely obsessed with clearing the Cave of Thunder. Because of this extreme fixation, he became famous despite being neither a streamer nor a ranked player. She believes that Omar is probably already scheming to meet him somehow. For the guy, Subaru's public announcement of solo clearing the Cave of Thunder feels like mockery of his 10 years of struggle, as if his efforts are being laughed at and trampled on. At that point, our boy abruptly drops the topic and points out that she is far too close to him, putting them in an awkwardly compromising position. Embarrassed, the girl quickly turns away and returns to her seat. Even so, she continues and explains that with the Cave of Thunder challenge falling between the upcoming tournament and the next trial, there is a very real chance that Subaru might end up facing Omar. After the conversation ends, the scene shifts to the 3rd floor Ordinarl. We see a carriage moving through the streets at night. Inside the carriage are several men discussing our boy. They try to assure their captain that the hero has no idea what the Cave of Thunder truly is and that his words should not be taken seriously. Captain Omar remains silent, repeatedly flipping a gold coin in his hand. He indicates that such talk does not bother him, as Subaru is known for bragging. In his mind, the streamer won't be relevant for long, but he can still wield thunder, which is why they can't ignore him. As his subordinates begin openly criticizing the hero, he immediately stops them, making it clear that this is not the time for envy or jealousy. One bold subordinate hesitantly asks what they should do instead, wondering whether they should show respect. Omar tightens his grip on the coin and calmly states that if necessary, he is fully prepared to show Subaru respect without hesitation. The subordinates are stunned as they realize that the pride of their captain has been completely shattered, and that makes him extremely dangerous. They recall how casually Subaru spoke on stream and wonder how he plans to take responsibility for his words in front of a monster like Omar. The scene shifts again and we see the hero in his room studying every detail about Omar. He reads that the guy only started standing out 5 years ago, around the same time he entered Blue Zone. What truly shocks him is learning that Omar immediately took center stage in the Cave of Thunder challenge. He has already advanced deep inside the cave and now stands only 1 step away from clearing it. At last, our boy understands why Itsuku seemed so confident while hosting the tournament. If there is an internal favorite to win, this explains everything. Still, he isn't going to let him win this easily. Meanwhile, in the central marketplace of the 3rd floor, we see a shopkeeper arguing with a hunter about the quality of his hide. He offers 1,500 credits for it and the hunter hesitatingly agrees since he needs the money. After the guy leaves, the shopkeeper praises his luck, knowing that red troll hides slowly self-repair over time and are extremely valuable. The next moment, our boy places the sky serpent's fawn on his table and asks how much he will pay. After inspecting it, the shopkeeper internally confirms that it is flawless S+ material with almost no damage. However, he is planning to lowball the hero, so he starts listing non-existent faults with the item, claiming that its demand has skyrocketed. In the end, he offers him 8,000 for the item. Since it has been 20 years, the hero realizes that it's not a bad deal. However, before he can sell it, Omar arrives at the scene and comments that the item is easily worth 15,000 credits. Our boy finally turns back and the two meet face to face for the first time. The scene shifts once again to a third-floor cafe where the two of them sit across from each other. Subaru wants to get straight to the point while onlookers wonder why someone like Omar is in such a small cafe. The hero knows clearly that they are not the kind of people who can casually relax in a date-like setting, and he doesn't believe that the guy really likes parfaits. Eventually, Omar brings up his claim about clearing the Cave of Thunder solo. The hero does not see an issue and wonders what the problem is. The guy explains that his first impression of him was that of an arrogant drifter. To him, someone who has just reached the third floor suddenly claiming they will clear the Cave of Thunder sounds absurd. When Subaru asks whether that opinion has changed, Omar admits that he is only halfway convinced. Because of that, he decides to give him only half his respect. He acknowledges that the hero has overflowing talent, yet still cannot believe that people are comparing him to the real Murakami Subaru. Meanwhile, our boy continuously scans the guy. At first, he assumed he was just a weirdo, but now he sees complete seriousness in his eyes. He directly asks whether he dragged him to this cafe just to earn praise or approval. Omar immediately clarifies that he has a proposal and demands that he retract his public statement about solo clearing the Cave of Thunder. With a furious expression, he calls it arrogance born of ignorance and insists that the hero publicly apologize on stream. Our boy calmly points out that this does not sound like a proposal at all. Omar counters by saying he is not forcing him to do it now. Instead, he intends to defeat him in the upcoming tournament, after which he will admit his immaturity with his head lowered. Sighing at his childish nature, the hero agrees, stating that if he wins, the guy must hand over everything he knows about the Spirit Cave. The captain laughs hearing this, since he doubts he will lose to someone like him. Once he walks away, our boy stands thinking to himself that his opponent didn't waste the last 10 years for nothing. The scene shifts to the Azure Sky Entertainment building. Weika's colleague watches the stream while checking notifications. Weika is aware that over 10,000 people are expected to attend the tournament due to the relic prize. He believes that if the tournament had taken place when he was on the third floor, he would have joined without hesitation. While reviewing the contenders to gamble on, he comments that the hero is high risk while his opponent seems like the obvious choice. However, since he is a pro, he will choose his trust instead of probability. Just when he is about to bet on Omar, he gets a call from Weika and presses answer. This almost gives him a heart attack and then throws the phone asking if she is spying on him. Confused by his reaction, she asks if he was gambling. He panics, assuming that he is about to get scolded, but to his shock, the girl reveals that she herself plans to place a bet on Murakami Subaru. This makes him even more shocked and he shouts, asking if she does not understand how valuable credits are. She calmly asks whether he is suggesting that Subaru will lose. He explains that he is not underestimating him, but that he always analyzes fighting styles, strengths, and payout rates before betting. He insists that Omar does not belong on the third floor and is far stronger than he appears. Some even say he has accomplished more than the original Subaru ever did on the third floor. After he is done yapping, she asks whether he is willing to bet against her, staking his entire month's paycheck. He immediately agrees. Suddenly, Weika senses a serious aura from a cloaked individual passing nearby. She turns around and abruptly ends the call, leaving her colleague confused about what just happened. The scene shifts back to the busy market, where Omar walks with his subordinate. When asked about Subaru, he replies that the boy is no amateur and knows how to handle himself. Subordinate asks him if he has a chance of losing, but this only makes him furious. Regaining his composure, he declares that there is no way for him to lose. Meanwhile, someone observes him from a rooftop. Turns out that the mysterious person is actually Reina. She smiles as she realizes how strong he is, since she won't have to worry about an upset in the tournament. The scene shifts to the day of the tournament, and we see people walking outside the Coliseum. Inside, our boy slowly walks toward the main arena. When the gate opens, a massive crowd greets him with thunderous cheers. Everyone is thrilled to see Murakami Subaru in person, unable to believe that the streamer everyone talks about has truly arrived. Another gate opens on the opposite side, and Omar enters with his massive weapon. He turns away when he notices the hero. This time, the crowd cheers even louder. Books light up the sky as the tournament officially begins. At the same time, a woman appears at the center of the arena, thanking the audience for their patience. She introduces herself as Manhwa from Blue Zone, and announces that she will host the tournament. She explains that the competition is divided into qualifiers and the main event. Finally, the prize for the sole champion of the main event is revealed, a pair of shoes once worn by Toshiya himself. As the shoes float in the air, the crowd erupts in deafening cheers. Meanwhile, our boy stares at the shoes and internally tells his fallen friend to wait until he brings her shoes back. In the audience, Wika and Reina sit together. The manager looks at her phone waiting for the stream to begin when she notices the masked girl from earlier. As soon as our boy enters the field, he finally starts his live stream. The crowd erupts in cheers, and the moment the stream goes live, more than 3,000 viewers join at once. He apologizes for disappearing earlier without notice, but the chat tells him that many of them are watching both the stadium and the stream at the same time, just to experience everything. Subaru realizes how insanely hyped everyone is, and he can barely keep up with the chat. Suddenly, a viewer drops a massive 30,000 credits mission. The hero acts as if he has already won, and thanks the guy for his credits. Meanwhile, the host finally announces the start of the tournament. Fireworks burst across the sky as she slowly opens a glowing green portal. The entire scene begins to shift as the battlefield undergoes massive terraforming. The audience feels both amazed and terrified, recognizing this as a next-level ability expected from the Blue Zone. Even Subaru understands that magic of this scale does not come overnight and requires an absurd amount of practice. The arena is completely transformed and a notification appears before the hero, informing him that he has officially entered the preliminaries. The view pulls back, revealing the stadium enclosed inside a massive green sphere. The environment now resembles a dense forest. In the preliminary round, anyone who dies is eliminated. Every participant except oneself is an enemy. The round will only end once the number of survivors is reduced to exactly 1,000. Subaru is shocked when he sees that there are over 10,000 participants. Since this is a solo match, our boy guesses that he won't get targeted early, which means that he can save his strength for the final round. Just then, someone from his audience posts a mission for 100 credits per kill. Moments later, other missions also start coming in, with one viewer even offering 10,000 credits if he eliminates Omar. Suddenly our boy senses someone behind him. An assassin-type adventurer is less than an inch away, but Subaru dodges flawlessly. The attacker knows that targeting him early is brutal, yet still decides to gamble on his luck. Unfortunately for him, the hero is already ready with his demonic sword, especially with credits practically flying around him. As time passes, the number of survivors drops to around 8,500. Elsewhere, Omar moves forward like a lone war hero. He doesn't really care about weak players since his only target is our boy. An ambush suddenly comes his way, but he dodges at the last moment. Looking forward, he notices an archer hiding in the bushes, mistakenly believing his shot was close enough. More players emerge from hiding, planning to gang up on the captain to make a name for themselves on the third floor. One of them is smart enough to realize that this is a terrible idea and tries to back out, noticing how effortlessly he avoided the attack. However, the others are confident they can beat him since they have the numbers. Omar calmly acknowledges that the plan itself is not terrible, but the opponent they chose is wrong. When one reckless attacker steps forward, the captain ends him instantly. The remaining attackers freeze, unable to process what they just witnessed. Bro starts aura farming by spinning his spear and literally shadows steps through one of them. Every screen in the hall focuses on Omar as he carries out a completely one-sided massacre using refined spear techniques. The attackers try to motivate each other by reminding themselves that it's an exam, but Bro isn't even letting them move. Meanwhile, Reina watches all of this from the stands, realizing that this guy is clearly well above all other participants. Once he reaches higher floors, he will undoubtedly enter the top ranks. However, her attention shifts when she notices Wika nearby, as beautiful as ever. She grows increasingly irritated by her voice as she curses the other participants. However, when she hears Subaru's name, she becomes curious. Looking at her mask, the manager assumes she is just another fan and smiles casually. She starts chatting enthusiastically, claiming she has been a fan for 20 years and introduces herself as Wika. As the two of them talk, the total number of survivors drops to 1,300. The hero moves through the forest once more, wondering about his current kill count. The chat informs him that he has reached 98 kills. He scans the area and notices how drastically the numbers have dropped. Even knowing the preliminaries are almost over, his greedy side kicks in. That is when he gets an idea. He decides to announce his location to attract more players and increase his kill count. The chat is shocked by how reckless he is, especially when everyone else is desperately hiding. Subaru, however, draws attention to himself without hesitation. He activates his demonic sword alongside his thunder skill. The impact shakes the entire arena. On the other side, Omar is the first to sense the surge of energy. He instantly realizes that it can only be the hero. It doesn't take long for the two of them find each other and we finally see them standing face to face. Both fighters feel satisfied and neither wants to drag things out any longer. Seeing the guy in front of him, our boy comments that he might be getting those 10,000 credits sooner than expected. As they face each other, ready to duel, the survivor count rapidly drops. With only 1,200 players remaining, our boy knows that the preliminaries will end soon. Without giving him a warning, Omar launches an attack aimed straight at his face and our boy barely dodges at the last moment. The captain tells him that they still have plenty of time before the round ends. Meanwhile, the hero can't help but analyze his previous attack since losing track of his weapon might lead to him getting instantly eliminated. The guy swings his spear in the air creating a massive shockwave. Before it reaches Subaru, he activates his demon blade and braces for impact. Despite blocking the incoming attack, he is shocked to notice Omar closing the distance for a follow-up strike. Our boy is quick enough to dodge but the attacks just keep on coming. After dodging multiple strikes at once, he decides to hit back causing his opponent to retreat. As the two of them stand at a distance, the guy asks him why he isn't using his thunder ability. Subaru simply sighs and comments that it'll be a waste since the round is about to end soon. This makes Omar furious as he considers this disrespectful. He rushes straight back with his spear but the hero blocks it and tells him that he is also not using all of his strength. Like Subaru guessed, the number of survivors drops to 1,000 and the round finally ends. The two of them are sent back to the waiting room for a 30 minutes break. Our boy notices his trembling hands and realizes that the last strike was much heavier than expected. If the fight had dragged on a bit longer, he might have been in trouble. While he is standing there, the number of viewers in his stream crosses 10,000. The hero remembers something he heard from Wika about this number since crossing it means that the streamer will survive in the industry. Even though our boy passes this threshold, he is still worried about the Cave of Thunder since even someone as strong as Omar had trouble clearing it. The scene then changes to the wooden cabin where we see Shu wondering what he is doing out here. He has been following the tournament and figures out that Omar has the lead so far. However, he still can't understand why that guy would stay at floor 3. The lower a player is in the floors, the wider the gap becomes between their level. Right now, the only advantage Subaru has over him is his thunder ability. Still, it doesn't seem like he can win the final round. Meanwhile, our boy starts receiving credits from his viewers for all of his kills. After reaching 80,000 credits, he decides to level up his Wedge of Greed skill. With this upgrade, it finally reaches B rank, which makes him wonder if he can also try something secret. Inside the arena, the host stares at the shoes as she gets informed that someone is out there to steal them. While she tries figuring out who that person is, she hears a knock on the door and Kirakal walks in. Turns out the guild master is in a bad mood and he sent him all the way down the 3rd floor. He asks him if it's about the hero. He admits that she is correct, but there is also something else that he needs to resolve. Down below, Reina stares at the manager in shock wondering what someone with this amount of mana is doing here. She slowly takes out her mask and gives out a fake name. Wika simply smiles and explains that she asked for her name since her aura is not normal and she can tell that she is using a disguise to cover her face. This makes the girl surprised and she wonders if the manger is an assassin sent by Itsuki. Wika assures her that she doesn't really care about her disguise and asks if she has any plans to disrupt this tournament. Reina smirks and asks her what would happen if she says yes. Suddenly, the manager releases an insane amount of mana declaring that she will try to stop her with everything she has. The scene shifts back to our boy as a system window suddenly appears before him announcing that the break has ended. As soon as the message shows up, the entire environment begins to change again. The other players start yelling in confusion as they realize they had been standing close to each other without noticing anything. Before they can fully process what is happening, a massive arena forms in front of them, becoming the battlefield for the final match. A large system message explains that the finals will use a territory capture format. Once the match begins, each player receives a territory. Only 2 people can be inside one territory at a time. Players must defend their own territory while trying to steal others. If an opponent inside a territory is defeated, that territory becomes the victor's. When the time limit ends, the player who controls the most territory wins. The host finishes by announcing that owner of Teleria will be decided in 2 hours. As soon as the final round starts, every player gets their assigned square or territory. Among them stands our boy, calmly observing the situation. He notes that no one is moving yet, since they know that killing a player earlier will only result in them gaining 1 tile. In a situation like this, it's ideal to wait until the player count has dropped. Immediately after saying this, our boy dashes through the tiles eliminating multiple players at once. Since he is getting 300 credits per kill, he isn't going to wait around for others to die. Meanwhile, Omar is doing the same on his side. He continues eliminating his neighboring players while trying to find the hero. One trembling participant tries to plead for mercy, but he strikes without hesitation. The ground behind him becomes covered in bodies and blood, and he stands silently in the aftermath. At one point, he notices another player collapsing in the distance. Even the paths of Omar and Subaru come into view. The two stand far apart, staring directly at each other. The hero watches him for a moment, but then suddenly changes direction and heads toward another battle instead of confronting him. When the captain realizes this, he gets mad and shouts at our boy, telling him to come back. The hero simply turns back, telling his chat that he can't fight him now, since he still has to farm more credits from other players. Hearing this, his chat comments that he is trying to aura farm. Soon after, he stands over another captured territory with blood dripping from his sword. As he reflects on the situation, he realizes that the level of fighters on the third floor is lower than he expected. This puts Omar well above everyone else here. Suddenly, a system notification appears, informing him that a player named Don Chow has entered his territory. This is the only other notable player in the tournament other than Omar. As he walks toward our boy, the viewers recognize him as a member of Blue Zone Guild. The man smiles, commenting that he might get scolded for beating him here. Meanwhile, the hero stays calm and holds his sword forward, ready to defend himself. The next moment, Don Chow rushes forward while apologizing to the captain for stealing his kill. Unfortunately, this is not his day to shine as the hero easily ducks down and breaks his spear in half. While he falls down to the floor in confusion, our boy puts his sword at his neck and finishes him off. Just when he wonders who he was, he gets another notification informing him that Omar has entered his territory. Bro doesn't wait a second and immediately tries to hit the hero. As Subaru blocks with his blade, the captain shouts at him to use his thunder, otherwise he will kill him in his next strike. Hearing this, our boy realizes that there is no point in holding back. He creates some distance and puts back his sword, which makes the guy wonder if he is leaving. However, the next moment our boy raises his arm and starts casting his thunder ability. Since he has already upgraded his Wedge of Greed skill, he has no problem resisting the negative effects. With everything prepared, the hero conjures up a thunder spear out of thin air. Omar freezes in disbelief since this is his first time seeing someone materialize elemental attributes into a weapon. Pointing his spear forward, our boy asks him if he still thinks he is planning on running. He even turns the pressure back on him, asking if he is going to run now. Omar's pride doesn't allow him to back down, so he refuses immediately. This takes him into a flashback where his subordinate asks him why he is so obsessed with the Cave of Thunder, since someone like him can easily make it to the 6th floor if he ignores the cave. Omar simply replies that people who are fixated on a single thing forget why they even started. He can't say if he will overcome the cave or not, but he knows that it will definitely change his life, which is why he can't let it go. Turns out, he has started to feel the same obsession about defeating our boy. While the two of them move across the battlefield, Subaru thinks to himself that he won't hold back in order to acknowledge his 10 years of hard work. With this, both of them clash in an immense battle of gold and purple. Both weapons press against each other, causing a huge explosion that rocks the entire arena. We move back to the crowd where the two girls silently stare at each other in suspicion. Wika finally reveals that she is Subaru's manger, so she can't let her disrupt the tournament since it will also affect his stream. This makes Reina excited and she almost turns into a fangirl. The tension between them transforms into admiration, as the manager explains how hard it was to actually get this position since her boss and colleague kept opposing everything she said. The dark-haired girl thinks it's amazing and reveals that she has been watching Subaru's stream ever since his fight with the Wolf Warrior. While the two of them are talking, they suddenly notice the huge explosion on the screen. Wika quickly takes out her phone and opens the stream only to be shocked by what she sees. Starting in the test area, we finally see our boy standing in front of Omar as the dust slowly settles. The hero literally gave him the Toji treatment by putting a huge hole in his body. As the guy falls down, Subaru stares at him with respect and hopes they meet again soon. With this, he is officially announced as the winner of the tournament. The entire arena erupts in cheers and sounds of fireworks. The manager nervously laughs as she notices that the girl sitting next to her doesn't seem too pleased by his victory. Internally, Reina is disappointed that she now has to steal the prize from someone who seems exactly like Subaru. From above, the host once again announces the hero as the winner and signals for the shoes to be presented. As the long-awaited prize is finally lowered down, Reina slowly gets up from her chair and leaves. Meanwhile, our boy finally touches the shoes of his comrade after 20 years and goes into a flashback. In his memory, he sees Toshia crying in anger as she tries figuring out who stole her shoes. After searching frantically, she finally hears one of them asking why she is so worked up again. When she looks down, she notices him wearing her shoes. This almost makes her lose her mind and she rushes the guy WWE style, kicking him away. Our boy watches all of this with a smile on his face. Now back in the arena, his chat notices him standing still and wonders if he is thinking about selling the shoes. Replying back to them, he makes it clear that he won't sell the shoes. The host hears this and mentions that he might get over 1,000,000 credits if he sells them. Suddenly, everyone in the crowd starts shouting for him to sell the shoes for a huge amount of credits. This makes Subaru furious and he unleashes his thunder ability, reminding them that he won't ever sell these shoes even if they offer 10,000,000 credits. The host was standing too close to him, so she also got struck by the lightning and immediately decided to end the interview. Afterwards, he takes the shoes and walks out. Meanwhile, Kirikawa stands outside the arena watching the live stream and realizes that the hero has actually won. Another member of the Blue Zone, Hanamaki Hiyori, asks him if he believes he can become like the original Subaru. He mentions that people have begun comparing him to the original. Hearing this, the guy questions her what she means, since he thinks that they should be comparing the original Subaru to him and not the other way around. As he continues talking, the girl turns away with an annoyed expression. When he calls her out on that, she quickly changes her tone and asks him what he thinks is going to happen now. Kirikawa starts walking away, telling her that it doesn't matter since they still have a job to do. As he walks, we see several hooded figures appearing out of nowhere and following him. Meanwhile, our boy stands there with the shoes in his hands, thinking about his old comrade. He thanks his chat for supporting him and opens up the item description. The shoes have a 30+ level requirement and provide increased movement speed and jumping ability. Suddenly Subaru gets a message on his phone from Wika telling him about a mysterious girl who was just watching his match. We then see Reina blended in the crowd wondering if she should steal the shoes. She finally makes her choice and decides to cut off the hero's ankles so that she won't get noticed. A bit later, the hero walks into a bar to meet with his manager. She congratulates him on winning and mentions that she already ordered for him. Instead of doing any small talk, Subaru asks her about the messages. This makes her a bit worried as she explains that she met someone weird in the crowd. When he becomes curious, she explains that it was a female player hiding her face using the same mask as him. The girl looked suspicious at first, but she later found out that she also loved Narukami Subaru, so the two of them started talking. However, when he finally won, the girl got upset for some reason. This made the manager confused because if she were really a Subaru fan, she wouldn't get mad at him winning the tournament. She tried chasing after her, but the girl was too good at hiding her presence. Hearing all this, our boy begins to wonder who this mysterious girl is, since she was able to hide her presence from someone like Wika. As the manager continues talking, she reveals that when she asked her about the actual Subaru, the girl gave her a strange reaction, almost like she was nostalgic about something. This hits our boy hard and he immediately jumps up from his chair to look for the girl. Meanwhile, we see that same girl sitting on a cliff watching the entire city. She can clearly see all the hooded members of Blue Zone meant to capture her and comments that Itsuki has gone too soft sending people like them. What bothers her more is the hero winning the tournament. She can also see him as he runs through the streets and guesses that he must be high on dopamine after his victory. Stealing the shoes from him isn't a problem for her as she can do it in 5 seconds. This makes her remember what she said to Shu before taking this mission, and it makes her hurt even more since she can't get herself to do it. Everything about this Subaru reminds her of the original. Frustrated, she gets up screaming that she won't let him off easy if he ever decides to join Blue Zone, and even warns to cut off his head. Despite all this, she still wants to talk to him at least once because he resembles the dead Subaru too much. With this, she finally decides to go back and disappears. Meanwhile, our boy is out of breath after running through the entire city. He realizes that he could have used those shoes to lure out his past comrades. It makes sense why Reina would deliberately hide her presence since she was here to steal them. The hero had previously sensed Shu's mana from those flowers, and now hearing about Reina gives him hope that all 4 of his comrades may still be alive. Looking up, he decides not to reach any conclusions since it's still too early. At the same time, she hears Wika's voice calling him from behind. With a worried look on her face, she asks if he is okay since he ran out of the bar without saying anything. The hero replies that he was looking for someone he thought he knew, but it turns out it was all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, the girl makes a sad expression and asks if he doesn't have any female friends. With this comment, our boy finally has enough, so he decides to go home. Somewhere else, the girl from the Blue Zone complains about being tired and asks the other guy if the thief got away. He simply denies it, which makes the girl annoyed, and she asks how he can be so confident. Without saying anything, he shows her a message from their boss telling them to call off the mission. This makes her even more mad since they waited all this time for nothing. Kirikawa explains that the thief never really came here because if they did, they wouldn't have allowed anyone else to walk off with the prize. Their boss told them that the people they are after won't care even if they know it's all a trap. The girl finally realizes who he is talking about and asks him if it wasn't a rumor. The guy stares at the full moon, telling her that he also hoped it was a rumor, but it seems to be true since their boss is going this far. We finally learn that the rumor is actually about Subaru's own guild betraying him, leading to his death. Following all of this, our boy is also staring at the night sky thinking about his next plan. Reading about this rumor on his phone, he wonders if this was the reason his comrades didn't show up. It's been 20 years since the day he died, and by now Itsuki has probably reached a level where he can't reach him. For someone like him to catch up to the greatest player in the world, he needs something special. Subaru reflects on his tournament match, remembering how he materialized that thunder spear. This is interesting because he couldn't even do this in his past life. It also makes him realize that there are a lot of things he still doesn't know about his power. It's an insanely powerful ability given to humans so they can fight back against gods and giants. Our boy begins to realize that all this time he hasn't been using the power to its full potential. His next destination is the Cave of Thunder, and he hopes he might learn the secret of thunder by clearing it. The scene changes to a cafe where we see Wika talking to someone on the phone while eating cake. She looks uninterested and tells the person to speak again since she can't hear them. Turns out she is on a video call with Kayaharu, and Bro is begging her for forgiveness over the bet they made earlier. Despite his best efforts, the manager refuses to accept his pleas. He tries everything from sweet talking to acting like a dog, but none of it works. Eventually, the girl proposes something of her own and asks him for a favor. Meanwhile, we see Omar sitting alone in a bar. Moments later, Subaru enters and sits next to him, ordering the same drink. He notices the cheap beer in his hands and mocks him for trying to save money despite his guild's reputation. The guy looks too depressed to care and explains that he used to be broke back in the day since he spent all his money treating his guild members. After all that, he got used to this cheap beer and can't move on. As Subaru asks him more about his spending habits, he explains that he had to do it since his comrades were going along with his selfish push to challenge the Cave of Thunder. They were too poor back then and couldn't rely on the support of a guild. For players like them, hunting was the only option to earn credits. One day as they were out hunting, they ran into a sky serpent. Their party was way too inexperienced to deal with such a monster, and as a result, 4 of them ended up dying. Those guys weren't just his teammates but his best friends. This makes Omar grit his teeth as he remembers that tragic day. Hearing all this, Subaru asks him if his comrades hate him for that. The guy replies that it's worse than hate. All he can hear is their screams asking him why he chose to sacrifice them just because of his foolish dream. Our boy is traumatized by hearing all of this and asks him to stop. Omar asks him if he is feeling bad for him, but the hero simply mentions that anyone else in his place might have given up already. The captain replies that he couldn't give up since it would mean that those people died for nothing. This is why he has been so obsessed with the Cave of Thunder, but now, thanks to the hero, he has some hope. Subaru is a bit confused and asks him what he means, but the captain ignores it and starts telling him about the cave. Meanwhile, Shu is shaking in his cabin, wondering if Itsuki figured out their plan to steal the shoes. His anxiety turns into anger as he activates his freezing ability and prepares to hunt down the rank 1 player. Suddenly his phone rings and he gets a message from Reina apologizing to him. In her next messages, she casually mentions that she couldn't steal the shoes. Bro almost loses his mind as he hears this and starts screaming. Somewhere else, Subaru finally starts his live stream again. Streaming to about 6,000 viewers, he reveals that he is going to clear the Cave of Thunder today. Just then, someone calls out to him from behind and asks if he is the streamer Subaru. When the hero confirms it, the guy nervously asks if his party can also join him in his quest since they are trying to clear the Cave of Thunder. Before Subaru can respond, he gets a text from Wika telling him that this party is just trying to ride on his clout. The team greets him, expressing that they are also bent on challenging the Cave of Thunder, though they are really surprised to meet someone famous like Subaru today. Our boy is completely clueless on what these guys are talking about until the crew explains that they are headed for the same stage as him without any intentions of bothering him. This creates an awkward silence. Subaru lets out a sigh of annoyance, ultimately deciding to tango with these guys to complete this stage. After all, it would look bad on him if he declined this request and fled from the mission. Unfortunately, this is the nature of the system, though our boy does leave them with a chilling note that he wishes he could kill everyone just because he felt like it. This statement terrifies the other guy. Subaru wishes to make one thing absolutely clear for these clowns. He is not going to be talking with them. They are merely travel companions. In the next scene, we find ourselves in the Conrad Kingdom's gathering point. There is already a fuss over the fact that several mercenaries have gathered just to challenge the Cave of Thunder. Demon, the macho scary-looking guy, is actually an S-tier mercenary who doesn't fancy the group for having ear-anchors. Shortly after he learns that our boy is an otherworlder, he thinks the kid is on a suicide mission anyway. Pissed off by this guy's shit talk, Subaru amuses the idea of beating him half to death to make him vulture bait. His chat is surprised that a mere ranker is even familiar with the concept of vulture bait. But one thing's clear, our boy can sense the dreadful bloodlust oozing out of Demon in his group, and it's not the kind of bloodlust for monsters but humans. At the Osman Kingdom gathering point, we head to Omar's side of things, who's a little shaken by the current situation. Apparently one of the Blue Zone mercenaries, Polyman, has invaded their mission and demands that Omar's team throws off half its men to make some space. Omar questions if these orders are from their daddy, Itsuki Kyojo. Polyman reminds the guy to pay respect to their guildmaster's name, and that it's all because Omar screwed up in his previous mission, losing valuable guild assets. Both of them are rage-baiting the other with the best insults they can. Polyman taunts Omar for losing to a newbie despite staying on floor level 3 for a decade straight. Omar's quiet about his response, but one of his subordinates is ready to make sushi out of Polyman for disrespecting their main man. Polyman believes that he's won this argument and walks off proudly, expressing that they might actually clear the Cave of Thunder this time with his involvement. Meanwhile, Omar stops his men from getting enraged for the time being. They're dealing with a rookie raid team to begin with, so it won't mean a thing. However, there's one part that he does agree with, the part that they'll clear the Cave of Thunder with absolute surety this time. Returning to our boy's side of things, the chatters understand that Subaru is agitated just being around these people. Demon, who is leading the charge, senses that something about this place feels off. The doors are opening precisely with a set time limit, which means some humans must have made it. Finally, he ushers his buddies to look up ahead at the daunting scale of the stage they call the Cave of Thunder. It has spikes protruding with thunder roaring down the skies. Demon adds that the lightning never stops striking the entrance, which is why it's impossible to access the gate except for a few precise moments. The purple-haired dude from earlier chats up the big guy asking how many times he's challenged this dangerous cave. Demon shares that it's his third encounter, and he's one of the rarest survivors ever. Despite the risks, Demon repeatedly challenged the gate, and it's not like he wants to either. The only reason he's here is to extract the traces of thunder, something that if he can get his hands on, he can forever quit his death-provoking mercenary life. In other words, the S-rank mercenary won't even be accompanying them all the way. Demon isn't planning on exploring too deep because he knows how intimidating the cave truly is. E-rankers are just cannon fodder in his eyes who are gonna get swept. We arrive just in front of the colossal cave's entrance. The thunder is hyperactive right now, but it will settle down in 1 hour with the entrance opening. To show them the scale of the situation they're in, Bro tosses a squirrel straight towards the entrance. And guess what? Mr. Squirrel gets fucking zapped by Zeus in an instant. I wanna see F's in the comments for our fallen squirrel. Demon shows them that this is gonna be the same for them, but interestingly, our boy decides to step up to test things on his own. The S-ranker questions if the E-ranker has a death wish, but Subaru understands that this situation is familiar to the Millennium Mountain. They all think he's on some kind of suicide mission, begging him to come back, but our boy stands inches from the door, stretching his hand by activating the Heart of Thunder ability. This way, he resists all the electrocution effects. Thundergate also sends out zaps of black-yellow lightning while verifying the qualifications for the entrance. Both the Heart of Thunder and the Thundergate abilities are meshing against each other. Eventually the Thundergate fully disappears, revealing the invaluable traces of thunder that Demon had been dying to get his hands on. A small jewel nestled in a gold spiral falls down. Demon screams like a little girl, shocked that an E-ranker managed to discover the treasure. All this time, the gate had been waiting for someone who met its requirements to show up, and while our boy was inspecting the object, a gigantic axe came flying from behind. Subaru identifies that attack meant to take off his head, and he barely has time to dodge, suffering a gash on his shoulder in the process. The system confirms that he's just been attacked by his own teammates, which means no penalty will be applied if he reacts in self-defense. This beefy guy is out for blood, refusing to let his treasure go to an E-ranker. The big guy calls our boy lucky. Subaru questions why he should follow his commands, but Demon's team is pretty clear on their position. They call the rookies outsiders who have no business stealing from the locals, and even though they don't belong to this world, it's obvious that anyone would avoid dying. They're actually right, as Subaru internalizes the pain of dying in the trial feels 100% identical to actually dying in real life, leading anyone to suffer from permanent PTSD back into the real world. Demon licks his weapon like a barbarian, hailing himself as the bringer of death, and that he's actually used to killing outsiders in the first place. The rookies are frightened as the atmosphere shifts. All this time, the rumors of the Conrad mercenaries secretly killing previous team rookies ended up real. Subaru's rookie team called out to him, begging the guy to be rational about the situation and negotiate. But before he could continue further, blood splatters across the guy's face, because our boy has already made his first move, vaporizing one dude like he never even existed. He then takes care of the second guy by impaling him too, hoping to train these idiots into becoming his vulture baits. Demon's reaction is priceless, unable to understand how a mere ranker is capable of outclassing them. Our boy goes on the offensive and leads another strike, this time missing against Demon. Subaru still taunts the guy for trying to protect his pride because he'll die soon anyways. The beefy guy approaches him full speed to kill, but it's already game over. His arm goes flying into the distance, bringing the big guy to his knees. Demon realizes that his opponent is actually a user of the Demon Blade, that Subaru only relied on his weapons to become stronger. To humble this clown, our boy assures him that he's not the same kind of trash like them, and that they should have just saved up money to buy something similar. Not that it matters anymore, because Subaru wastes no time ripping Demon's body apart, ending the Conrad mercenary team. With 3 corpses of skilled mercenaries at their feet, the rest of the rookies are baffled by who this guy even is. Subaru mocks them and asks if they're so curious to try him too, but these guys know their place, and now even address him as their lord. The entrance gate flashes red. It's time to finally enter it. Subaru leads the team inside the cave. We find that the infrastructure has streaks of thunder all over it. One girl questions if it's truly the right decision to follow this insane ranker. Purple Hair suggests everyone to keep their shit together and not get on Subaru's bad side, who doesn't seem to be the reckless type unless provoked. The thing about streaming is that it relies on popularity, which means regular dudes have value. Purple Hair is confident that none of his posts will ever get exposed. More importantly, the pathway from which they came is suddenly blocked. Even the front is gone, blocking them from both directions. Omar's words ring in Subaru's head, who warned our boy to be cautious of the Thunder Wolves upon entry. Since there's a metric ton of these puppies, fighting them is going to be pointless as it will only drain stamina. So while the rest of the rookies are busy facing them, our boy rockets ahead into a pack of Thunder Wolves with a strategy of his own. His goal is to directly target the boss of the group, which is usually the largest monster in the vicinity. But for these Thunder Wolves, it's the opposite. The smallest one among them leads the whole. Subaru starts his assault by cutting one wolf, before activating Cloud Stride and bursting with incredible airwalk abilities for 3 seconds, leaping over the wolves. He reminisces on his dear friend, Toshiya, who once donned these same shoes and danced in the air. Before Subaru could get to the boss, the leader decides to go for the offense instead, speed blitzing behind our boy and successfully connecting a powerful blast. The good thing is, Subaru appears unscathed from the impact. The Thunder Wolf advances for a second encounter, while our boy prepares charging thunder into his Demon Blade. He chants that his thunder is way faster than the leader of the wolves and beautifully slaughters the creature with a single hit. Thanks to the decapitation of their leader, the rest of the Thunder Wolves are vulnerable. Subaru levels up, but it seems like the endless number of Thunder Wolves is still threatening the rookies. We get another call back from Omar, who basically confirmed that defeating the boss means achieving total victory. Our boy commands every single wolf to sit down like a good boy, because right after killing their leader, he has automatically replaced the role. The system confirms successful subduming of the Thunder Wolves, allowing our boy to freely command them inside the Cave of Thunder. The rookies can't fathom what the heck he just did, but our boy is stone cold and merely commands his wolves to explore the deeper cave with him. Getting to a decent spot for the next event, our boy orders his wolves to start howling, which creates an even bigger mess for the rookies who've yet to understand the logic behind this plan. Thanks to the howling of the Thunder Wolves, all the other thunder-dwelling monsters in the cave quickly come to find the source of the mess. This is clearly a cause for concern. The rookies are begging Subaru to stop before he is mauled by every kind of monster in the Cave of Thunder. Our boy merely takes out his blade, stating that this is the way he runs business around here. He further adds that none of them have to worry about him. He can manage it all alone with the Thunder Wolves. For the rookies who have no idea what their role is, our boy reminds them of their position from the start. They're going to be busy trying to survive on their own. The war inside the cave officially begins. Those watching this entertaining fight barely care about how the streamer is tackling the stage. The girl argues that it's still a bit ruthless. I mean, the monsters are literally tearing these guys apart. Normally Subaru would face major backlash for letting his members die, but interestingly enough, this time it's a special occasion. Apparently there was an early post made by someone to invade Subaru's Cave of Thunder hunt. They were never planning on supporting him, only to hitchhike for free, which is why getting ripped apart here doesn't really mean anything. They were never strong enough to begin with. Still, there's a valid concern that the viewers watching the stream may end up forming a different opinion, which might cause some backlash. There's also a reason Subaru allowed these guys to tag along for the dangerous mission. It's because he wanted to make an example out of anyone who dares to leech on him. While he's ripping the monsters apart, the rookies are also getting torn to shreds. By the end of the heavy-duty battle, the system congratulates him with a level up, panting but pleased. Our boy turns around to see corpses all around at his feet, questioning if there are going to be any more complaints about the solo run. The chatters are amazed that this dude went overboard on slaughtering everyone, but some others are also turned off by his psychopathic behavior, leaving the stream. Subaru doesn't really care. All he cares about is sending a message to any freeloaders who are going to meet the same fate. Watching from the big screen, the overseers throw up in laughter. Every word and action of his is in line with the reaction of the audience. The chief is genuine with his praise and admits that Subaru is without a doubt an excellent player and streamer. Next he hits up Wika at a bad time, roaring that the matter concerns Narukami Subaru himself. The chief is currently dying to know if she briefed him about the tag along a recruitment post that was made. Wika confirms that she already briefed him on the idea, which gives the impression that she helped him from the start. Wika thinks her boss is being annoying, so she straight up hangs up. Left with no choice, the chief requests for a copy of the forum post. He wants to go on the offensive and express to the world that Subaru has a powerful agency helping him. By the way, let's go check on Omar's side of things. The Thunder Wolves are giving these guys a huge pain. The best part? Omar isn't even intervening or helping the cocky bastards out, leaving Polyman to fend for himself. The dude quickly realizes that he's been set up. Omar decides to wait for a specific moment, before throwing his blade directly towards Polyman. The guy ducks and the dagger ends up headshotting the leader of the wolves. Of course the creature is tiny, so Polyman thinks Omar did the dumbest kill on the planet. The comm captain orders the rest of the Thunder Wolves to sit. Polyman is still clueless and thinks he's being looked down upon, when suddenly he spots all the wolves around him reacting strangely. The scumbag is confused and asks for answers. Omar verbally murders him by saying that he doesn't have a clue of what the Cave of Thunder is even about. The same goes for the Blue Zone higher-ups. He recommends that they head back for their own safety, or else he'll risk further humiliation, setting the whole affair like a boss. Back to Subaru, who seems to be clearing the current boss. This creature is straight out of Dune, which I hope you're excited for since the next part is coming out as well. The worm doesn't last very long because our boy directly goes for the inside of its mouth, vaporizing the beast with a single blast of his thunderous rampage. Omar's advice got him this far with ease, but it's all thanks to his 3 years worth of progress. But that's the thing, this part was just the beginning. The real Cave of Thunder starts from here. The first gate of thunder opens up to our boy, initiating the first thunder trial. Our boy doesn't have a fancy impression of the cave, believing that so far, the experience has been rather disappointing from what he expected. From the intel that Omar personally handed him, the real trouble begins right at the first gate of thunder. Subaru is met with this huge illustration of a dragon, resembling an ancient piece of art that confuses the chatters. Omar emphasized that it took him a whopping 5 whole years just to get past this level. The chatters carefully notice that the picture of the dragon is suspicious and is moving. It begs the question how long Subaru will take to complete this first gate. The system assesses thunderclap qualifications for him, and sure, while the ability is part of natural phenomena of a crackling sound right when lightning strikes, it's still connected to thunder. All of these powers are the same, which means the Cave of Thunder's actual reward may or may not have something to do with Subaru's own abilities. He's clueless for the time being, because the same element doesn't always guarantee the same outcome. For now, he's just eyeing down this glorious dragon materializing from a picture into a gorgeous blue beast in its thunderous form. This is Ragnell, the judge of Thunderclap. Omar warned him carefully back then that not even defeating Greg the Wolf Warrior is going to be enough to boast the same results against Ragnell, who is a force of nature. Even our boy is confident that he can't beat this monster at this stage, and that he only challenged Greg out of sheer desperation. The thing about the trial of Ragnell is that it's always different depending on the one challenging it. One of those trials is forcing the challenger to suffer millions of lightning strikes back to back. Other times, it cuts off your senses and tosses you into an abyssal void, while other times, it summons a monster to make you fight in its place. It's time to determine our boy's fate. Ragnell directly addresses the challenger for the Trial of Thunder. Our boy nonchalantly confirms that he is the challenger indeed. The dragon is intrigued most by this human, boasting that he's already proven so many qualification tests. Next, the dragon orders him to take out the item in his pocket. The trace of thunder that Subaru obtained at the entrance is acting up. He reaches for it in his pocket, recalling that not even Omar mentioned a word about its relation. Ragnell assesses that the human opened the thunderclap gate and walked inside. but our boy is most curious if there wasn't anyone else who managed to secure the same object and made his way inside. Apparently, no one. Not even the guy with the spear managed to do it. That guy only managed to pick up a similar stone formed from the condensed energy of the dungeon itself. This adds up quite a bit from Subaru's personal assessment, who knows that he's the only person to wield thunder, so everything makes sense. Ragnar cuts the casual talk, believing it's time to offer the boy his trial. His grand task? To swallow the damn jewel. Yup, that's it. Subaru doesn't even know if he should do that since this object is invaluable in this world. Even the chatters point out that bro's dreams of selling the thing are crushed. Subaru doesn't really have a choice here, contemplating his options, because even if he passed the trial, it doesn't mean he's bound to gain a better reward like the traces of thunder. The whole situation feels flipped on its head, like he's walking into an Indian tech support scam situation where the deal looks stupid. At the same time, if our boy backs out here, it's gonna be a humiliation ritual for him, and will further reflect harshly on the rest of the Blue Eyes Guild. So dropping his greed, Subaru ultimately decides to put the damn thing in his mouth, swallowing the jewel just like he was told. He is met with immediate consequences as the Gates trial begins to assess his body, causing our boy to agonize with the object inside of him. By the way, Waika's watching all this from her room, pissed off that this stupid blue noodle dragon forced their talent to swallow the stone. Even someone like Subaru was obsessed with money, yet he had to make that decision. He's worried if something's happened to him, so she phones Kayaharu for an advance notice. Learning that he's already in motion, mustering up her courage to respond back, Waika starts off with a genuine apology. She seems crushed. Kayaharu simply tells her to keep her part of the promise, that he won't be giving it to her later, and that there wasn't going to be any turning back from this deal. Waika ends up confirming it, and so the call disconnects, leaving her in a more concerned state. By the way, the dude currently stands before the tall structure of Floor 5, the Ben God forging stage, one that he never thought he'd ever be able to return to. Back to our boy, Subaru is knocked out completely. The trial of thunder initiates from within his body, zapping bro viciously, just like how I destroy a mosquito with my electric fly swatter. Right after the first zap, the trace of the thunder object settles automatically into his body, flowing through his veins. Sure, his mana increased, but his fatigue also heightens with every zap, causing him to experience a surging pulse of electricity flowing through his veins. The experience is way different from what happened last time. It's as if something is genuinely disrupting the flow of his magic here, something he can't figure out. Subaru's movements are restricted, and since he's constantly getting zapped, the object is taking over his body. It's only the Heart of Thunder that is capable of resisting the Trace of Thunder's will. Both are reacting oppositely to each other, which reminds our boy that his Thunder Heart is supposed to be an equipable item. Bro's thoughts are getting one-shooted with another zap piercing into his shoulder. He jots down the different nature of his Thunder Heart from the Trace of Thunder. Quickly our boy takes out the second stone, recalling Ragnall's advice to swallow the first one. Maybe this was the idea all along, that the beast wanted him to swallow the Thunder's Heart Stone too, which has clearer benefits attached. Knowing that he can't keep up with more of this electric fly swatter shenanigans, he ingests the golden stone. The Thunder's Heart quickly comes into effect, resisting the harsh nature of the traces of thunder. Now Subaru's body is coursing with a dual nature of lightning, one pristine blue, and the other a black sparks. This man's feeling himself right now. Ragnar looms over the human's special condition, impressed that the player finally deciphered the trial. The mighty dragon observes closely at Subaru's newly transformed state. My man's become a silver surfer without his bald-ass hair. He's also got this beating new thunder heart, with zero thoughts on how to use it. Ragnar mocks him for not being able to possess the abilities of his own treasure all this time, but he doesn't reveal the secrets of this special form as our boy returns back to his normal state. Subaru's body is exhausted, pissed off that he nearly got himself killed just devouring the stones. The dragon confidently shares that the previous wielder of thunder actually died in the same attempt, but he's quite hopeful for the kid this time. Saying so, Ragnar disperses from blue to gold thunder, fusing itself inside of our boy's body, immediately upscaling his thunder skill 3 levels up to 5. His new skill rank is a whopping S rank ability, leagues above what he had before. Meanwhile, Omar and his crew are waiting outside the gate in shock, questioning where the hell it's supposed to be. The same painting of the dragon is nowhere to be found. Even his subordinates feel like there's some kind of eerie emptiness about this place. Omar confirms that the dragon's painting is gone. The shocking part is that he didn't even take the test, which means that someone else did it first before their arrival. The subordinate clocks it immediately that it might have been Subaru who did it, but even for him, it'd be impossible to make that dragon disappear. Palimon, being the rat he is, doesn't much give a damn, believing that they should hurry up before Subaru stole all the rewards. Just when he meets his immediate disappointment, Omar turns around stating that he didn't just come to reap the loot. He smiles for once, thrilled to express his excitement for some change at last as someone managed to reach past the Cave of Thunder. The same pacifist Omar walks up to Palaimon in a good mood, threatening him not to ruin his excitement for now. The subordinate, I'm gonna call him Adult Aang, explains that he's already fought the kid in a tournament before, and from what he's experienced in that duel, Bro's confident that not even two Subarus combined could get past the level ahead. Regardless of their expectations, Captain Omar orders them to be cautious, as they might be witnessing a historic record of the first completion of the Cave of Thunder trial. Palaimon is baffled that not even the captain is hoping to clear this stage, begging the question why they're advancing any further at all. Omar stands before the next gate, expressing that everything past this point is the end of the cave, which means Subaru has already gotten past this level. The captain opens the final gate with those expectations, as the system welcomes the raid team into the second gate of Thunder. Here, the whole place has been thrashed. The throne room welcomes the person to seize their position on the throne. The captain and his team advance fourthly, but here's the most confusing part of all. The same man who conquered Rangel's trial, Subaru, isn't here at all. Palaimon is bummed out by another weird change, finding it annoying already that Omar can't shut up about this Subaru kid, pondering if he just sat on the throne and moved to the next level. The captain shuts down that idea, explaining that no one can do that. The system notices that a bunch of players have trespassed into the domain of the throne, sending a powerful bolt directly in front of them as their final obstacle. This daunting monster is the Knight of Thunder, clad in gorgeous armor which reminds me of the Igris stage from Solo Leveling. Palaimon and the others are confused why there's a human being used as a boss monster for this trial. Omar unfortunately shares the bad news. They can't move past this point unless they defeat the knight. This same monster is the one responsible for defeating the captain in all of his previous attempts. He is the ultimate ceiling for the Cave of Thunder, one that no one can ever touch. Peleus, the Knight of Thunder, surges as the final defender of Thunder. In his conversation with Subaru, he told the young player that Peleus had never told his name to anyone before him. He's the same Peleus that is connected to both Trials of Thunder. But the confusing part to Subaru is how no one knew about the Knight of Thunder's existence in the Cave of Thunder's setting. Only Omar knew because he fought him directly, and even then he had no idea who he was fighting against until the knight introduced himself by name. Long story short, he told Subaru that both the Knight of Thunder as well as Subaru's thunder skill are connected in some ways. Well, that conversation didn't hold much merit, because as much as the captain wants Subaru to show up for this fight, there's just no hope for them. Peleus walks majestically towards the captain, greeting the young man for another attempt. However, Omar knows that the Knight of Thunder anticipated someone else's arrival, begging the question if he's met Subaru at all. Unfortunately, Peleus denies that encounter, leading Omar to reluctantly draw his weapon. Before he could devise a strategy, Polyman the Imbecile calls forth his men and tasks them to block the knight's escape, jumping him Jujutsu Kaisen style. Little do they know the captain is against this decision, begging those idiots not to charge recklessly against Peleus. It's already too late as the vicious Knight of Thunder offers a single slash, splitting human bodies open like paper. The captain is horrified, but before he could even finish his sentence that these strategies won't work against the powerful knight, it's already game over. Polyman goes for the offensive as well, like a brain-dead idiot who didn't just see his men get barbecued just now. His sword clashes against Peleus, who doesn't do anything except block, causing Bro's weapon to shatter in a single hit. It's game over for this clown, as Peleus charges his weapon aimed directly at his neck for the kill shot. Let's explore what Subaru's really up to, since he's gone off disappeared. The man wakes up in this jagged cave. He's been knocked unconscious all this time, not knowing how long he'd even been gone for. The chatters mention that it's been 30 minutes, even taunting Bro for going into comas way too often. Some kind of special ability at this point. One kind donator offers him credits just to shit talk in his face that he passes too often. Subaru remembers that his collab with Hawkeye actually turned up some pretty great benefits for him. He agrees to the chatter's demands that he'll surely collaborate with Subaru, which is pretty exciting for them as he's a rookie in their eyes. I want you guys to remember that his name is Hasoi Subaru for this body, which is why they've got no clue. Our boy notices his astounding high fatigue, but he refuses to give up and continues to the next stage. Let's return to Palamon's side. Bro's getting one shot, and just when this insect is to be killed, Omar dives in with a defensive maneuver and saves his life. The captain's attack even manages to send Pelias back for a bit, showing Polyman the literal difference between their respective skill gaps. It's not a surprise that they entrusted the mission to Omar instead of his whiny ass. In other words, they only view Polyman as a mere tool. The guild doesn't even care about him. They just wanted to use this guy to bait out the true powers of the captain by invoking his pride. Pelias and Omar are lunging monstrously at each other. But what literally terrifies Polyman is the realization that, oh shit, even this scary version of the captain ended up defeated by Subaru. Honestly, Omar's having it pretty rough. Even in this battle, Pelias casually chops off his left arm and shows how outclassed he truly is in this fight. He can't stall forever, only 2 more minutes, hardly even one with all the backup he's got. The Knight of Thunder doesn't even bother to check his flank and casually swings his sword, dicing human parts straight into the air. This allows the bloodthirsty Omar to rocket at full speed with a bleeding out missing arm. Now that's metal as fuck. He puts every single thing in this one single attack, hoping to do something to Pelias. The spear successfully makes direct contact, except it's against the shield of the knight, causing Omar's weapon to be deflected several feet up in the air. Now, he's completely defenseless against the Knight of Thunder. Pelias is ready to make his final blow, commending the captain for maturing his skills from their last encounter. But before he could kill Omar, he suddenly senses an even more powerful threat and instinctively blocks the yellow zaps of lightning. The knight is sent back from the explosive blast, before finally looking at the man that he's been waiting for. It's Narukami Subaru in the flesh, Aura farming with every step as Thunder worships his skin. Our boy orders the captain and the others to stay back as they'll only stun him in battle. He reaches for his thunderous demonic sword. As the duel between 2 wielders of thunder commences, Pelias is the first to make his move, bolting right up to Subaru's face with a heavy hit. The Knight of Thunder remembers our boy, referring to him as the benefactor. Their weapons break contact, creating distance between both. Subaru stops to explain that he's already heard the whole thing, while the rest of Omar's subordinates have no clue what the heck's going on. The same masked knight reaches for his helmet, removing the headpiece, wondering if he'll ever be able to remember this face. The helmet hits the ground as Pelias greets Subaru with pride. And I know we were expecting some gorgeous-looking dude or something, but damn, this guy's a walking corpse in that state. The undead Pelias expresses that he waited for a long time to reunite with Subaru here somehow. It took him so long, and despite the fact that our boy is an otherworlder, centuries seem to have passed in his wait. This is because the Thunder trial is actually a virtual test. Anyone could repeat it as many times they want to, but the big question is how the Knight of Thunder specifically knows Subaru. Pelias addresses that part, explaining that he learned about the existence of otherworlders, and soon drew his own conclusion that Subaru himself couldn't have from this world. Our boy asks about the fate of the villagers, or why Pelias looks like he belongs in some zombie apocalypse manhwa. The saddening fate after Subaru's disappearance is the invasion of the giants rampaged on. Everyone in the village was annihilated, leaving the Knight of Thunder as the sole survivor. Hoping to please his benefactor, Pelias swore himself to become just as strong, which is why he began his hunt for power everywhere, the same power that Subaru himself wielded, which led him to the Cave of Thunder. Here he found the source of his troubles, but of course there came a huge price for acquiring such immense power for someone as unqualified as Pelias at the time. He did not know the price would be this extreme. The knight's eyes were taken from him, permanently blinding him, but to make matters even worse, he was cursed with the fate to never leave this cave again. And that's how Pelias is stuck here with unfathomable strength, waiting and waiting for the day his benefactor might return. As part of his arrival, the knight has one final request for his benefactor, begging him to just give his body a final release of death, a rest that he's been longing for. Honestly, this fight's not looking easy no matter how Subaru looks at things. His fatigue is soaring high. If the fight is dragged out, he'll lose. So he invokes the best of his abilities from the start, activating the Thunder Heart, which puts even more stress on his body, agreeing to Pelias' request of granting him permanent release. The 2 forces of thunder stand face to face against each other as their final dance begins. We cut to Reina's side of things, who is already in a frightened mood, knowing that she's pissed off a certain someone. The fact that she couldn't even retrieve what she was sent for is the worst, since she defied direct orders. Suddenly she spots ice covering the entire landscape, confirming that Shu is damningly pissed. Reina quietly tries to look into the ice structure. She opens the door only to be met with an immediate ice spike dropping from the ceiling. Panicking, she dodges and begins to question if Bro's actually trying to kill her here. Shu's looming figure emerges from the shadows. This man is clearly ready to slaughter her. Reina knows she's screwed, so she apologizes quickly, even slipping up and offering her life for it. She just wants to know the reason why she let him have the priceless object. In the end, Reina lets up and admits that she let Subaru have it, and it's because though she couldn't glance at his face, the guy's presence felt identical to their old leader. This is the reason she trusted her gut to let him have the object. She doesn't seem much satisfied with this explanation, though he forgives her after assigning a burdening task. Reina is amazed that he's letting this slide. As punishment for at least something, Shu instructs her to quickly set up the house and return it back to its original state, which annoys her since he's the one who ruined it. Once cut away from their banter and focused on the main dish of the day, Omar's group is struggling to hold on even at the third floor. Both fighters are clashing their weapons with tremendous speeds, channeling their own thunder. The captain shares that Pelia's greatest disadvantage stems from his blindness, which is the reason why our boy lands a successful kick to the knight's chest, pushing him back. It's not easy on Subaru either, who is panting as his fatigue soars up to 81. The only reason he can create openings is through hiding his presence in front of the knight. This much damage is dog water in front of him, but to his shock, Omar's sword suddenly comes flying, stabbing deep into his arm. While Pelias is startled, our boy turns around to confront Omar for disrespecting them one-on-one. Not like it matters to Subaru, who is supposed to win at any cost here. The Knight of Thunder removes his shield, revealing that he's got an extra arm to use without burn. Using that, he pulls out Omar's sword to use against our boy, only to realize that Subaru's already gone. In that moment, he allowed himself the chance to use Cloud Stride, leaping into the air for 3 seconds and surprising his opponent with an aerial descent. Our boy makes direct contact against Pelia's body with a clean strike, ripping his body in half. The Thunder Knight is thankful to his benefactor once more, offering his apologies for causing so much trouble in the end. We get a shot of Pelia's original face, before lightning strikes down and erases what's left of him. By the end of that epic thunderous showdown, Subaru remains standing with his eyes set towards the throne. But while he's distracted, a sword comes flying towards his face, which he dodges. This is all thanks to Polyman, who despite getting his life saved by Subaru's intervention, believes that they must still take out the threat. He strongly believes that it's their best chance to defeat our boy while he's already worn out from his earlier fight, but he is met with absolute silence from his team. The raid party refuses to help him, causing Polyman to get agitated as he shouts at them for not realizing that Subaru is standing right before their eyes. All they need to do is take him out and settle the score. Polyman is startled when he sees that no one is buying his invitation, but he's noticed one thing about Subaru, and it's that our boy has stopped using thunder, which means he's close to burning out. This is his best chance to defeat the player, so he demands Omar to stop wasting time and start getting serious already. It's the best possible opportunity for him to get his revenge against the same man who bested him before, an ideal opportunity. Playing it neutral, Omar explains that he can't do anything with an already compromised arm, so he won't be joining this fight. Polyman loops him in about the reward, even trying to intimidate the captain to not forget about the guild's orders. Once again, Omar confirms that the reward obviously belongs to Subaru, who bested the Knight of Thunder in battle. The final point is that Omar only joined the Blue Zone Guild to conquer the Cave of Thunder, nothing else about what the guild truly wants from him. His words leave Polyman speechless. No one is helping this guy. So like the coward he is, the guy turns around to meet Subaru with an offer of his own, recommending that our boy join the Blue Zone Guild, and then he'll make sure that he gets all the rewards for the Cave of Thunder. Not only that, he also promises a semi-ranker position treatment, an official guild offer that seems promising to this idiot. Polyman had intentions of securing all the rewards for himself as well as the position, but since he can't do anything, this offer is his best bet. He walks up to Subaru acting all buddy-buddy, even though bro was making plans just to take him out a second ago. Our boy shakes his head in confusion, questioning why the idiot would ever think such a thing. Polyman's rambling is forever cut as his head is taken right off his shoulders. Subaru gets the job done, and saves everyone from his annoyance. With his body flopping on the ground, our boy turns to Omar and asks if he also wants to join in for the same treatment. The captain doesn't have any interest. He just cares about what's going to happen next, surprising Subaru that they're going to be tagging together from here on. The rest of the party is withdrawn. Omar specifically orders his men to leave as his final order. This makes the others begin to weep. They all think their epic captain is about to die or something. Next, Omar grabs a sword and shockingly pierces his thigh out of nowhere, giving Subaru a second guarantee that he won't do anything. With one arm lost and another leg barely functioning, he's harmless to our boy. Subaru is impressed with this man's balls as well as the chatters, and ultimately decides to let him come. He approaches the throne, walking up to it with every step. Omar witnesses in anticipation as our boy claims his rightful position on the chair as the conqueror of the Cave of Thunder. Strangely, Subaru's sight begins to fade. His sense is dull as the system acknowledges his position on the unused Thunder throne. Our boy's consciousness fades into some kind of different memory lane. He opens his eyes again to discover that he's won the same chair, except things seem far different. While he's processing his shock, Subaru also notices that the throne room isn't ravaged, nor is Omar's party anywhere to be found. Suddenly, the door opens as a long-haired man clad in golden armor strides forward. This beast of a king looks like a demigod, his eyes showing fierce determination as he expresses his complaints for being incapable of handling the true power of thunder. It's the same reason this same man refuses to take the throne, believing that one day he shall be worthy of its position. Saying those words, he turns back, thinking that he's said enough to his father who once sat in the same position. The man leaves with that confession, causing our boy to return back to the present. The ground under him rumbles and ripples apart, collapsing on his position, causing the chatters to joke around that bro's fatter than Gorlock the Destroyer, because just him sitting leveled the ground. Jokes aside, Subaru emerges with a shocking realization. Not even the chatters could see what he saw in that memory cut scene. Here, he eyes up on some kind of blue orb, which he reaches out his hand to grab, obtaining the hollow heart of thunder upon completing the stage. The system rewards him with triple the level ups, boosting his stats and allowing him to receive AP from the Central Guild. Inspecting the object that looks like a tiny Rasengan from Naruto, we learn that its rank and category are basically unknown. Subaru's not at all impressed by the kind of work he had to do just to earn this measly little orb, but then he wonders if it's similar to the Thunder's heart and just as valuable. Omar hastens to ask what the heck happened just now. Our boy shares that he found this orb in the dust. The captain has no idea what he's looking at. Brother's dumbfounded because look at that astonished face. Omar smiles, realizing that not even Subaru knows about it, which means he will end up having to watch bro's stream just to realize what this orb truly entails. Our boy assures him that he's just getting started on his hunt, and now that the third floor is completed, Omar can also leave the stage. Subaru jokes around and tells him to send donations please if he's gonna watch anyway, and instead of taking a long vacation, our boy is already hastening to complete the missions. He earns nearly 30,000 credits for completing 2 at once, and thanks his chat for staying alongside him for the whole quest. The viewers don't want him to end the stream, but Subaru ultimately betrays them and disconnects. Shu and Reina were watching it too, annoyed that it ended far too soon. With the stream finished, Shu asks Reina about her in-depth review of Subaru in person. She vaguely tells him that the kid does resemble their fallen leader, but it's obvious that this person can't be the original Subaru. Well, Reina isn't too certain because of that stupid mask, but nothing really adds up. She explains that it's far too strange for the two Subarus to be connected, because the original one hated attention and would never live stream publicly. The next is how the tower system is formed. No one can restart the trials unless it's some kind of reincarnation story. Damn, did she just break the fourth wall here with that one? Anyway, to her, for Narukami Subaru to exist, he must bypass both impossible conditions, which seems ridiculous for both Shu and Reina to accept. Let's head to floor 5, the Ben God Forging stage, where Kyoharu is sent. In this world, the Ben is only second to the Martial Alliance. It represents the heights of martial ability, and it's the same location Kyoharu grew up. But the guy is being handled so harshly, it makes him question if he's some kind of criminal. The guards tell him to basically shut the fudge up since they never told him to talk. Kyoharu senses that we could definitely found this a desperate mission because she never asks for favors otherwise. Anyway, he stands before the gate where his own uncle awaits him, questioning if he's capable enough. The gate opens as Kyoharu walks past to meet the Lord of the 5th stage, the leader of God Forging, and one of the strongest high rankers of the tower, ranked only second in the martial world, Unten Kyoku. Being polite in his advances, Kyoharu greets the Lord, but his uncle assures him to drop his formal courtesy and just address him like he used to. Kyoharu follows obediently, and they find each other well. Lord Kyoku even praises Narukami Subaru for becoming famous in the Azure Sky Entertainment Company. Of course, since it's directly linked to Kyoharu himself, my guy is shocked that his uncle knows such information about him. Uncle Kyoku acts like the information doesn't matter, but Kyoharu is begging to know. The Lord decides to change the subject, refusing to answer directly, and understands that Kyoharu is here for a reason. He then learns that he's here with Wika's official statement, and that answer is a merciless rejection. This stuns Lord Kyoku a little close to home, enough to get him riled up in fury, questioning Kyoharu if he even knows what this woman just declined. Of course, the guy doesn't know, which baffles the uncle that he came without knowing the details at all. All Wika said was to forward the message of her refusal, that's all. Lord Kyoku finds it disappointing that Kyoharu is practically just Wika's lapdog messenger, and before my guy could say anything, he experiences so much spiritual pressure that he cannot even speak a word. The Lord of God Forging is happy to deliver a return message. His towering aura suffocates the young man enough to make Kaioharu bleed just being in this guy's presence. Kyoko wants her to know that her recklessness will be her own undoing, and that he's happy to threaten the very company she works at, as well as every single connection she shares. I'm cracking up on how this old man is pulling up a mafia situation of, I'm gonna kill her ass and everyone she knows if she doesn't listen to me. It's pouring hard. Wika gets to read about another forum thread that talks about the clout chasing centering around Narukami Subaru, and how the streamer appears to betray his teammates to receive the rewards every time. Wika is stunned by the chief's antics, and asks how he managed to pull this enormous task off. Apparently, the man stayed up all night just to investigate the situation in grave detail. The reception from the public seemed terrible at first, because they posed valid concerns that the rookie party might have wanted to try for real instead of just trying to leech off of Subaru. This is the reason this guy decided to exploit the fact that the rookies involved were indeed terrible people, trolls that posed a threat to the floor's completion. He assures Wika that there's no need to further blame Subaru for this mess either for his reckless plan, which of course she's totally fine with, being the absolute #1 fangirl she is. The chief recommends that she stay that exact same way as the manager is always meant to be the #1 fan of whomever they're supporting. The chief does admit that Wika's felt more alive ever since she's taken over Subaru. The same girl looked gloomy without him, but now she's hard at work. Streamers are important, but the businessman actually cares about his own subordinates' well-being too, so he pats her head and hopes that she has a great time leading on. Flustered and annoyed, Wika wards him off and leaves in the pouring rain just to escape from this man. She doesn't even take an umbrella in between all the fuss, questioning why he even brought a single umbrella in the first place if he cared so much. It's cut to the part where Subaru's inspecting the thunder orb he obtained from the cave. Things are weird, and he doesn't have any idea whether he should just swallow this thing. What's bothering him is the forced cut scene that no one could see. Our boy wonders if he needs to find this guy and discover the answers he's searching for. Just then, Wika knocks on the door and he welcomes her aboard. She quickly sat next to the guy still wearing his mask, trembling just being in his presence. Sitting that close next to her idol on the bed is a bit too private. This girl's already daydreaming how epic and awesome this man looks underneath his uniform, and it's making her lose her mind. Channeling the spirit of female horniness, Wika enthusiastically shares that once he completes Trial 4, he'll be officially ranked. But first, she needs to give him a proper rundown of the ranking system. Well, our boy already knows about that the most to begin with, since he used to research the mechanics of ranking during his time at the guild. After reaching floor 5, the system ranks each player, allotting a specific position for them. The ranking formula isn't public, but there are some facts known about the assessment criteria. For example, one's performance in the trial matters the most, then the direct impact you share for your original world also matters, as well as the reputation you harbor amongst other players. Finally, there is direct combat against other players, and all in all, it's several different factors that collectively determine where you stand. The manager is pretty curious what position Bro will get, since his reputation and viewership are sky high too. Come to think of it, Narukami Subaru is the only person in their company to have grown to such an immense level in such a short amount of time. Aside from that, she wants him to reconsider his whole collaboration event that he promised his viewers. Our boy is confused at first, until Wika shares that the man has a nickname, and it's called the Destroyer King. Our boy's a little shaky on that since he didn't find the person to be so incredible, but apparently Wika holds them in high regard, confirming that this person has collaborated with over 20 streamers. And the shocking part? All of them are gone without a trace. Sure, the collabs themselves boasted great value, and there wasn't any indication of the disappearance in them. The problem is actually some kind of curse or jinx effect. Wika shares that any person who collabs with that man results in his fate being cursed. At this point, our boy is starting to question if the guy himself isn't a problem, but she assures him that the company entrusts them to be completely fine. With those facts considered, our boy decides to go in on the collaboration without worry. So on floor 3 of the Central Guild, Subaru welcomes his chat and tells them that he's going off to settle things for good. The receptionist orders him to take out his mercenary license as well as quest completion proof. The moment our boy hands him the letters, this man is sweating balls, glancing up and down, confused as to how this guy actually managed to conquer the Cave of Thunder while being stuck at a measly E rank. Despite his shock, the guy has to stamp the confirmation for clearing the Cave of Thunder, earning him a whopping 300,000 points for clearing the Conrad Kingdom trial. With every condition met, our boy ends the trial and proceeds to move up to floor 4. His body is immediately transported into this new world, one in which dreams have ceased to exist. It may seem like this place is sunshine and rainbows, but this is the same hell that causes most players to remain stuck, the Elysium of the 4th floor. This world is straight out of a fairy tale that looks enchanting, keeping players here with its attractive conditions. Strolling around was enough for today's live stream. Our boy ends the live stream fast and locates a fancy estate for some rest. Wika catches up to him and asks why he's hesitating from going on. Subaru explains that this place is literally out of his league, even though he's a mid-tier streamer at this point. The manager recommends him to get proper rest, and as for the streaming schedule, she assures him that she'll make up a proper plan and brief him on that. After all, Wika personally has somewhere to tend to before all of this. She comes to find Kyoharu after all this time. The guy hates that she's apologizing to him. Instead, he reminds her of the stream in the forest behind God Forging, which brings memories of them being together as children. Both of them were busy playing until dusk. The bodyguard would come up to quickly grab Wika and take her home for her curfew time. Kyoharu reminisces that they never really grew up at all, and then he drops the bombshell of it. Lord Kyoku, who is revealed as Wika's father, knew everything about her from top to bottom. With the level of risk that is imposed on her, Kyoharu gives her a dead-ass serious look and goes, "Quit this job, bro." The scene cuts to floor level 8 at the Blue Zone Guild House, where a certain man is keeping up with the annoying updates of Narukami Subaru running circles around them. There's been one rejection after another for this guild. The sub-leader of the guild, Ikari Genji, is pissed, and phones the guild leader directly to give an update regarding Narukami Subaru's recruitment situation. Now that their initial plan has failed, they'll be taking more serious procedures with the second phase. Back to Subaru, he's over 6,000 viewers, which rockets up to 7,000. Our boy intends to climb this level as fast as possible with his physical stats, so after paying a fee of 3,000, he officially begins the trial, bringing him into the Forest of War. It's simple, 8 players are split in 2 teams to have a mini-war. The map has 3 lanes called top, mid and bottom. A jungle exists between them, and the players must defend the area from enemy attacks. Is it me or is it kind of like League of Legends? Anyway, the players can also become stronger from defeating powerful enemies alongside minions. The goal is to destroy the enemy base completely until one can reach the challenger rank at the end of the trial. Currently, Subaru materializes in the Bronze 3 rank region with his stats adjusted to 50% for his rank. The whole trial takes a minimum of 6 months to complete. One must progress from Bronze to Silver, then Platinum, Diamond, and lastly, Challenger. This is also one of the reasons this floor is considered impossible to complete for many people throughout their lives, especially with the task of climbing up to the challenger rank. The more enemies defeated means more points. Enemy bases being destroyed is the game goal. Other players also materialize just next to our boy. These are all platinum level players, who are shocked that they've been paired with a low-level bronze. The only person to recognize Subaru's significance is Rowan. She knows that this dude's the streamer going popular recently. Big fella Nile throws a temper tantrum that streamers don't get a free pass for ruining their game and that they're guaranteed a loss with this shitty bronze. Our boy butts in and requests the idiot to just leave if he's got just a problem. A fight is about to break out, so Rowan de-escalates the situation for them. She knows that they're nerfed too, but nothing can be done anymore. Subaru is tasked to handle the jungle while they take care of the lanes. Since he's a bronze, she dumps down the strategy aspect of this game, expressing how the jungle player commands the influence over the lanes. It's the safest option in the eyes of the platinum players who can't risk him getting a lane position. Nile doesn't like the idea of the trash bronze handling the timing aspect of the game. Still, minions are supposed to spawn in 30 seconds, so they all take their positions ready for combat. Nile is still pissed, rambling to himself about the cocky streamer who wears a lame mask and acts like he owns the place. In the middle of his rambling, he spots the platinum level opponent who is an archer, which means this battle's pretty advantageous for him. Yet at the same time, the archer smiles, as if he's not worried at all because apparently there's another guy just behind him. The big fella realizes that he's cooked because they baited his ass. They're moments away from taking his head off, when suddenly, black lighting zaps this dude out of position. Not even the archer understands what the hell happened. He's only met with another shot, making Nile think that the team might have a competent player after all. But the second our boy emerges from the side, the big fella is astounded. Meanwhile, the archer is on the back foot and tries to run back to the turret, but it's not useful because he ends up stepping on some kind of thunderous landmine, zapping him so hard that he's immediately taken out. Subaru gets his first official double kill in the game as a bronze, showing off in front of the viewers while at the same time questioning what this big guy is even doing. Nile is literally baffled right now, while our boy emphasizes that it's time to clear the minions so they can get the turret already. The atmosphere shifts in their favor. One villain decides to allow a quest for 20,000 credits if our boy successfully clears the 4th stage within a month. The time duration is genuinely way too short, and while the chatters argued over how long it could take for Subaru to finish the mission, more and more fans joined in on the bet for the same mission. Some people have already started discussions of Blue Zone's pursuit after Subaru. A third person shares the same mission, then a fourth person uploads the same mission too, leading up to 5 different people. One person literally puts up 50,000 credits if he completes the 4th stage in 15 days, way more than all the others. In the end, the enemy base is successfully destroyed, winning them the match. By the way, even after that much of a rank difference, Subaru only managed to jump up a single level, yet in the eyes of the viewers, earning 150 points is like a cheat code since the normal amount is 30 at best. At this point, our boy has climbed up to 12,000 viewers, with more and more chatters uploading missions. Subaru is ready to throw in another 50,000 credits if he doesn't lose a single match from here on. Subaru is happy to meet these guys head-on, further thrilling his chat with the anticipation of his plays. In the next scene, we're introduced to a girl called D-Doll, who goes by the name of Mizumaga. She kinda carries the style of Misa Main from Death Note, but you see D-Doll is in a bit of a pickle. She's averaging 50 viewers right now, earning her the category of a dead streamer. She even promises her viewers that she'll stream non-stop until the diamond rank, but they don't care, and find her fitting for trolling in platinum already. The interesting thing is, D-Doll believes that she could have hit the challenger rank if she wasn't streaming all this time, but this is the only path for her to make money, so she keeps up the persona of being content when deep down girl's pissed. Luckily for her, she ends up being paired with Subaru, as well as the rest of her team members. Our boy is currently Silver 4, but she's thrilled to recognize him as the famous streamer Subaru. Yet her disappointment is immeasurable and her day is ruined when she realizes bro's just a noob stuck at Silver. Hilariously enough, the same guy who placed a bet of $50,000 for Subaru to win every fight, places a second bet for D-Doll of $30,000 to sabotage this match. Long story short, the girl is being paid just to make bro lose the match, and doesn't find an issue with earning this dirty money. The match starts off, and an interesting pattern emerges where D-Doll is being defeated several times. Subaru's chat notices that something's not right. Our boy plays it cool, and knows he's close to her anyway. He watches from the distance how she's handling the fight. D-Doll pretends to make a mistake, but she's not smart enough to fool our boy who recognizes her trolling. As suspected, the girl is defeated another time with a smile on her face. Subaru understands what she's doing here, which begs the question of who she even is. One chatter reveals critical information about how some guy gave her a mission to lose on purpose. Subaru is more than happy to disappoint the viewer behind all of this. He holds onto his sword and promises his chat that he'll make sure D-Doll doesn't get the credits like they planned. For his next opponent, Subaru runs into a guy who is well familiar with who the streamer is. Big Guy wonders if this kid got a mission for this one-on-one confrontation. Our boy of course denies this, though he wishes for such a mission to be an easy win. The big guy thinks it's pointless since Subaru would fail regardless. A diamond can't possibly lose to a silver and under any conditions. Their stats are still nerfed, but that doesn't affect Subaru at all, who doesn't believe stats dictate everything in a trial. His unshakable composure agitates the diamond player, who thinks it's about time he humbles the arrogant streamer and teaches him what it's like to eat shit for once. The guy's abilities are pretty interesting as he creates these golem arms, planning to eat Subaru for breakfast as part of his warm-up. The body transformation ability intrigues our boy. Again, it's not common for this floor level, but it's just the perfect chance for him to test out one of his new skills too. Lightning hastens into his thunder heart, as Subaru questions if anyone can beat him with this new weapon. Raising his hand up towards the sky, we learn that the Lord of Thunder graces the young man's body. Subaru's opponent has no idea what's going on. All he could see was thunder raining down on the kid out of nowhere. Emerging from the smoke, the trial for the Lord of Thunder officially begins. And sure, the build-up might have been strong, but the viewers are kind of underwhelmed that not much happened. His diamond player opponent doesn't care much and goes on the offensive, believing none of Subaru's shenanigans will work in the Forest of War, hurling a dozen different boulders towards the silver streamer. Subaru's Thunder Heart counteracts the effects of the Lord of Thunder, while Wedge of Greed counteracts the effects of the Demon Blade. Several of his abilities are acting up at the same time, reducing the penalty of Lord of Thunder by a whopping 30%. Thanks to his newfound speed, Subaru blitzes past the boulders as if he's lightning itself. This man is out here trying to become the next Minato Namikaze as he hurls up with his blade right in his opponent's face. The golem dude tries to block the attack as fast as possible, but Subaru's clean hit packs so much power that the guy is sent back. Still, it's not enough to cause any form of lasting damage. The diamond player goes on the offensive. Goromak boosts his stats by double. His durability way surpasses past the diamond level. At this moment, Subaru calls for the might of the Lord of Thunder, who acknowledges this cry for an even stronger strike. The unstoppable force meets the immovable object. Subaru connects his beautiful Thunder Flash attack, and this time, he successfully shatters Goromak's defenses, stunning the diamond player. No silver player should be able to pull these moves. And yet Subaru emphasizes that stats don't mean everything in the trial as his opponent explodes from the force of the impact. Even the chatters are fed up and think that bro is trolling the system with how many rules he's rewriting in every fight. By the way, this same kill managed to stop Goromak's kill streak for D-Doll, who can't fathom how a diamond-level player went down so fast. Subaru cleans up the rest of the trash by single-handedly wiping the other team, ruining her chances to sabotage further. Her own chatters hate her, and even express their desire to go back to Subaru's stream, evoking her to the point she lashes out on them for making her do these absurd challenges. All this time, she hid her colors, but now that her actual feelings towards her chatters are out, they've seen enough. D-Doll rants at the keyboard warriors who slander her day and night, but then comes Subaru's personal message, egging her forever believing that she could do anything by trolling. Troll Girl's dreams are destroyed when she sees the enemy team raising up their flag for a surrender, ending the match. Feeling satisfied with his run, our boy ends the stream, expressing that he'll do another tomorrow, temporarily shifting to a daily schedule for his missions. With the live stream finished, our boy walks stress-free at night, where a certain voice calls out to him. It's his lovely manager, who waited for him all day just to hand him a schedule as promised. Wika is serious about her job and has one more matter to discuss with him. Our boy inquires what's up, and though she expresses her praise for his streams for reaching 13,000 viewers, there's just a level of unease that's starting to set in the more she watches his streams. His conversation is going nowhere. Subaru mocks her for being drunk or something. Wika deflects it and shares her observation. She senses some kind of desperation in Subaru, as if he's being chased or chasing something. All this time, the manager has wondered about the kind of burdens that he's carrying in secrecy. Obviously, our boy refuses to answer such a private question for the time being, exactly what she expected. In her randomness, she blurts out something relating to Subaru's situation, but after catching herself in the weight of what she just said, Wika drops her envelope and holds her face in horror. The girl vomits while brothers left, wondering what the actual frick is her problem. Subaru offers her a hand but she pushes him away, embarrassed to see him come near her vomit. Instead, she asks him to pick up the file instead. The following day, we shift the perspective to one of Blue Zone's assigned members, who is on the call with the Vice Guildmaster. They've tasked this white-haired guy to bring Subaru back by force. It's Joe Yui, ranked around 50,000 according to the system. Budget Gojo Satoru over here was very close to reaching floor 8, but ended up being handed a shitty floor 4 mission out of nowhere. Anyway, he arrives at the place where Subaru's supposed to stay. The whole mission is pissing him off already. The first thing that Yui eyes down is a gorgeous woman sitting at the table. It's Wika lost in her thoughts, giving this hornball a reason to suddenly like his new mission. Currently, Wika's busy having a headache watching our boys stream with our bazookas out of view. Of course, they attract the attention of this wannabe cool guy who takes a seat just opposite to her, inviting her suspicion towards the stranger. Feeling it cool, Yui stares at her with a smile and asks for her name. Frustrated that he's not being straight to the point, she gets up to leave, refusing to state her identity. But that little effort gets her startled when the man suddenly teleports right in front of her. Wika couldn't even sense when he moved, let alone appear in front of her like that. Yui tries to win her with charm, expressing that he was really happy to meet such a beautiful woman and that he doesn't have any intentions of being shady. Hilariously enough, the girl's feelings creep the hell out with his advances, until she read the card he just handed her. Hailing from the Blue Zone Guild, Wika expresses her shock, which makes this douchebag think that he's got her under his control. Bro thinks just flexing his card will be enough to sway a girl. What really bothers her is why a Blue Zone ranker is doing on this level. Continuing to be suspicious, he refuses to not only answer her question, but tells her that they should get closer instead. Annoyed, the manager turns the opposite direction, crushing this man's ego a second time until he grabs her arm. At this point, Wika's pissed off, roaring that he shouldn't casually touch her like that. Yui decides to ask more pointed questions, inquiring why she was asking that stream earlier. Instantly, the girl knows she's caught. Yui can tell that she had some connection to the streamer because she was staring at the screen like crazy. Offering a more threatening tone, Yui calls Narukami Subaru outdated, and this new faker is nothing more than a copycat. Wika checks him again, wondering if he can really speak like that, but he assures this woman that not everyone worships her great hero. Wika recommends this guy to remember his place because Narukami Subaru's original guild is the real reason Blue Zone now even exists. Of course, it matters little to Yuhi, who thinks they're both a thing of the past. He's of the opinion that the rankers of today eclipse the rankers that once existed in the Blue Eyes Guild, and he's proud enough to LARP as one of them. Wika's about to retort once more, so he decides to tell her a little fun fact, some private information only the higher-ups at Blue Zone know about. Yuhi whispers that there's a rumor of one of the original Blue Eyes members teaming up with demons and still making waves in the present, drawing another shock from Wika. Let's switch perspectives back to our boy, who concludes the stream and replays it a bit to check his viewer count. Currently, he's doing well with about 15,000, but while he's busy checking, Budget Gojo shows up and calls him for a chit-chat. Subaru takes a minute to give a good look at the guy who's trying too hard to pose and call him Junior. Yuhi reveals that he's a sub-ranker from the Blue Zone, and maintaining his trash talk. He repeatedly calls our boy Junior to berate him, offering him a chance to join their guild. Subaru's annoyed by now. He's declined them far too many times. Yuhi assures him that he understands his previous rejections, but since he's a senior, he's happy to give some advice. They just want to see his face for now, then they'll make sure he gets the best benefits with a word from the Vice Guildmaster. Agitated, Subaru begs to know who their Vice Guildmaster even is, learning that it's Akari Genji, a high ranker from Floor 9. Yes, the same Akari Genji that used to be a lapdog to Kyojo's schemes. That same bastard ended up breaking past not only Floor 9 but also achieving Vice Guildmaster. Budget Gojo tries to be forceful by removing his mask. Subaru parries his hand, rejecting him immediately. Yuhi's nice guy act is finished, because right as our boy is turning around, a sword is drawn directly next to his neck. The streamer turns around, inquiring if this is the professionalism he should expect from a guild recruiter. Taunting back, Yuhi claims that he never managed to secure the recruitment, and that if Junior doesn't join the guild, his only other option is killing him. The guy swings his weapon, but our boy is the yellow flash and dashes away, knowing that the shitty Blue Zone guild only cares about its public reputation. While preparing for the fight, Subaru poses a question: how will a battle of this scale reflect on the guild's behavior? It's a great question, but Temu Gojo was already prepared for that. He pulls out a Walmart domain expansion that covers a good chunk of the city. In this zone, several attributes apply: resistance to sense of balance, external stimuli, and reaction speed all drop by massive amounts. The main goal of this field skill called Cyrus is to muffle out sound and vision, and since this dude is literally 3 floors stronger than our boy, as well as the fact that Subaru is fatigued from today's fights, he needs to end this battle really quickly. So playing it smart, he puts everything in his Charging Thunder ability, teleporting with blitzing speeds to catch Walmart Gojo off guard. The ranker thinks this is a foolish move by his junior, and as soon as our boy makes contact with his body, the dude's body turns into fluid, cursing Subaru with several stat defects, like inflicting fear, increasing pain percentage, and decreasing his senses. Honestly, this is literally the worst possible for him right now. There's just no way out. Imposter Gojo is even proud to claim that his domain is the ultimate trap with no escape. Subaru on the other hand is realizing how ugly his situation is. This man is literally out here fighting a Gojo with Itachi's Genjutsu at this point. With so many targets, it's impossible to even begin to fight back, making it one of the trickiest battles for Subaru yet. Meanwhile, Wika is worried sick waiting for our boy's return. She remembers the humiliation that happened the other night and wanted to offer her apology. But then, the whole encounter with the creep is also bumming her out. The Blue Zone Guild is playing it really seriously now. Kyojo was obviously a friend of Subaru in his prime era, which means the benefit of joining the guild means making some progress, so it's not a bad deal. As for her, after hearing about the way her father is moving, Wika doesn't know about her fate, and even wonders if she should let her proud talent pursue his dreams in Blue Zone instead. Suddenly thunder roars and startles Subaru's manager, who senses that he's in trouble. Cyrus is a domain ability where the chances of survival become next to 0 for the person trapped inside of it, or at least what this buffoon thinks. Every physical stat is dropped and pain sensory is maxed out, which means the thunder power won't work in favor of Subaru. This guy is so cocky with the mental glaze he's got for himself. But our boy is experiencing high fatigue at a climbing rate. He knows that he's getting pinned down because the guild seems to study all his abilities. Seeing thunder means total exhaustion. That's why Subaru has to make more desperate choices and hold back on his main abilities. Instead, our boy decides to activate Cloud Stride to flail past the illusory Yuhis, impressing the man for having survived long enough inside the domain. Even then, This guy believes that it won't matter since Subaru's collapse is inevitable. Well, he's pretty wrong because our boy is ripping apart the illusion copies to shreds without even the use of his thunder powers, stunning this guy. Subaru gives him a demonic glare, and that's when this guy reaches a critical realization. He fucked up big time. Thanks to his micro-expressions, Subaru ends up locating the main body, and then chooses to risk one of his thunder abilities, launching a thunder spear right at him. It's not enough to do damage because Yuhi casually deflects the attack, emphasizing that the streamer is far too nerfed to do anything. The good thing is, Subaru is already used to fighting under pressure because of his thunder abilities. Next, he deploys the Mark of Thunder ability, which reaches and connects with Yui's body, cautiously reading his every movement from now on. He can't even break off the mark, which means there won't be anywhere to hide anymore. Sure, Temu Gojo appears frustrated, but he still thinks he's going to win because his opponent has succumbed to the effects of the hallucination spell. To reset the battlefield, Yuhi calls back all his illusion copies, declaring that the real battle will begin now. Activating the curse of hallucination, he merges all of them into one entity. The dulling of Subaru's senses is just the start of his demise. The actual worrying part is the hallucination aspect. A gigantic behemoth has formed in front of our boy. This hallucination curse only creates something the target would fear the most. Subaru is supposed to look at the image of someone undefeatable in his mind, and well, when the shadows clear, a man's voice haunts his ears, chanting that he's the sorrow, hatred and fear dwelling within Subaru. He is everything that our boy is afraid of. It's Kyojo's face, enough to stun our boy momentarily. The guildmaster claims that their game was fun for a bit, and then suddenly grabs Subaru's body while he's still in shock. Unfortunately for the illusion, seeing Kyojo's shitty face just reminds our boy of everything he lost, that he will never join Blue Zone even if his life depended on it, as he'd betray his own teammates. Having all the reasons to survive and fight for what he lost, Subaru pushes past his fatigue limits to the max, believing that he can endure Lord of Thunder for 10 seconds if he does. The countdown begins as zaps of thunder escape Kyojo's fist. This gamble won't work for long, and the clock is down to 7 seconds already. Our boy's countdown reaches a final collapse. Lord of Thunder cuts off its eventual output, and his enemy has no idea why he even stopped. Yui's illusion thinks this is the ideal situation, believing that his opponent has given up. But right as he's about to finish our boy with a final hit, a certain someone intrudes the domain out of nowhere. This person demands that he let Subaru go, and it happens to be Weika with her blood boiling seeing this sight. The ranker of the Blue Zone realizes that he's already met this woman. It's shocking enough that she can perceive and penetrate his domain as normal people can't. What's interesting is that the same effects that applied to Subaru can't even be applied to her because Yuhi lacks the mana to suppress her. This causes a forcible stoppage of the curse of hallucination spell, leaving Yuhi in a trapped position. He's curious, and asks the girl how she managed to find them, or why even. Weika then reveals that she supports this streamer as his manager, and though she never had the intention of tricking him, she also never revealed this information earlier. Budget Gojo genuinely thinks he's still got the upper hand. His Cyrus domain has both of them cornered after all. That's until Weika breaks his delusions of grandeur by pointing to the open hole she made by forcing her entrance. This is a huge problem to Yuhi, who was on direct orders from the Vice Guildmaster not to allow this matter to escape to the public. Realizing that he's the one in a lost position, the Blue Zone ranker asks Weika what she wants from him as he's willing to negotiate. The manager doesn't give a damn about him, and simply assists Subaru, telling the ranker to get lost and reminding the guild to stay away from their asset. While she's leaving, Yuhi is left with a crushing dilemma. He knows that letting this kid leave means that he'll be able to stream again, and if that happens, Subaru will expose everything to his viewers. All the blame will get pinned down on the failures of the Blue Zone ranker, causing him to get kicked out the guild. Fearing the worst for his own future, the guy desperately takes out his blade, refusing to allow nobody to ruin his reputation in the guild. So he pulls out a cowardly move by flanking both in a surprise attack. Weika is caught off guard but forced to draw her weapon, making a decisive and clean cut straight across this man's abdomen. It seems that bro got the Gojo treatment even in death with him becoming a Kit Kat, and goddamn I didn't know Weika was about that thug life. The domain clears, and the next thing we see is our duo sitting on a bench with this clown's body cut open in front. Subaru learns from his clumsy manager that she was once a former ranker who got all the way up to floor 8, so not even a floor 7 ranker could touch her. She feels sorry, but this is the only way she could have prevented his downfall, apologizing to Subaru for viewing him as a monster. Our boy assures her that he's not disappointed, rather impressed that she's this amazing with her draw technique. It's so fast that it made him wonder if she used thunder for a moment. Looking at the idiot's corpse, Subaru wonders how she knows this dude. The manager shares in her annoyance how this idiot approached her, and she nearly knocked his ass out then too. What's more pressing is that Blue Zone is intentionally hunting Subaru down whether to poach him or not, and if they bring in ridiculously amazing terms, she thinks she'll be a thorn in our boy's path. But now that she's seen everything, Wicca refuses to let them go. Even Subaru thinks that it's impossible for him to join Blue Zone with how psychotic their hiring process is. After a moment of silence, the obvious question sets in: how do they fix things? They just killed a ranker, so maybe they should report to the agency first. However, the streamer suggests a completely different idea. In the next scene, we're taken in another one of our boy's live streams, who states that he's been attacked by assassins out of nowhere. This is a bomb drop announcement to his viewers. Subaru states that he has no idea of the person behind the incident, but he can comfortably say where they're from. For now, he intends to keep this matter quiet, and the reason our boy is intentionally saying those words is to make sure the Vice Guild Master in Floor 8 gets to hear this news. The man drinks his whiskey wondering what went down. There's just no way Subaru could have managed to defeat a ranker from their guild beyond his level. One baddie, the guild master's assistant, shows up to share a request for a meeting. By the evening, Wicca asks if the guild has already caught hold of his newest live stream. Subaru can comfortably say that at least one of their members must have seen it. A massive guild that represents a whole world has a reputation to worry about, and if there's any leaks of an assassin trying to hunt a streamer, that reputation will take a massive dump. The manager thinks the better idea would have been to expose them, but Subaru explains that it wouldn't have worked out, because that would officially make the Azure Sky Company the enemy of the guild, and he wants to make sure that doesn't happen, bringing a smile to his manager's face that he's considerate of their side too. The bubbly Wicca praises him and allows the young man to take a day off from streaming, but he denies that, sharing that he's feeling fine enough to stream again, all thanks to her help in their fight. By the way, there's still the problem of Lord of Thunder auto-canceling on him before his fatigue even maxed out, making Subaru question if his new body is still not used to it. Wicca teases him for looking like crap. That part is a little obvious since my guy literally came running to this place after the end of the trial, so he's battered. That aside, Wicca suddenly reveals that Blue Zone seems to suspect there being a survivor from Blue Eyes. This revelation stuns Subaru, who begs to know where he can find the survivor. He's so desperate and his heart's pacing fast, but unfortunately Wicca doesn't know anything beyond basic information. The only thing she hears from Yuhi is that this survivor sold their soul to the demons. And speaking of demons, let's talk about them for a second. They're the most mysterious species residing in the underworld of the tower, sharing similar goals to ascend and grow stronger. Players can choose to cooperate with these maniacs if their interests align, but these demons practically represent the greatest evil for the tower, as they only hunt players out of interest. Reading up on several articles in his room, Subaru questions if there can truly be a Blue Eyes survivor with a demonic alliance involved. This information is flooding the masses, which means someone is intentionally spreading the news because Blue Zone will benefit from an even further tarnishing of the Blue Eyes Guild's legacy. But that's not important. What's important is for our boy to find this mystery survivor long enough to find them. Let's cut to Reina's side, who reads upon the same news regarding the survivor. The last traces were found in Floor 6, and the rumor is taking over the internet. Both of them have eliminated many players from Kyojo's guild who intend to search for this survivor. It's without a doubt a trap being set up by the guildmaster. Shu can read up on the intentions here, but he wants to confirm the theory with his own eyes. So that's where these two are gonna be headed, ensuring that whoever casts the bait regrets it. Back in the Vice Guildmaster's office, the guy is feeling overwhelmed from all the work he's been getting. The chief of Wicca's company calls him, immediately apologizing for being unable to climb to Floor 8 for his own inadequacies, so a virtual meeting is the best they can offer. The Vice Guildmaster is pleased to meet the man, knowing that this chief is the reason the Azure Sky Company succeeded. John Tail worked for the Heresy Guild 15 years back. He was an architect who was nothing more than just a department head of an entertainment company. The Vice Guildmaster suspects something sketchy and keeps his guard up. The chief returns the pleasure of knowing about the Vice Guildmaster, whose contributions are only second to the leader. This specific piece of wording bums this guy out a bit. John decides to get straight to the point here, assuring the man that they haven't made a formal report on the situation. Not yet, at least. Sure, the Blue Zone streamer attacked their streamers, and while the Vice Guildmaster acts like it wasn't on them, John Tail strongly declares that he'll act with more deliberate choices if the guild sends another assassin. The Vice Guildmaster confirms the situation and peacefully resolves it with him, giving his word. The meeting closes with the chief celebrating the fact that this wasn't in person, since he would die from anxiety alone. His assistant is pretty impressed that this man managed to speak all that talk to Akari Genji of all people. John wasn't ever going to let these guys get away with their actions. Both of them suspect that Subaru must have taken a day off from streaming today. John is in the middle of worrying about our boy when suddenly, his assistant reveals that Subaru has already kickstarted another stream. This is a shock to both of them as they expected him to stay out for a day, but our boy is fully hellbent on clearing flour for today, believing he's got no time to waste anymore. On floor 6, we have the wasteland. The desert is cruel, and the players who've been sent from floor 3 to directly here suspect that there's some kind of trace to be found. Some of the players have full trust in their guild, but one dude is genuinely frustrated why they have to deal with a demonic Blue Eyes survivor, because that story feels like it's bogus and made up. Every member inside that guild was equal to Kyojo's level, which is why making a deal with demons makes no sense. The girl quiets him down, as they look upon the man in the distance. The vice guildmaster has personally descended to floor 6 just for this mission, looking all dripped out, so this mission means serious business. 3 days zoom past and eventually our boy finally hits the challenger rank in the Forest of War, buffing his stats by a few points. 2 reasons why he advanced so quickly is because of his own low rank status paired against higher ranked players. The second reason was that the players he usually fought began to give up against him, causing the matches to end much faster. Thanks to these, Subaru completes the various bundles of missions that he was tasked by his viewers, earning hundreds of thousands of credits in the process. This marks his journey to successfully reach floor level 5, which is the world of Ben that we all know. It's practically the equivalent of a Miram dimension. Ben fights for the top year in the global tournament, and it was one of the first to establish its base in the 5th floor. Thanks to that, floor level 5 mostly became the world of the martial artists. Subaru has just stepped inside this world as the system calculates his set ranking. It goes on for a bit before grinding out the numbers, allotting 122,082 as his rank. For a streamer, this is pretty impressive, because this range of ranks is only accessible for floor 7 and above rankers. Anyway, our boy meets Kayaharu, who is supposed to be his temporary manager for this level. Subaru doesn't get the deal, but the manager explains that Wika can't come here for the time being. For now, he leads the guy inside for a nice meal. The table is full of delicious options that are making me salivate through the screen. Kayaharu starts munching down without shame. Subaru is just impressed with his appetite, and asks if this guy is a friend to Wika. The new manager gulps down his bite and frames the two of them as childhood friends. Having done everything together, they were tiny after all. Thanks to arriving in Ben, Subaru reflects that he may be able to dig up some information on Wika after all. He gets up to leave for another meeting elsewhere, telling Kayaharu to send Wika his regards. Arriving at a completely different location of floor 5, the Manjo Peak, we see our boy all alone, all but a gorgeous black cat meowing past him. This is Tama, and he seems to know the little guy. Just as Subaru is petting the cat, the owner roars at the young man who has come here, interrupting his peace. Our boy responds back that he doesn't want to enter this person's house without permission, because he won't ever be able to leave. The fact that he knows this information makes the mysterious voice realize that this guy is different. It allows Subaru to enter with permission safely. So that's what the streamer does. But at once he's sucked in by the sight of an unprecedented view. It's like he's unlocked a whole new world with the clearest skies. This is the Lucent Mirror Plains. Finally, the voice speaks to address the young man who has shockingly found his way here. Subaru keeps it vague that he heard a rumor about a virtuoso formation artist, which is why he came to visit. The mysterious person is revealed to be one of the strongest rankers in the whole world, Shinon, who looks like a character straight out of Frieren. Back when our boy was panting in exhaustion in his floor 7th trial, Subaru had nowhere to go. He was completely on his own until Shinon met him for the first time, shocked that the young boy managed to clear the whole dragon habitat by himself without dying. The same man noticed how Subaru's body was covered with thunder scars etched in his skin, and while in his near-dead state, our boy asked the old geezer to stop yapping and start helping. Shinon is a bona fide troll, however, and smacks his head instead, expressing that this is no way to talk to someone of his mighty caliber. Still, as a believer of meaningful encounters, the mighty Shinon believed that it was fate for them to encounter each other, and with his giant paintbrush, he revealed himself as the strongest formation technique master. Shinon then painted the fortune formation to save the young man's life, telling him to add his own power too. At present, that's why Subaru's here. Everything in this field is the same as when they met 20 years ago. The old man seems to get a vague familiarity from the masked streamer, questioning if they've already met. Subaru shares a moment of hesitation, but in order to play it safe, he lies to the geezer's face and reveals it's the first time. Shinon is surprised how much the kid knows about him when they haven't even met, not to mention the fact that he didn't seem shocked while entering this domain. Subaru pretends to act like he's heard famous tales of the master, but this old man clocks him then and there, sharing that the cat Tama doesn't ever come up to people for no reason. Trying to think really hard, Shinon genuinely believes they've met before, but he shows massive distrust to lend his help to someone who won't even unmask themselves before him, pointing out how the mask looks suspicious. Right now, Subaru is in a terrible position, because this guy is one of the rarest people on the planet who knows the real face of the legendary leader of the Blue Eyes Guild. The fact that a top ranker like this guy couldn't see past his mask practically confirms to our boy that not even someone like Kyojo would be able to detect him. With that confidence, our boy removes his mask to experiment once and for all. When the mask comes off, what's left behind is an innocent face. Shinon appears really surprised but hilariously bonks the dude's head for looking nothing like the guy he was thinking about. This means that he couldn't connect the dots that both Subarus are the same person. By the way, it seems that even this legendary master has been secretly watching the streamers of Narukami Subaru, who is suspected to be related to the original one. But with this, the old man is certain that these two don't look similar at all. Shinon even talks about how he knew the original Subaru, who eventually died, despite promising them another meeting someday. Hearing those words makes our boy laugh, because bro must be thinking how this idiot old man still hasn't connected the dots yet. Subaru manipulates Shinon by making it seem like the old man has gone senile in nostalgic memories. Watching him yap however he pleases annoys the master, so he bonks his head again. The only reason he was even allowed entry into this domain is because Tama takes a liking to the new Subaru. Our boy thanks the little guy, posing cool and all for no reason in the process. Let's jump to the part where they are discussing the treatment, which costs 1 million whopping credits. One problem, our boy only has 200,000 on him, and hilariously there's no discount just to make sure there isn't bad luck or a curse involved. Shinon expresses that for the time being he'll only treat what the amount is worth, which is a favor to our boy by a lot. Inspecting his thunder scars, the old man shares that Subaru's foundation is decent, even prodigious for holding up to level 5. Since there are several treatments, ultimately what Subaru wants will decide his trajectory. Struggling with stamina, our boy highlights that it's been a pain in the ass for him, so he needs enough endurance to withstand at least 10,000 thunder attacks. The old master keenly reminds him that even the original Subaru suffered death from thunder, so he might end up regretting his decisions. Our boy argues otherwise, stating that if thunder is meant to kill him, then it will also be his remedy to save him. Even this piece of dialogue gives off a similarity in Shinon's eyes, who begins his work by declaring that it won't be easy. The treatment will be split in many different sessions, and the master recommends that the boy keep coming back, as he'll always keep the door open for him. I really like how this old man isn't depicted like an annoying cliché manhwa geezer like in most stories. Time to return to the Forest of Death, floor 6, where a bloodbath is going on. There's demons in every direction, and the guild members from before are having a lot of trouble facing them. The thing is, every single section of the tower is cut between 3 realms: the human, the middle, and finally the demon. From the old times, the human and demon realms came with their single rule, not to cross the boundary of invading the other's territory. The boundary or the middle realm is supposed to make sure the invasion doesn't happen. However, the only floor where the boundary is thinnest is the Forest of Death, which is why several demons of low to medium level rank escape towards the human side. Currently, the human warriors are holding up tight in a battle against the demons. The same guy from before thinks this is a suicide mission since they're practically walking around for 3 days on the same path. Suddenly, both of them find a person sitting at the very top of a dead tree. They think it's impossible for anyone to just be there, so the archer girl believes it's best to shoot an arrow and test its behavior. Her friend stops her and instead takes the diplomatic approach, calling out to this entity and asking about their identity. The figure carves a malicious grin before teleporting with immense speeds, appearing right behind them. He toys with a dead man and expresses his anger against the humans who barged in his territory. Sure, the first assumption is that this is the so-called survivor of the Blue Eyes who made a deal with demons, but this person's vibe seems totally different, even if their face is similar. Suddenly the archer girl experiences immense pressure and starts choking. The lancer knows that they're gigacooked and can't win against an entity who resembles more like a destructive predator than a human. It's as if they've entered the domain of death and darkness, and they're so weak they can't even do anything about it. Donning a brave approach, this guy has the titanium balls to step up to the fade check, recommending Hanamaki to run the opposite direction. Thankfully, it's right then and there that the Vice Guild Master arrives like some kind of superhero, thanking his subordinates for working so hard. Then he goes on to personally apologize to Arashiro K, addressing him as the last surviving member of the Blue Eyes faction. This guy smiles beastly. He's been dying for this day to come, referring to Akari as none other than Kyojo's lapdog. Saying so, he blasts a powerful beam strike, annihilating everything in its path. I don't know what Akari thinks his dual pistols are gonna do because, let's be honest, bullets can't stop a goddamn cannon blast. But somehow bro blocks with his bare hands, begging through the skin of his teeth that he isn't here for a battle. The shocking part about all of this is that Akari isn't even putting up much of a resistance, proving that he's the fraudster in the multiverse of frauds. Akari gets on his knees like a good boy, and without even fighting, asks for a meeting. It's just hilarious to his opponent who can't even process what the hell is going on. Akari shares that he's got the same mutual goal as the last survivor. He came all the way here to risk his reputation. He wants Arashiro to help them, to take a stand, so that they can both hatch the perfect demise for the guild master Kyojo. Yup, this man is a psychopath, but I guess what goes around comes around. We actually go back to Kaioharu over here, who is munching on his food like he hasn't had some for ages. Bro gets his head smacked into the table from Waika for eating like a dumbass when they've got a bigger problem of Subaru's complete disappearance. The same man who was impatient to clear a trial quickly is now gone for 2 days. Kaioharu plays it cool about the situation until the baddie manager reminds him that Subaru doesn't even have a bitch or a homie to hang out with. Irritated, Kaioharu thinks it's plausible to assume that their star talent has a friend or two, and while he's enjoying his meal, the guy's annoyance climbs another level when he sees another unexpected arrival. Escorted by 4 guards in red attire is a gorgeous woman, looking royalty out here as she makes her way to their table. Waika tells his bum to stay still, acting like they're dealing with the T-Rex or something. Mayuki officially greets her senior sister with great respect. Waika doesn't give her the time of day, and emphasizes that he never recalls sharing a younger sister in her training batch. Mayuki gets the business and states that she can explain everything if they just leave. But Waika's not playing at all. This woman is giving death threats to not only this new chick, but also all her guards. You do not want to mess around with this vixen. Mayuki warns the senior sister that their master won't wait for long. On the other hand, the manager makes it clear she won't be returning, creating more tension as Mayuki reminds Waika she's in no position to decide her future. Once again, the manager slams back with a personal reminder, warning her not to dare meet her eyes ever again as she's an inferior in rank. Threatened, Mayuki quickly bows down in respect, offering to leave after relaying her message, and that concludes the encounter. Time for another scene switch. We're going back to the cool streamer guy who looks like your average gamer. The player is watching the announcement from Reinhardt, who wants to hunt down Isaac. In the middle of watching, Bro's phone slips and crushes his face, and I know everyone can relate to the same feeling because it happened to all of us at least once. Collecting himself, the dude can't figure out what Reinhardt's deal is, why he's deciding to put a bounty on Isaac's head and even delay streaming for some time. 3 days have already flown by, and there's no update from Narukami Subaru either. There's just no fun content left to watch. Well, lucky for him, it's at that exact moment our boy logs into his stream, making it seem like he just heard the dude's call. Subaru's looking brand new and greets his chatters. His back is looking pristine with a new mark. While the treatment had to put him on hold for 2 days, Subaru managed to complete the body enhancement procedure, boosting his stamina by 32%, which is huge. It's astonishing to him that he got this for just 200,000. Which means the rest of his money will also be well spent. With the live stream started, our boy spends 10,000 credits to initiate Level 5's trial. The premise of Floor 5 involves every player's individual growth. In other words, every exam will be different entirely based on the performance of the player. Right now, Subaru is looking down at a knight guarding some kind of cave entrance. The knight rushes to attack the outsider, but our boy is swift on his evasion and catches the lance, zapping the poor guy with a wave of thunder. RMC gives me the same vibe as Pikachu using Thunderbolt for some reason. The initial stage is cleared with Subaru's qualifications having been met. The same lance hilariously still tries to stop him, while our boy is starting to wonder what's so special about this cave. Lucky for him, he doesn't even need to go inside, because out comes a gorgeous warrior that steals our boy's attention. This lady looks like a max-level female character in an MMO game, and she declares Subaru as an ally. It's the Great Valkyrie, giving the vague idea to our boy that he's dealing with Valhalla. The Valkyrie is truly stunned by his lack of knowledge. She takes off her helmet, revealing a gorgeous face with blonde, luscious hair. Viola introduces herself properly as a Valkyrie standing near the border of the Conrad Kingdom. To add some more context, let's explore a flashback sequence. You see, this Valkyrie was appointed by her senior for a mission. Viola was happy to carry out her mission for the man she serves. That man is none other than the same person constantly appearing in Subaru's head, boasting ambitions of one day ascending to his father's throne. We're given an epic reveal that he's Thor, the Asgardian god of thunder. At floor 8 of the Blue Guild House, we arrive at the Central Tower, or the main headquarters. It's here that the Vice Guildmaster officially makes his return, finding it taxing and unable to get used to the idea of Kyojo's Floor 9 Guardian raid. As he's coming up for the meeting, his assistant explains that he's 10 minutes late, but luckily Kyojo himself is yet to arrive. Ikari doesn't give a damn about those other people and argues that he must remain patient always. She politely suggests that he cover his neck to look proper. Ikari realizes that his chest's looking all bruised, so he tightens his tie to appear formal. Inside the council room of the Blue Zone, we have the 7 most important people operating for the executive meeting. The Vice Guildmaster shows up, inviting a snarky comment from Adolf, who taunts the man for skipping out on raids usually. Ikari argues that he had to be busy with his orders given to him by the Guildmaster, but Adolf continues the trash talk and calls the Vice Guildmaster practically useless and unreliable. This comment is provocative enough to invite his anger, but that anger means nothing to Adolf, who gets up to match Ikari one-on-one, roaring that he doesn't mean shit in front of the guys that actually put their lives on the line in the real Guardian raids. To resolve situations patiently, the muscle mommy of the group, rank 18th Pierre, suggests Adolf to not say anything reckless. The only reason Adolf is so angry is because his men were jeopardized and wiped all because of Ikari's foolishness. He even taunts the Vice Guildmaster for wasting time on floor 6 for no reason. That's way too much shit talk for one day, and this man is practically about to swing right here and now. Pierre and her cannons stop him from making the move, holding him back, while Wilfred on the other side de-escalates the situation too. The cool-looking big guy is Didi, who recommends they just all step outside for a fight. Belka is just annoyed to be amongst these people. Ryusei and Nilak are too bummed out to care, only worried about Kyojo's reaction. At long last, the door opens as the Guildmaster arrives, inviting respect from everyone in the room. Kyojo sharply reminds them that it's been 2 whole decades since they defeated the 8th floor Hydra, allowing their guild to grow to tremendous heights. Even then, Kyojo shares his frustration that the Hydra battle haunts him everywhere he goes. Everyone wants to talk about the 9-headed snake in the outside world. Taking his high seat as the leader among them, the Blue Zone Guildmaster reveals that time seems to be frozen at floor level 8. Before Pierre could ask a word about the floor 9th raid, Ikari interjects and shares the completion of their mission on floor 6th. What they found were traces of humans, but it's been a long time since then. In other words, he makes Kyojo believe that their target escaped to the human world. The Guildmaster suspects that it's possible for him to be a part of the demon realm now too. For his next orders, he tells Ikari to continue tracking their target just in case he shows up. Pierre returns to her statement, revealing that she went to see Tenma for recruitment of floor 9. Fortunately, she couldn't share a meeting with them even after a months-long wait. The rank 1 powerhouse could have been their greatest help in battle, but it seems they've turned the mission. Another guy speaks, adding that perhaps Tenma is afraid of failing and tarnishing their reputation. Wilfred relates to the theory by revealing that he also lost his arm on a raid, and it never stopped bothering him either. Back to Kyojo, the Guildmaster explains that Tenma likes to target Guardians without having a group around. But for this mission, Tenma's help won't be necessary. The only thing that the Guildmaster fears is that the number 1 ranker might steal the boss battle from them. This is the best way for them to prove that they're at the top of the world, the real masters of the tower. Those are Kyojo's orders for his men. After the meeting, the man descends down into his secret labyrinth to pay someone a special visit. He's successfully held one person captive in a capsule for 5 whole years, apologizing for not coming here to see her more often. The woman is revealed to be another former Blue Eyes member, Hano Iori. At long last, he empties her capsule, giving her a chance to speak again. Iori is shocked that she isn't dead. The Guildmaster offers her a chance to see Kei again, the same man that she thought was dead. Kyojo then shares new information about the guy's confirmed survival, which means there might be others too. This floods her with emotion. The poor girl doesn't even care about her own condition, but rather the state of her partner's. Kyojo rains on her parade by sharing his new problem. He can't locate where Kei is, and then comes the real reason why he kept her alive all this time. Iori screams and shouts curses in his face for being a human scumbag while he fills her capsule back up, enslaving her once more. The Blue Zone Guildmaster declares his final game plan to end Blue Eyes forever, to welcome an age of a new tower. We're done with the whole office meeting show. Let's go back to our boys' side of things. Who questions what a Valkyrie is doing in the human world to begin with? Viola shares that her mission unfortunately resulted in a brutal failure. The Fallen Knight begs her not to share this information against the untrustworthy man. She tells Bigo, this numbskull, to calm down, as this man is yet to attack her and appears to be safe. What's more enticing to her is that she can sense Subaru's powers of thunder emanating from his body. They head inside the base for a proper conversation, where Bigo is humiliated and apologizes for his performance. Even the chatters grill his ass, while Subaru apologizes for misunderstanding the whole situation. The poor guy is getting roasted by the chatters, while our boy questions the purpose of the Valkyrie once more. She returns the question back at him and asks how the human managed to gain the power of the thunder. What's interesting to Subaru is that she seems to see both types of thunder as one, so he fools her with a simple answer that he got it as a reward from a giant. Viola is baffled by this answer, but before she could explain, she apologizes for not sharing much because of her promise to another god. Subaru understands the situation and curiously asks about the mission's failure, inviting the Valkyrie to draw to silence, then revealing that their ultimate goal is to protect the Throne of Thunder. Back to the flashback sequence, Thor appointed them to protect the seat until the day of his ascension, protecting the Heart of Thunder. The mention of the Heart of Thunder stuns Subaru, who theorizes that the throne must have something to do with the Thunder Heart. Tapping into his inventory, he draws out the emptied Heart of Thunder, the same one which he believed was a pointless reward for all the trouble. Viola explains that they're guarding the throne because the special orb is hidden inside it, and our boy asks further to know who they're protecting against. Surprisingly, the giants have formed an alliance with the demons. Muspelheim is the enemy realm to Asgard, ruled by Surtur, the king of giants who formed an alliance with the demons. Remembering that Floor 5 always offers a different test for each player, Subaru thinks this exam is way out of his league when it involves Valkyries, Muspelheim, and even demons now. Viola adds that their enemies are fully aware of the Heart of Thunder's location, so they're going to attack eventually. Subaru asks a tactical question to know how many forces they have, and shockingly the Valkyrie shares their only 3, a pitiful number. Another pain in the ass is the system limiting them from drawing their full strength in their ordinary forms. By the way, anytime the gods, demons, or giants try to interfere with the natural order of the humans, the system imposes strong restrictions upon them, acting like a device to protect mankind. That's why only 3 Valkyries could descend at best, which begs the question what became of the throne in the first place. Anger and hate can be seen in Viola's expression, who shares that the throne has been stolen already. Subaru thinks it's a relatively simple mission to retrieve it, but Viola argues it won't be possible, and instead, she asks for something completely different from the young man. Let's put their flirting aside and see what the Golden Lion Guildhouse is up to. Reinhardt is busy staring into the abyss, while all the others question if he's doing okay. Bro suddenly begins to weep out of his worry for his son, questioning if they've yet to find the person who brought the boy's demise. There's still no lead on that, as the culprit left not a single trace behind after the kill. But one thing is for certain, they can tell it's a lightning-type user after dissecting Isaac's condition. This narrows down the list, and before the poor assistant could explain his notes further, Reinhardt gives the dude the backhand of death. The poor guy crashes into a wall just for providing information. The guildmaster is offended at the idea of a grudge-related incident on the 2nd floor. Suddenly it all begins to click in Reinhardt's head. Once his son talked of a streamer called Narukami Subaru, who used lightning and pissed him off. This is his desire to teach Subaru a lesson, and all the pieces suddenly fall into place. Both players also climbed at the same level, which means it's Subaru who is most suspected to have killed his son. Great, so now we've got yet another dude out for blood. I don't want to see his ugly face, so let's go back to the pretty Valkyrie, whose main request is for our boy to use his power of thunder to save her comrades. Without hesitation, Subaru agrees, stunning her with how easy he is. It goes without saying that his powers are connected to them somehow, and since he wants to learn more about his abilities, he's willing to help them so he can uncover the truth. Bigo intervenes once more. This dude just can't stop cock-blocking every conversation. He questions Subaru's intentions again and again, stating that there's no benefit in risking one's life without even a reward. To make it seem fair to him, the streamer points to a pretty weapon in the corner for his reward. It's the gorgeous holy sword of the Valkyrie, a perfect object for the completion of the mission. Bigo, being the unsatisfied idiot in every situation, still tries to whine, but Viola is okay with this proposal, believing that her comrades take priority. She is ready to hand over her golden sword to the human, so long as he can promise to help save her comrades, thus initiating stage 2 of the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, we have Wika receiving an update from Chief John, who shares that he worked out the situation with the Blue Zone Guild. He also asks for an update on her side of things, but she cuts off the call like a girl boss. Also, Wika shares that the collaboration project involving Subaru has been approved, which startles Kayaharu, making him wonder if there's been some kind of falling out between the two. The beautiful manager expresses that Subaru himself agreed to the deal, despite the fact that she warned him of the jinx involved. Kayaharu suggests they're dealing with a psychopath, and he's interested in what she's busy doing. Apparently, she got a message from Reinhardt for a meeting with Subaru. Kayaharu never thought a day would come where he'd find her working hard. Finding it an opportune moment to ask, he asks Wika if she's worried about the God-forging group looming over her. Her job as a manager will get way harder with their involvement, and she might have to quit. Wika is clearly bothered, but refuses to quit her job anytime soon, stunning him. She admits feeling the most satisfied with her current position in her life, which is why she'll fight hardest to remain here, and she's already aware that they'll try to drag her out knowing her location and all. Though she's personally at risk, she allows Kayaharu to remain free and do whatever he pleases. Hearing her say those words with such confidence stuns him, and he has no plans of running away either, believing he'd be dungeon monster meat if he did. No way in or out for this guy, so he's happy to follow Wika all the way to the end. In a way, it really lessens her loneliness, and makes her smile, realizing that this compassionate side of him never changed. And then we go back to the main party again, exploring the forests. Subaru has already told his chatbot that he won't be able to read comments for the time being, which bums some of the chatters out. He stares at his pendant, a necklace of Asgard. Bigo out of nowhere apologizes for his annoyance the other day. Again, he thinks our boy is suspicious for possessing too much power without even being from Asgard. Subaru decides to flip the table around and politely asks what power he possesses. This frustrates the guy even more. Valkyrie taunts him not to eat the bait. Back to scolding Bigo it is. Subaru just enjoys the show but realizes that he needs to learn the truth as much as possible in this second life. There's just far too many obstacles at play. Gods, giants, and demons. Not to mention the center of it all is his secret power, the one everyone's hunting after. Viola apologizes for the secrecy and gives him a little hint, revealing that he will one day find the truth about his powers soon enough. Subaru takes that as confirmation and asks if the throne is in the capital. He stares at the gorgeous view of the Conrad kingdom. Pluminera is their target. Strolling in the marketplace, Viola finds it pretty weird that she has to change her getup to a common person instead of her armor. Subaru emphasizes that it's important for her to hide her face, making her flustered in the process. Bigo doesn't even care on the other hand. Our boy asks about the precise location. Viola is confident in her senses and points in a general direction. Yep, this woman's best guess is the direction. The girl can't even find the exact spot because the streets are crowded as hell. Bigo shares that they also need to watch out for any threats from the demons in the process of rescuing Valkyries, which invites the bigger question. How many demons are they dealing with? Maybe you guys are expecting 10, but the number climbs to at least several hundred, some comparable to Valkyrie-level threats. I know everyone's asking the same question as our boy. How the hell does that make sense because only 3 Valkyries were allowed to pass? The restrictions should have stopped both sides. So what's the cause for the demons having an entire army under them? Before Subaru could solve that riddle, a fancy carriage stops just close to the girl, and out comes a wealthy lady who recognizes Viola on the spot. The Valkyrie squeals Belbame's name in excitement as they reunite with each other. The new group of 4 is led by Belbame. Subaru can't help but notice perfection everywhere he glances, making him ask if she's the owner of the estate. The second Valkyrie confirms that she owns it, causing our boy to admire her rich status. The woman shares that she's been here for nearly 500 years, so it was easy to acquire a bit of wealth in the process. That begs the big question. Why the hell was Viola's situation any different? The blonde Valkyrie shares that she served a knight for Count Vincent. The house has a special legend of owning a single guardian knight that never ages. That knight happens to be Viola herself, though she's changed her identity many times over the years, leaving the estate each time a generation came to an end. Both Valkyries have been here for quite a bit. Subaru suspects the estate to be safe under their command, while Belbame is already happy to serve them with fresh meals. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as our boy points out the irony between both Valkyries. One enjoyed the life of luxury, while the other ran from demons. This stops Belbame dead in her tracks, shocking even Viola with her words. The crimson-haired Valkyrie is clearly agitated, and is now dying to know this man's identity for being so bold. Put on the spot, Belbame responds that she too was in danger regardless of the situation, and that she couldn't make a single move because Viola was already being hunted. Subaru asks for an explanation, and learns that both Viola and Elaine unfortunately had their real identities exposed. The demons knew there were going to be 3 of them from the first place, but Belbame managed to settle and hide herself timely. If she had made a single brash move, they'd uncover her identity. Even now they're hunting her down for the last Valkyrie they could never find. That little tidbit creates a tense atmosphere between the two. the little Viola tries to warm them up to each other, and formally introduces the man who is to save both of them. She explains that this same man defeated Bigo in a single hit, which invites a little bit of disgust from Belbame. Viola shares that the man standing before her is a Thunder-type user. Subaru himself interjects, and introduces himself by name. Just glancing at him, Belbame can sense this man's power, especially for someone who is stuck in a mortal body. Even our boy admits that not everyone can become as strong as him, his arrogance further pissing her off. Belbame decides to cool off on her anger, and expresses that she'll prepare a room for them so they can rest after the meal. We get right into the meal. The options are high-quality luxury, making Bigo regret snacking earlier. Subaru changes his stream title and adds a bunch of tags to make it seem like bro's trying to connect with his audience. Viola finds his behavior a bit weird, but Subaru tells her that this whole situation invites a bit of doubt from him. There are hundreds of demons in the city disguising themselves, and they'd obviously be looking for Valkyries, which means suspicion is normal. Still at the same time, Viola feels upset, reassuring herself that Belbame would never choose to harm them. She trusts her dear comrade. Our boy is also reminded of the same trust, when one bastard cheated his way into defeating him, priding himself on the fact. The idea of trust doesn't sit well with him anymore. Subaru curses and loathes it, recommending that she also shouldn't trust people blindly. Doubt is needed in certain situations in their world, and reminiscing on those words, Viola rests in her bed, thinking about all the positive memories she shared with Belbame. She glances at her gorgeous sword, feeling exhausted. Meanwhile, our boy receives another donation from a chatter who wants to know where he's headed. Subaru reveals that he genuinely can't trust this place, so he's looking around. One viewer scolds this guy of a money-grabbing maniac who doesn't even talk or accept missions. The streamer emphasizes that he'll accept missions if they're not directly interfering with the trial, so as always, Safe Assets decides to pitch a new mission of 100,000 credits to wipe every demon. This is too strong of a mission, so the same dude adds another one of 50,000 credits with the only requirement of kissing Viola. But of course, this mission is equally problematic. The Valkyrie will never forgive him if that happened. As our boy is descending downstairs, he's startled to find Bigo at an abrupt hour. Both of them are instantly suspicious of the other person. Bigo shares first that he's off to see Belbame. Back then during their conversation, the guy came to the same conclusion and doubts as Subaru about the suspicious Valkyrie. Elaine and Viola always devoted themselves to their missions, but this woman merely lived her life amongst humans without repercussions. It pisses Bigo off that he couldn't think about this sooner because it was an insult to the Valkyrie name. Subaru advises the young man to worry about these troubles after the mission is over, and instead tasks him to join him on a little something else first. Both of them are now together, while Viola appears to be strolling in the night worried on her own. Belbame's sharp and pointed remarks towards Subaru still bother the blonde, so she personally comes up to see her. To her shock, instead of Belbame, it's our boy's figure that emerges past the corner, both startling the other person for being up so late. The Valkyrie is terrified looking at the blood filling up his hands. Subaru walks up to her, expressing that he came to see her, but this kind of advance is weird for him. She clutches her sword in suspicion. Our boy reveals that they got the mission details wrong from the start. The Valkyrie that needed protection and saving wasn't Belbame, it was Viola all along. Viola takes a second to process the hell he's talking about. The good thing is that she's not totally against his word. Subaru grabs her hand forcefully and drags her against her will. He takes her all the way down to the basement, a place that will explain everything once she sees what's inside. Viola's curiosity is getting the best of her, so she opens the doors with her own hands. Her expression converts to horror the moment she sees Bigo hugging a body. Remember Elaine, the other Valkyrie? She was brutally murdered down here. Bigo weeps as Viola's reality crashes before her. She approaches Elaine's body, refusing to accept her new reality. She flops to her knees hovering over the cold remains of her comrade, screaming and weeping in denial. Subaru tries to calm her down, apologizing for quietening her. They are still at risk. She grabs his arm intensely, making our boy sweat underneath that mask. He doesn't want to fight her, but for now, they need to look for the one responsible for killing Elaine. Thankfully, the blonde regains a little bit of her composure, but she still can't believe that this is the reality. Without a doubt, she instantly blames Belbame for pulling this move. Just by observing the cuts across the abdomen of Elaine's body, it can be deduced that Belbame made those slashes as they've known each other for centuries. Subaru agrees with that assessment too, as skilled swordsmen have a habit of leaving behind a distinct pattern. The only way for them to clear the current stage is to keep Viola out of trouble, slipping the mansion before Belbame can reach them. Or at least that's what they thought, because just behind that door is a presence that causes Subaru's Thunderheart to react uncontrollably. He asks the Valkyrie if she's interested in revenge. Viola confirms that she intends to learn the truth, that she's even ready to go all by herself if necessary for this mission. Subaru recommends her not to forget something important, the Throne of Thunder that all the Valkyries were trying to protect. It startles her. Viola no longer shares any ambitions of protecting the throne, especially when the demons are too strong and they're low on numbers. This is the plot twist that was necessary for the story. Subaru brings up the fact that there are only 3 Valkyries while countless demons exist, which confuses him about the restriction element. Viola explains that she too thinks this is unnatural, and that there's a plan in motion to investigate it. The only reason they haven't made any leads on that is because this part of the plan was entrusted to Belbime herself. Everything is falling into place now. Subaru desires to help her by first capturing the villainous Valkyrie. Bigo believes it's about time for them to act without discussing pointlessly, but Bro's luck is pretty bad as the ceiling cracks down on him and falls on top. Luckily, Viola managed to block the falling debris, saving his life. It's hilarious that she's protecting her protector. Unfortunately, that little move resulted in a heavy gash on Viola's back. Subaru is stunned by the attack force. Instead of looking for Belbime, the bitch makes her entrance herself, mocking Viola for possessing a fragile warrior's heart. The blonde is actively losing her shit at the moment, and screaming at her. Belbame calmly taunts her that she should never have come here. She didn't want to show off this side of her to Viola. Elaine suspected her, so she had to go. And with this, Belbime plays the victim, acting like she's the one who has lost every single friend now. It's rich of her to call them friends seeing how she massacred Elaine like that and betrayed Viola, who weeps in confusion. Belbime is a psychopath deflecting blame, while Viola corners her and asks why she's doing all of this. She fires back by saying that she never intended for any of this, nor does she expect any of them to understand. The chit-chat's over with Subaru initiating the first attack, startling the Valkyrie to defend against the wave of thunder with her sword. Our boy stands there menacingly, refusing to hear the words of a liar any more than he has until now, commencing the third stage of Floor 5 with the goal of defeating the fallen Valkyrie.